just bullying the master every single day, actually managed to bully the adorable master into exhaustion. The ox hasn't tired out yet, but the field has already been plowed to ruin. Although the field is ruined, the master still finds ways to reward you, either by removing the bandit mask to ease your worries, or directly stuffing their feet into your mouth. As for why the master pampers you so, it's naturally because they want to exhaust your body, all because in your past life you fell into demonic ways, becoming a generation's apocalyptic demon lord. The heavenly Empress reincarnated 9 times, just to eliminate you, this human calamity. Yet unexpectedly you were a man with cheats, managing to turn peril into safety at every mortal danger. So in this life, the Empress decided to sacrifice herself to the demon, through offering her own body, to make you languid and dispirited, completely trapped in the Empress's tender trap, with no mind for cultivation. Thinking of this, Qingli approaches you without the slightest hesitation, to ensure absolute success. She even specially wore white tights, and a pair of toe-revealing shoes, that took considerable effort to acquire. Qingli propped her face with one hand, her unblinking gaze fixed intently, while her body slowly leaned closer toward you. She crossed one leg over the other. The open-toe shoes clearly revealed her toes. Her other hand rested on her raised leg, slowly caressing, her fingers constantly rubbing against the white pantyhose, gliding lightly over the smooth fabric, emitting faint sounds, though the sounds were subtle. You, sitting right beside her, could hear them with perfect clarity, yet your expression remained completely unchanged, steadfast as a pilgrim's devotion. But Qingli, having experienced 9 transformations, was well aware of your true thoughts. If she hadn't known that this heavenly demonly pinyin capable of destroying worlds actually harbored peculiar fetishes for pantyhose, Qingli wouldn't have considered using herself as bait. The reason she knew about your fetish was because whenever you saw Qingli, your eyes would first land on her legs, and not just with Qingli, but other beautiful fairies too. You would similarly look at their legs first without fail. Qingli dares to use his experience, accumulated through 99 reincarnations, to guarantee this method is absolutely feasible. The only thing to note now is, one must maintain proper restraint, not to let the other party grow overly disgusted, without letting them discover that your approach has ulterior motives. Following the initial plan exactly, make the demon lord fall madly in love with you, until you've drained the last drop of nourishment from his body. Even if you can no longer focus on cultivation, then he could be considered to have fulfilled his purpose. Cultivators are divided into noon resting and celestial cultivators. Today we shall explain the various choices between these 2 major cultivation paths. At the very front of the massive lecture hall, the elderly instructor, over 100 years old, yet still maintaining youthful appearance, cleared his throat, holding his teaching ruler while explaining key points. While below, you hold your brush, quickly recording Instructor Chen's words, while Qingli, sitting beside you, doesn't devote the slightest attention to the lecture. His gaze remains fixed on you as you frantically take notes. A flash of sorrow passes through his eyes. He couldn't help but squeeze his thighs, even faintly seeing these words you were recording would one day in the future all transform into weapons striking against him. No, can't just watch helplessly like this. Must stop him from studying. Thinking this, Qingli's pale white palm once again rested on her own stockings, began gently stroking, attempting to attract your attention like before, trying to divert your focus like earlier. But after just a few seconds, Qingli abandoned this method, because Chen Zhengdao on the podium, in order to make all students hear him clearly, deliberately used magic to amplify his voice, while your attention remained entirely focused there. As for the faint sound of Qingli rubbing her thighs, you simply couldn't hear it. Thinking this, Qingli decided to take initiative, resolutely using her prepared trump card. The pen in her hand seemingly accidentally rotated. Instantly the pen flew out from Qingli's hand, spinning through the air, describing an arc through the atmosphere, precision passing through the gap between your legs, and landed on the floor. You turned your head in utter confusion. Qingli immediately came close to you. With perfect timing, her face showed just the right mix of surprise and apology. Sorry, Senior Brother Pinyin. I just gave it a little twirl. I didn't expect it would hit you. Are you alright? Let me check if you're hurt. In an instant, a beautiful face came right up to yours. Before you could even emerge from the ocean of knowledge you were immersed in, a hand was already touching your face. You felt the softness and warmth on your skin, along with the fragrant breath coming towards you. You quickly removed Qingli's hand, executed a tactical backward lean, to create distance between you two. Miss Qingli, what are you trying to do? This woman named Qingli had seemed somewhat off since her first appearance. Though stunningly beautiful, almost ethereal, Yet during your first meeting, she had shown unusual interest in you, almost as if she was deliberately trying to get close. You thought to yourself, you hadn't done anything particularly noticeable, whether in cultivation talent or appearance and background. The only slightly notable thing was your diligent study habits, which earned you some praise from the teacher. How could she like me because of such things? Before building their campus empire, they all need to nurture feelings from childhood. Showing it right upon first meeting either indicates phishing or pig butchering scam. You kept warning yourself inwardly, but your face didn't reveal much information, though you pushed her away with your hand. Xingli didn't get angry, instead very naturally pointed at the object on the floor, her tone carrying a pleading note. Senior Pinyin, could you pick up this pen for me? I only brought this one, though you didn't know what scheme she was planning, but decided to play it by ear. Nodded in agreement. Just as you bent down, extended a hand to pick up the pen on the floor, a glint of triumphant amusement flickered through Qingli's eyes, when suddenly a leg stretched out, stepping squarely on the pen. Your body instantly trembled, stopping your movement. You looked up at Qingli, his face already displaying astonishment, with one hand covering his mouth. Your hand did indeed grab something, but what it caught wasn't the dropped item on the ground, but this woman's suddenly extended foot. The most crucial point is, this woman somehow had already taken off her shoes, while Qingli, feeling the sensation transmitted from those large hands on her foot, couldn't help but tremble inwardly. This might be the first time since birth, other than her parents, her foot was touched by someone else. You were completely baffled by this situation. Is she trying to seduce me? Perhaps she thinks I might have race phobia, so she's using this method to tempt me. Observing Qingli's clearly astonished expression, yet she still didn't withdraw her foot from your grasp, you felt speechless, instantly understanding what she was thinking. While you do have a liking for stockings and pantyhose, you're not some inexperienced virgin, just touching a foot. Could it really excite her so much that she'd immediately fall for someone, even though she is indeed beautiful? And these are genuinely the most attractive feet you've ever seen, with an exceptionally pleasant texture to touch. Her thighs are also straight and long, fleshy yet not plump, as if carved by an axe. I'm sorry, Pingyin's senior brother. Qingli spoke cautiously. I just saw that it seemed within my reach, and thought to grab it with my foot. It's fine, no need to worry. You lifted his foot gently with one hand, while picking up the pen beneath with the other. As for Qingli's words, he simply dismissed them all as nonsense. You even took your shoes off, and you're telling me it was accidental. Did they really think he was stupid? He released Qingli's foot and placed the pen back on the table in front of her. Li Pinyin sat back down properly, retrieved his own pen with one hand, and raised his head to continue listening to the lecture. Qingli lightly bit her lip, withdrew her foot, her face showing unwillingness. According to her estimation, though this old lecher would later become heartless, he already showed traces of it now. But facing a beauty like herself, as a teenager in his teens, even with the strongest self-control, shouldn't there be at least some reaction after such intimate contact? Yet he had merely given her a couple of indifferent glances. What was that about? Could it be that her charm wasn't enough? Or perhaps she wasn't his type? She shook her head slightly, trying to dispel these chaotic thoughts from her mind. Qingli's gaze steadied with determination. Giving up was impossible. She would never give up in this lifetime. She had no way back now, either successfully conquer Li Pinyin, making him abandon cultivation and indulge in pleasure with beauties until his dying day, or watch helplessly as this heavenly demon ultimately destroys everything, annihilating both her and this world together. But I've already made enough moves today. I should rein it in a little. Although I haven't achieved significant results yet, it seems Li Pinyin isn't overly resistant to me either. Take it slow. Therefore, instead of continuing to approach Li Pinyin, she adjusted her sitting posture back to normal. Her demeanor also returned to that aloof and elegant manner, as if all the intimate gestures she had made with Li Pinyin earlier were merely illusions. Part of Li Pingyin's attention was still guarding against Qingli's potential mischief, but seeing her return to her initial cold and distant appearance, he knew this round of her advances had come to an end. He secretly sighed in relief, finally able to focus entirely on the lecture. And once he immersed himself in attentive listening, time seemed to pass much more quickly. Before Li Pinyin even realized it, 2 hours had already passed. Amidst the collective thanks from the disciples as they stood up, the morning lecture came to an end. Although the lecture was over, Chen Zhengdao, the instructor, was in no hurry to leave. Under everyone's gaze, he cleared his throat twice. Ahem, ahem. Silence. His eyes swept across the room, and the imposing aura of a great cultivator instantly subdued the murmurs in the lecture hall. Only when complete silence had fallen did Chen Zhengdao speak slowly. You have all been at 8 Peaks Mountain for over half a month now. Though it has only been 10 days of lectures, you must have heard that whether one follows the path of immortal cultivation or martial cultivation, the Tao foundation must be formed before the age of 50, commonly known as the foundation establishment realm. Otherwise, one's life will be wasted in stagnation, with little hope of further progress until old age and death. Although Eight Peaks Mountain is revered as the foremost mountain under heaven, we cannot guarantee that every disciple will reach foundation establishment, nor can we ensure equal distribution of resources for all. Therefore, to obtain more cultivation resources, Eight Peaks Mountain encourages fair and just competition among disciples. Hence, upon the suggestion of the 7th Peak Master, and after deliberation among all Peak Masters, a grand assembly of 8 peaks will be held 1.5 months later for all newly accepted disciples. Each peak will then select 10 disciples who will have the opportunity to become direct disciples of the Peak Masters or Elders to become personal disciples. After entering 8 Peaks Mountain, with 1 month of lecture hall studies and 1 month of cultivation, the difference between those with outstanding talent and those with ordinary aptitude has already become apparent. Thus, those who demonstrate excellence may also gain attention. Chen Zhongdao's gaze swept across the room as a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Since this is the 7th Peak Master's suggestion, supported by most Peak Masters and Elders, and being the first of its kind, I believe I need not elaborate on the significance of this event, do I? Not to say one can reach heaven in a single bound after all, even through step-by-step cultivation. If one can forge their Tao foundation before 30, there remains an opportunity to become a disciple of any Peak Master or Elder. But compared to that approach, isn't this opportunity far more direct and convenient? This is the matter I wished to discuss. I mention it early so you may prepare in advance. However, if anyone lacks confidence, there is no need to force participation. Chen Zhongnao's voice trailed off as his gaze swept across the lecture hall once more. A faint smile curled his lips. Very well, that concludes my words. With this, you are dismissed. Chapter 5: Talent and Divine Abilities. 8 Peaks Assembly. What bizarre contrivance is this now? Originally, Xingli's attention had been wholly absorbed in observing Li Pingyan's every movement. Yet when Chen Zhongdao mentioned this so-called Peaks Assembly, Xingli shuddered involuntarily. She whipped her head toward Li Pingyan and in the next instant, her very heartbeat seemed to stall. As expected, upon receiving this news, Li Pingyan's originally calm eyes immediately lit up like a cat spotting a mouse. His fists clenched hard. At this moment, Xingli wished she could rush up the mountain right now and give each of those Peak Masters and Elders a good beating. What's the point of creating all these things for no reason? As cultivators, can't they just practice quietly and coexist peacefully? She was already worrying about how to slow down Li Pingyan's cultivation progress, and now they suddenly created this competition with rewards and mentorship opportunities for winners. Wouldn't this make Li Pingyan cultivate like his life depended on it? Even if his final results weren't good, it would probably still trigger his competitive spirit and make him train even harder. Doesn't that just add considerable difficulty to her situation? No, I must think of a solution. With a furrowed brow, Xingli abandoned her plan to stay by Li Pingyan's side. She needed to find a way to deal with this crisis. First of all, it's impossible to directly and forcefully prevent Li Pingyan from participating. This has already been proven in the previous 99 attempts. Moreover, her progress in dealing with Li Pingyan seems stuck at the moment. Li Pingyan is clearly keeping his distance from her, so soft approaches probably won't work either. Therefore, Xingli could only think of 2 options for herself. Either she directly addresses the root cause by canceling this so-called mountain peak tournament, thus naturally removing Li Pingyan's motivation for short-term hard training. Or she thinks of a way to deal a decisive blow to Li Pingyan, completely win him over, then keep him occupied to prevent him from participating in the 8 Peaks tournament, or she could participate in that so-called 8 Peaks tournament herself and eliminate him as his opponent. Losing to her shouldn't still motivate Li Pingyan, right? Wait. But at this thought, Xingli suddenly hit another snag, her eyes narrowing to slits. But if he really loses to a woman, wouldn't that make him even more frustrated according to male psychology? Sigh, forget it. I should first go see if I can directly cancel this 8 Peaks assembly. This method is still the simplest and most direct to permanent solution. With these thoughts in mind, she stood up, paying no further attention to Li Pingyan beside her, and quickly left the lecture hall. The other disciples also departed swiftly. Although they had already begun cultivation, these newly initiated disciples clearly hadn't reached the stage of grain avoidance, so they naturally still needed meals. Thus, they would head to the dining hall after morning classes. The news of the 8 Peaks assembly, though sudden, wasn't enough to kill anyone's appetite, though it did inevitably stir excited discussions among many. Li Pingyan, however, wasn't in a hurry. He first remained seated to organize his recorded notes. Only then did he stand up, preparing to go to the dining hall for his meal. As one of the top 3 sacred cultivation sites in the cultivation world, 8 Peaks Mountain was vast and prosperous. Even the dining hall used by mortal disciples served food imbued with spiritual energy. For those whose cultivation has reached a certain level, consuming them has no effect, but for those just beginning their cultivation journey, this is a substantial benefit unavailable elsewhere. Arriving at the lecture hall entrance, Li Pingyan slightly slowed his pace and looked around, feeling somewhat surprised. Based on previous days' patterns, Qingli should have already been waiting here for him, then pestering him to go together to the dining hall, only leaving after the meal. What? Had she given up after seeing that her earlier attempts hadn't moved him? Though slightly puzzled, Li Pingyan merely thought about it casually without dwelling on the matter. Frankly, without Qingli's interruptions, he could enjoy some quiet time. With this thought, he hesitated no longer. Li Pingyan quickened his steps toward the dining hall. After breakfast, he needed to return to his dormitory to practice the breathing techniques again. 10 days of cultivation had passed, yet there was still no sign of progress. Coupled with continuous dangers encountered, this had kept Li Pingyan on high alert, making him somewhat sensitive to everything around him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so sensitive to Qingli's approach. Moreover, speaking frankly, Li Pingyan was extremely interested in the 8 Peaks assembly that Master Chen mentioned today. There was one saying of Chen Zhangdao that Li Pingyan wholeheartedly agreed with. For cultivators to forge their own path, they must temper themselves through adversity and advance courageously without fear of hardship. This so-called 8 Peaks assembly tested not only cultivation talent but also learning capability, adaptability, and mental fortitude. The 2-month timeframe was perfectly set. The talented would begin to shine, the determined but untalented would immerse themselves in hard study and show some progress, while only those idling their days away would fail to produce anything remarkable. It could be said that after this 8 Peaks assembly concluded, disciples with potential would be effectively identified and separated from those without. Li Pingyan's goal was eternal life, so naturally he wouldn't let this golden opportunity slip by. The key was that he had absolute confidence in his ability to secure a ranking. As for the source of this confidence, it was naturally the cheat that came with being a transmigrator. In this day and age, if a transmigrator didn't have cheats, it'd be better not to have transmigrated at all. Li Pingyan's cheat was a turtle shell-shaped treasure hidden deep in his mind. He couldn't remember its origin. It had been in his possession in his previous life, and who would have thought it followed him after transmigrating? This treasure granted Li Pingyan 2 unique talents and divine abilities: research mastery and calamity avoidance. As the saying goes, drop by drop fills the bowl. No effort is ever wasted in the end. The research mastery talent allowed Li Pingyan to refine his skills, master ancient and modern knowledge, enhance his comprehension of all things, improve the efficiency of his thinking, and even conjure an unrestricted training space in his mind while he slept. Within this training space, he could freely experiment with the skills and knowledge he acquired, gaining real experience without suffering real-world consequences. And most remarkably, this research and learning talent grows progressively stronger as Li Pingyan acquires more knowledge. Eventually, reaching the state where raising his eyes reveals the beginning of all things and lowering his gaze perceives the end of the world wouldn't be beyond possibility. The disaster avoidance supernatural ability proves even more fascinating. This ability enables Li Pingyan to evade calamities at certain critical moments. It can even alter destiny, granting the power to remake life choices once anew. The limitation being it can only be used once. Therefore, having never used it before, Li Pingyan remains unaware of this disaster avoidance ability's exact effects. But having it is undoubtedly better than not, and its apparent potency regarding fate and life choices speaks for itself. After all, in this world where cultivators roam freely, unforeseen dangers abound, making such a guaranteed safeguard absolutely crucial. Chapter 6: Shueyu of the Law Enforcement Hall. After finishing breakfast at the dining hall, Li Pingyan headed straight back to his dormitory. Ordinarily, at this hour each day, he would first visit the Halfway Mountain Library to browse before some reading and then return to his quarters. But today was different. After 10 consecutive incidents of accidents occurring immediately after cultivation attempts, Li Pingyan had already reported his situation. Upon verifying the accuracy of Li Pingyan's claims, the dormitory elder in charge of the apprentice living quarters immediately promised to take responsibility for resolving this issue. Thus today, a disciple from the law enforcement hall arrived specifically to oversee Li Pingyan's cultivation practice. Should accidents still occur, this matter would likely require further reporting and might even draw attention from some elders. But if nothing unusual happened today, the matter would probably be quietly dropped. After all, Li Pingyan wasn't any special status disciple nor particularly valued by the sect. Having a law enforcement disciple specially assigned to oversee him for one day already demonstrated 8 Peaks Mountain's strict regulations and care for its disciples. Hurrying back to his courtyard intending to make preparations, Li Pingyan suddenly discovered someone had arrived there before him. Silver-white hair cascaded down to her waist like snow-capped mountains, adorned with an ornate headpiece where 2 silver dragons intertwined, and a magnificent aqua-blue dress that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. Her flawless, breathtakingly beautiful face was paired with an aloof, indifferent gaze that seemed to regard everything as worthless trash. At first glance, Li Pingyan nearly believed himself to be garbage. But Li Pingyan wasn't the type to lose his composure around women. After all, Qingli's beauty and aura were no less than this woman's, yet they had never caused him to falter. Li Pingyan greets senior sister. Might I ask if senior sister has come to oversee my cultivation? Shueyu's cold eyes swept over Li Pingyan once, and her previously irritated mood stemming from being assigned such trivial duties lightened slightly. The law enforcement hall was both the most powerful and strictly regulated place in Eight Peaks Mountain. Anyone who enters the law enforcement hall must strictly obey the rules, without exception even Shueyu, the young peak master. The crux was she had been troubled by her inability to comprehend a certain spell technique when the monthly law enforcement hall duties arrived. Though extremely reluctant, she had no choice but to pinch her nose and randomly select a task. Fortunately, this one understood protocol: no wandering eyes nor unnecessary chatter. Otherwise, the already displeased Shueyu would have to teach these impudent juniors a harsh lesson while venting her frustrations. I am Shueyu, disciple of the law enforcement hall, here in response to your petition. But finding no common ground with Li Pingyan, she merely stated her identity briefly before gesturing indifferently with one hand. I'll only guard you for one day. Pay me no mind, act as if I'm not here. With these words, Shueyu cast an icy glance at Li Pingyan. And don't disturb me with trivial matters, or you'll face the consequences. After speaking, Shueyu closed her eyes and stood still, showing no intention of exchanging another word with Li Pingyan. Understood, senior sister Shueyu. Li Pingyan was also glad to avoid unnecessary talk. This straightforward manner of communication suited his current mood. After a brief word of thanks, Li Pingyan wasted no time and headed straight for the meditation platform. He sat down properly, took out a chi-gathering pill, and placed it in his mouth. Then, closing his eyes, he silently recited the breathing technique mantra and began guiding the faint energy flow emerging in his body as the pill dissolved. Cultivators are broadly divided into two categories: martial cultivators and immortal cultivators, each containing hundreds of specialized subcategories. For example, among martial cultivators, there are sword cultivators who focus on sword Dao and spear cultivators who master spear techniques. Similarly, immortal cultivators include talisman specialists skilled in crafting charms and alchemy masters proficient in refining pills. While each cultivator's expertise or characteristics differ, their cultivation realms show little fundamental disparity. For martial cultivators aim to temper their bodies and enhance inner energy, while immortal cultivators seek to comprehend heaven and earth to refine magical power. Although each has its own terminology for various stages of cultivation, the 9-rank system gradually became the standard measurement of strength among cultivators for convenience and better understanding. Even though this remains highly subjective and imprecise, as some exceptionally talented individuals defeating opponents across ranks isn't unexpected. In the 9-rank system, first rank represents the highest achievement, while 9th rank is the lowest. Currently, although Li Pingyan has generated a wisp of inner energy within his body, he cannot yet be considered ranked, as this is merely the effect of the chi-gathering pill. His task is to utilize this chi-gathering pill and employ the breathing technique to convert this wisp of energy into his own, enabling him to continuously practice with the breathing method. As the inner energy began circulating slowly within his body, Li Pingyan's initially cautious state of mind gradually relaxed. Based on previous experiences, if anything unexpected were to happen, it would have already occurred by now. In the first 10 attempts at cultivation, problems arose right at the beginning, immediately interrupting his guidance of internal energy. Now, whether it's because they finally realized they couldn't stop him, or because they feared that woman named Shueyu, Li Pingyan was at least no longer stuck at the first hurdle. Time passed minute by minute. Perhaps 1 hour, perhaps 2 hours had elapsed. The sunlight streaming through the window now filled the room with comforting warmth. Li Pingyan finally slowly opened his eyes, which brimmed with joy and excitement. Carefully sensing the genuine internal energy within his body, it felt like an organ he could control and direct at will. When he wanted it to move to his arm, it went to his arm. When he wished it to go to his chest, the energy flowed to his chest as effortless as moving his own limbs, an extraordinarily marvelous sensation. So this is internal energy. It's truly marvelous. A faint smile rose at the corner of his mouth as Li Pingyan murmured in wonder. His days of buried study hadn't been in vain. Even without internal energy, he had persisted in practicing the breathing techniques. In the cultivation space of talent research, Li Pingyan had experienced guiding internal energy many times before, so this time he completed the process effortlessly. In fact, had it not been for deliberately slowing his movements due to using his real physical body, he might have accomplished it even faster. Be that as it may, Li Pingyan could now officially be called an initiated practitioner. Though the 9th rank merely represents the lowest tier in the cultivation world, and there are still gaps between 9th rank practitioners themselves, for Li Pingyan, this nonetheless marked an excellent beginning. Chapter 7, First Contact. Slowly rising from the bed, he stood firmly on the ground once more. With a calm expression, Li Pingyan gently manipulated his internal energy, guiding its gradual circulation through his meridians. The path he walked was that of martial cultivation. Though he currently only possessed a basic breathing technique, the effects of his internal energy could still invigorate his spirit and strengthen his body. Like now, despite having just acquired internal energy recently and barely completing one circulation within his body, yet Li Pingyan could already feel his physical strength had increased by at least several fractions. The internal energy cultivated by martial practitioners in this world wasn't like what he'd read about in martial arts novels from his past life. Rather, it was the product of refining heaven and earth's energy into one's body, fusing it with one's own blood and chi. Powerful martial practitioners weren't merely capable of flying over eaves and running on walls, or breaking through walls and smashing rocks. They could ascend to heaven, descend into earth, push aside mountains, and move oceans. They were fundamentally not the same things at all. Raising his head, Li Pingyan looked toward the doorway. Senior sister Shuiyu still stood at the entrance, her frost-cold expression now replaced by visible irritation. Her delicate brows, as if carved by a master artisan, were slightly furrowed enough to make anyone wish they could personally smooth them out. Her tall figure stood there with arms crossed in front of her chest. The delicate necklace adorned her snow-white neck. Lowering one's gaze slightly revealed the striking curvature supported by her crossed arms. According to Li Pingyan's estimation, it was at least a C-cup. Beneath the flowing blue cloud-patterned skirt, glimpses of her calves appeared with her movements. His earlier focus had been solely on whether he could cultivate peacefully today. Moreover, senior sister Shuiyu clearly possessed an arrogant temperament and didn't seem particularly good-natured, so Li Pingyan hadn't dared to look too closely. Now that he looked properly, this senior sister was actually wearing blue leggings. Enjoying the view. A voice suddenly came from nowhere. Li Pingyan almost nodded instinctively, but immediately caught himself and resumed a neutral expression. Naturally, senior sister is pleasing to behold. Though merely standing there, your furrowed brows carry the weight of gathering storm clouds. Like impending rain and spring thunder across the sky, senior sister herself seems poised to vanish like a wisp of wind at any moment. Senior sister must be contemplating some formidable spell or cultivation technique. This junior has only heard of such things but never witnessed them, thus I became slightly entranced in my observation. Please don't take offense, senior sister. Shuiyu had unknowingly opened her eyes and was now gazing at Li Pingyan. Her eyebrows arched slightly. She had expected Li Pingyan, caught peeking at her, would either blush and make excuses or brazenly pretend nothing had happened. To her surprise, the youth had simply admitted it outright. She wasn't particularly angry. Shuiyu was well aware of her own beauty. In all of Eight Peaks Mountain, only her master could compare, and even then the master's more mature bearing made her somewhat more attractive. But aside from her master, Shuiyu had never encountered anyone whose looks could rival her own. A mere glance wasn't something worth getting angry about. However, her curiosity grew because she had originally planned to guard this place for a whole day. Unexpectedly, this disciple named Li Pingyan had successfully achieved chi induction in less than 2 hours on his first attempt. Moreover, he could already independently circulate his internal energy, becoming a 9th grade martial practitioner. Back when she first reached the 9th grade of immortal cultivation, it had taken her nearly a full day and 2 attempts before she gradually sensed the spiritual energy. Her estimation of Li Pingyan rose slightly, and with growing curiosity, she inquired, "You've already reached the grade." "Indeed, senior sister Shuiyu. I must thank you for your protection." Li Pingyan performed a proper bow to express his gratitude. Regardless of her reasons for coming, since she was here to assist him, expressing thanks was never wrong. Only 2 hours, yet you've already achieved chi induction and can circulate internal energy. Did someone help you experience this before? Shuiyu didn't concern herself with what Li Pingyan might be thinking and pressed further. Otherwise, ordinary people couldn't achieve grading this quickly. This wasn't just empty talk from Shuiyu. The cultivation world has all sorts of methods, and reaching the initial rank is the most basic requirement. Once a cultivator reaches the middle rank, they can assist those who haven't entered the ranks by guiding their internal chi or spiritual energy circulation. This helps unranked individuals experience the sensation of chi and spiritual energy circulating within their bodies in advance. When it's time to truly enter the ranks, they can quickly and smoothly achieve ranking based on this prior experience. Of course, there are also methods to directly elevate mortals into the ranking system, such as consuming heavenly treasures or using special cultivation techniques. Both can enable immediate ranking. Some might even skip the 9th rank entirely and jump directly to the 8th or 7th rank. In the case of heavenly treasures, as long as one properly refines and cultivates afterward, there are usually no negative consequences. There might even be benefits. But if special cultivation techniques are used, it will essentially cut off future advancement, and various peculiar situations might occur. Such methods are already considered heretical paths, the kind that everyone condemns. As for Li Pingyan, naturally no one had come to help him. Even if someone had, it would only have been himself in the study space. But this wasn't something he could explain to Shuiyu. So Li Pingyan simply smiled faintly and said, "Senior sister jests. Before entering the sect, this junior was merely a petty scholar. Though my family had some modest wealth, it wouldn't suffice to invite those venerable seniors." "Is that so?" Shuiyu sized up Li Pingyan with a glance and said no more. "It was just casual curiosity anyway. Speak if willing, keep silent if not. Talent would reveal itself in time. Without it, they'd likely seldom meet again," making persistent questioning quite pointless. Resting both hands on her long skirt and giving it a gentle smoothing, Shuiyu spoke again. "However, since you've successfully reached the initiate grade, I shan't linger here. Senior brother Pingyan." Suddenly, just as Shuiyu reached mid-sentence, Li Pingyan's name was called from outside the house, cutting off her words. Her frosty eyes turned impatiently toward the doorway, where she saw the figure now striding inside. A girl of exceptional poise and ethereal grace, like some spirit of the wind. Her eyes seemed capable of embracing the entire spring season. Just one glance from Shueyu made her forget all the words she had meant to say. All the headaches caused by magic, the frustration of needing to complete tasks, and the slight annoyance from Li Pingyan's dismissive attitude all vanished into nothingness under that gaze. Only that unforgettable face and smile remained, along with one question that surfaced. Who is she? Who is she? Just like Shueyu, Qingli at this moment had a belly full of questions she wanted to ask. Her eyes fixed on Li Pingyan while one finger pointed at Shueyu. Qingli gritted her teeth so hard they nearly shattered. This was absolutely unbelievable. Normally when she kept strict watch nothing would happen, but today because of that stupid 8 Peaks conference distracting her, just one moment of inattention and her home had been stolen. Fine. She refused to believe that she, a dignified martial immortal, could possibly lose to some mortal girl. Chapter 8 Shueyu. The room briefly fell into silence. Li Pingyan rested one hand on his chin, his brow slightly furrowed. Truth be told, he wasn't at all familiar with these two women, so why did this sudden atmosphere of a battlefield emerge between them? He turned his head to glance at Qingli. The girl was glaring fixedly at Shueyu. Though her expression remained composed, the intensity in her eyes and the slight baring of her teeth betrayed her current mood. Li Pingyan wasn't surprised by her reaction. Whether her professed affection for him was genuine or feigned, her objective had been clear from the start. While getting angry over him being alone with another woman might not be entirely reasonable, it was at least understandable. But when Li Pingyan shifted his gaze to senior sister Shueyu, his confusion only deepened. Qingli's behavior was somewhat explicable, but this senior sister was truly needing him for the first time. Though he admittedly was quite handsome, senior sister Shueyu hadn't shown any particular interest earlier. In fact, she'd seemed somewhat impatient. So why had she frozen in place the moment Qingli entered? Li Pingyan glanced at Shueyu again, his eyes suddenly narrowing. He sensed something was wrong. Shueyu's expression, gaze, and demeanor, something felt off somehow. Who are you? Qingli, having endured enough, spoke up again to question. Her sense of crisis was genuine now. After all, this lifetime might be the last chance to save the world. The 8 Peaks conference was already unexpected enough. Why did another woman appear now? Where did that unscrupulous Li Pingyan find such a beautiful woman without showing any signs? Though her looks and temperament were still slightly immature, they were almost on par with her own. Shueyu suddenly seemed flustered at this moment. Faced with Qingli's questioning, she even stumbled over her words. After stuttering for several seconds, she finally managed to say, I'm Shueyu, junior sister. Hello. Qingli didn't notice anything unusual, merely narrowing her eyes slightly. Shueyu, is it? What business do you have with senior brother Pingyan? Yes. Shueyu nervously adjusted her posture, hastily touching her hair ornaments before slightly relaxing. Completely ignoring Qingli's second question, she spoke softly. Junior sister, I am Shueyu, the direct disciple of the 7th Peaks master. 19 years old this year, currently at the peak of 6th grade immortal cultivation, about to break through to great cultivator. My specialties are spell incantations and talismans. If you have any needs, junior sister. Her words were interrupted again before she could finish. Wait, I didn't ask about any of this. I asked what business you have with senior brother Pingyan. What's your relationship with senior brother Pingyan? Qingli frowned, unable to comprehend why this person was saying such strange things. This Li Pingyan, who had been watching from the side, suddenly realized something. Even having realized it, he found it somewhat hard to believe. This senior sister Shueyu couldn't possibly be a sappist. Her behavior just now was exactly like the pure-hearted youth in TV dramas from my past life when encountering someone they liked. Is the cultivation world actually this wild nowadays? Li Pingyan genuinely felt like he was gaining new insights. Faced with Qingli mentioning senior brother Pingyan again, the somewhat flustered Shueyu finally realized she was referring to Li Pingyan standing nearby. She turned to glance at Li Pingyan, only to find him watching her with an odd smile, as if he'd discerned her thoughts. Her usually cold and proud face flushed slightly red. But the next moment, Shueyu noticed something she'd previously overlooked. Senior brother Pingyan. That's quite an intimate form of address. Could these two be? The blush immediately vanished from her face as nervousness set in, and she responded. I came here to complete a mission assigned by the law enforcement hall. Junior brother Pingyan can vouch for me. Shueyu turned her head, her icy gaze piercing through Li Pingyan. It seemed if Li Pingyan were to utter even a single word of denial, blood would spill within 5 steps today. Senior sister Shueyu is correct. She did indeed come to assist me. However, Li Pingyan naturally wouldn't lie about such matters. The situation was exactly as stated. There was no reason for him to fabricate anything. Moreover, these past few days being pestered by Qingli, the only peaceful study time he got was when he returned to his dormitory. Every other moment was disrupted by her. The most frustrating part was that no matter how cold or indifferent he acted, she persistently clung to him without relenting. Even more stubborn than when he had been the love-struck fool in his previous life. Combined with her striking beauty, alluring figure, and captivating aura, had Li Pingyan not found her suspicious and remained highly vigilant, she might have conquered him within mere days. If he ended up entangled with such a temptress daily, Li Pingyan feared even with his cheats, reaching the path of immortality would become an impossible dream. But now, it turns out this senior sister Shuiyu is actually a lesbian and has set her sights on Qingli. If she were to pester Qingli, wouldn't that mean Qingli wouldn't have time to pester me anymore? This is like Qin Shi Huang having a child, a double win. Qingli turned her head and glanced at Li Pingyan with suspicion, her eyes filled with disbelief. But upon careful consideration, it didn't seem like there was anything wrong with this reasoning. After all, ever since Li Pingyan entered Eight Peaks Mountain, he had been under her watchful gaze. It was only today that he went to see that so-called Peak Lord due to the Eight Peaks Assembly. Unexpectedly, he couldn't find a single Peak Lord after searching all 8 peaks. Earlier, to avoid revealing any flaws in her identity, Qingli hadn't contacted Eight Peaks Mountain at all. Thus, not a single person in Eight Peaks Mountain knew her true identity. And now, she couldn't even find a single person. Suddenly, Qingli realized something and raised her head again to ask Shuiyu, "You said you're the 7th Peak Master's disciple." "Yes, I am." Shuiyu froze for a moment before replying somewhat happily. "Qingli, then where has your master gone?" "Shuiyu, this I don't know either. My masters are omnipotent beings. I'm just a disciple, they wouldn't specifically inform me about their matters." Qingli extended a hand in front of Shuiyu, stopping her from continuing. Since she didn't know where the 7th Peak Master was either, Qingli couldn't be bothered to waste more words on her. "Do you have any other business then? If not, please leave first, senior sister. I have matters to discuss with senior brother Pingyan." Shuiyu's expression darkened again, her tall figure retreating slightly. She turned her head slightly to glance at Li Pingyan, and suddenly, killing intent swelled up. Li Pingyan also noticed her gaze, a sense of crisis washing over his entire body, making him immediately unable to help but speak out. "Senior sister Shuiyu, thank you for your help this time. Though you might disdain my gratitude, if possible, may I treat you to lunch? Coincidentally, I have some cultivation questions that I'd like to consult with you about." Chapter 9, Seeking Guidance. Treating someone to a meal is essentially an instinct engraved in the DNA of descendants of Yan and Huang. When Li Pingyan proposed to seek guidance from Qingli Shuiyu, it meant this matter couldn't be casually dismissed. Fortunately, in this lifetime, Li Pingyan didn't start as an orphan and could be considered somewhat financially comfortable. While these funds might not be sufficient for cultivation, they were more than enough for Li Pingyan to live extravagantly. Thus, in his own room, Li Pingyan prepared several dishes in about an hour. Not quite chef level, but drawing from his past life's experience and this lifetime's research talent that enhanced his judgment and control, the prepared dishes were quite pleasing to both the eye and palate. The only pity was that they were all ordinary dishes. They were full of worldly flavors but contained no spiritual energy whatsoever. For martial cultivators, this didn't matter, their robust physiques could instantly digest anything they ate, leaving no residue behind. The only concern was whether the food could provide enough energy to sustain their bodily demands. Immortal cultivators, however, were more resistant to such fare. Their magic power required purity, and they strove to avoid ingesting anything with impurities. Too much of these ordinary foods could genuinely hinder their cultivation progress. This was why martial cultivators could reach the first rank without ever fasting, while immortal cultivators had to maintain a fasting state after forming their Tao foundation. Of course, the occasional indulgence wasn't an issue. The dishes were swiftly and efficiently arranged on the table. But before Li Pingyan could even sit down and pick up his chopsticks, his rice bowl was already piled high with food. "Senior brother Pingyan, you work so hard in your cultivation, eat up and get your strength back." Qingli smiled like a flower. Her chair that had originally been at least 2 body lengths away from Li Pingyan had somehow moved right beside him. Her faintly fragrant hair brushed against Li Pingyan's arm as half her body leaned in, one leg already pressed against his thigh. The white tights rubbed slightly against the outer side of Li Pingyan's thigh, making him involuntarily lean back. He didn't mind taking some advantages, but senior sister Shuiyu opposite them already had a gaze sharp enough to kill. Li Pingyan wasn't that desperate anyway. This Qingli was trouble enough already, and he certainly couldn't let his little head control his big head. Ahem. Ahem. Coughing deliberately twice, Li Pingyan subtly shifted sideways to create more distance from Qingli. Then immediately with a smile, he spoke to Shuiyu across the table. "Senior sister, please try the dishes I made. Although it's said a nobleman stays clear of the kitchen, one of my few hobbies besides studying is gourmet food, so I've picked up some culinary skills. Of course, it's probably far inferior to those food cultivators who specialize in culinary arts, but it shouldn't be completely unpalatable." Li Pingyan made a gesture inviting them to enjoy the meal. Shuiyu barely listened, nodding absent-mindedly. When picking up her chopsticks, her gaze kept drifting toward Qingli, clearly preoccupied with her. Even after sitting down, she didn't seem to notice how her straight, slender legs were revealed beneath her blue dress. But when she put the first bite into her mouth, she suddenly snapped back to attention. With some surprise, she withdrew her gaze from Qingli, looked at the several dishes on the table that were perfect in color, aroma, and taste, and after savoring the flavor in her mouth, shot a slightly astonished look at Li Pingyan as she asked uncertainly, "Did you really make these?" Li Pingyan smiled and was just about to explain when Qingli suddenly spoke up beside him. "What of it? If it wasn't made by my senior brother Pingyan, could it possibly have been made by you? My senior brother Pingyan worked so hard to prepare all these dishes for you. The least you could do is show some gratitude, yet you actually dare to question him. Do you even know how a guest should behave? Senior brother Pingyan, let's not serve her anymore." Li Pingyan widened his eyes in shock as he turned to look at Qingli. "Unbelievable, sister. You're really too bold. Are women's battles always this direct and swift?" Besides, he had invited Shueyu for this meal to thank her for her protection and mainly to discuss some cultivation matters. "You're just here freeloading, you should be grateful we didn't chase you away. How can you so naturally and shamelessly assume the position of the hostess?" But these words only swirled inside Li Pingyan's stomach as Shueyu's reaction shocked him even more. Shueyu, who had been suddenly and inexplicably scolded, surprisingly showed no sign of anger. Instead, her face flushed red as she replied in a voice completely unlike her usual demeanor. I was also amazed by junior brother Pingyan's culinary skills. His cooking could easily qualify him as a part-time food cultivator. That's why I asked. After speaking, Shueyu cautiously glanced at Qingli's expression. Seeing that she merely furrowed her brows without getting angry enough to drive her away, Shueyu finally relaxed. Li Pingyan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he watched this scene. All he wanted was something simple: to encounter a powerful senior sister with high status and seize the opportunity to seek her advice. How had the situation suddenly turned into this? Moreover, this was supposed to be a cool and aloof senior sister. How had she transformed into this state upon meeting Qingli? She was after all a peak master's disciple, a 6th grade immortal cultivator who could walk unimpeded through most regions outside 8 Peaks Mountain. How could she possibly appear so fawning? But soon, Li Pingyan set aside his worries. A simp personality isn't all bad, at least he wouldn't have to worry about being rejected when seeking cultivation guidance. Otherwise, given her aloof demeanor, he probably wouldn't even get a chance to sit and talk with her. Senior sister Shueyu, what I want to consult you about is regarding the cultivation of my core techniques. I've heard that our 8 Peaks Mountain possesses the 8 great scriptures and 12 methods, each a supreme technique leading straight to the 2nd grade. I wonder what differences and secrets exist between them, and what specialties each technique excels in after mastery. Which one would suit me best? Li Pingyan's voice broke the temporary awkward silence at the dinner table. However, as soon as he asked this question, Qingli immediately grew anxious. She had observed Li Pingyan closely, but if there was one thing that left the deepest impression on her about him, it was, as per the historical records, the methods used by the heavenly demon Li Pingyan, who would emerge 1,000 years later, commanding thunder and lightning, plucking stars, and seizing the moon. An indestructible body, and the terrifying power to make immortals and deities fall with just a wave of his hand. But currently, Li Pingyan only knows the most basic breathing technique. Qingli thought that although she might not be able to help Li Pingyan find his destiny cultivation method, at the very least, she could have him change to a different destiny cultivation method. In that case, without mentioning whether it could prevent Li Pingyan from becoming the future heavenly demon, but at least it should be able to weaken his strength somewhat, right? Chapter 10, Even Black Won't Do. Shueyu, as a 6th grade cultivator, a peak master's disciple, and even a genius famous throughout 8 Peaks Mountain, naturally had her own unique insights into these matters. Besides having experienced the issue of choosing a destiny cultivation method before, her subsequent cultivation path naturally involved studying and researching other paths as well. So when Li Pingyan came to her with this question, Shueyu could only say he had indeed found the right person. "You're right," she said. "Our 8 Peaks Mountain indeed has 8 great scriptures and 12 methods, each being cultivation techniques that worldly cultivators would find hard to obtain. They are no weaker than the peerless techniques of any other world or sect. But if you want my recommendation, you actually only have 5 options to choose from. Because among the 20 fundamental cultivation techniques of 8 Peaks Mountain, 12 are for immortal cultivation. Of the remaining 8, eliminate the unstable hemolytic demon refining scripture, the extreme heart exchange method, and the ancient body forging technique that's nearly impossible to cultivate nowadays. That leaves you with exactly 5 viable options. May I ask, senior sister Shueyu, what are those 5 techniques?" Li Pingyan asked eagerly, having already committed every word Shueyu said to memory. This was knowledge his current status wouldn't normally grant him access to. The more he could learn now, the greater advantage he'd have when the month of morning lectures ended and it came time to choose his fundamental technique. Shueyu didn't keep him in suspense. Those 5 techniques consist of 2 scriptures, the divine firmament scripture and the emotion desire severing scripture, and 3 methods: mountain shifting method, 100 battles saint forging, and heaven piercing thunder body. Among them, the divine firmament scripture fills the practitioner with energy reaching the clouds when cultivated, with inner chi that never exhausts. Masters of this technique can dominate the world, facing 10,000 enemies alone with ease. The severing affections scripture cuts off emotions and desires, refining one's essence. Internal energy cannot approach the body, nor can magical power penetrate it. At its peak, it counters all spells and martial techniques. Mountain moving art is a body refining technique. When mastered, one gains strength to shift mountains. Moving peaks and filling seas presents no difficulty. Sainthood through 100 battles requires nurturing an indomitable will. Holding an undefeatable resolve through countless victories leads to sainthood. This is the current Great Peak Master's cultivation method. 8 Peaks Mountain now dominates countless sects and noble families, all relying on the Great Peak Master's peerless supremacy. Lastly, the sky-piercing thunder physique, body towering like the heavens, grasping thunder from the firmament. At its peak, just as she began describing the final innate technique Li Pingyan could cultivate, a sudden cough interrupted her. Ahem. Shueyu cast a puzzled glance, only to see Qingli, who had previously shown her no kindness, subtly turn her head away. From Li Pingyan's vantage point, hidden, she shot Shueyu a fierce glare. What does this mean? Are you dissatisfied with my lack of detail? Shueyu felt both understanding and disappointment in her heart. This Miss Qingli was indeed utterly devoted to Li Pingyan, wishing he could obtain nothing but the best. But this Li Pingyan didn't seem to possess anything particularly noteworthy. Moreover, judging by appearances, he didn't seem particularly caring toward Miss Qingli either. Why would Miss Qingli fall for someone like this? Perhaps he had some merits she hadn't noticed. Sheaving an almost imperceptible sigh and averting her gaze from Qingli's expression, Shueyu continued. However, if I were to recommend cultivation techniques for you, I would only suggest the divine firmament scripture and the pillaring heaven thunder body, because… Ahem. Her words were interrupted again by another series of violent coughs before she could finish. Li Pingyan frowned and turned to look at Qingli. Miss Qingli, if you're unwell, you may return first. I still have many questions to ask senior sister Shueyu, so I won't see you off. No, I'm not uncomfortable, just a slight itch in my throat. Qingli was mentally chopping Li Pingyan into 180 pieces, yet still wore an apologetic smile of embarrassment to justify herself. In truth, she simply couldn't hold back anymore. The moment she heard the final cultivation technique mentioned by Shueyu, she immediately recognized it. This was undoubtedly what the future Demon King Li Pingyan would practice. The enormous body, the command over thunder and lightning. Wasn't this exactly the form she had witnessed in the future? Although in her 99 repeated attempts, there were occasional variations, perhaps not mountain tall in stature, or not manipulating lightning. But this particular technique left the deepest impression on Qingli. Even now, in occasional moments of distraction, she still feels phantom pains from being struck by thunderbolts. Having died miserably at Li Pingyan's hands 99 times, the fact that she merely developed some psychological issues while still maintaining her original intent to stop him was already commendable. If it were someone else, they might have already had a mental breakdown, letting the world be destroyed out of sheer exhaustion. What made Qingli even angrier was that this woman named Shueyu was really pushing her luck. She had already secretly told her not to go into details, but the more she tried to stop her, the more detailed Shueyu became. Very well, so you want to make trouble for me, is that it? Then don't blame me for using my ultimate move. Watching Li Pingyan treat Qingli coldly while Qingli could only apologize humbly, Shueyu felt a pang of sorrow in her heart and wanted to speak up to stop Li Pingyan while comforting Qingli. But before she could utter a word, she stared dumbfounded as Qingli removed her outer garment, revealing skin more delicate and lustrous than spiritual jade. The glimpse of pure white above her chest and the deep valley between seemed capable of sucking in one's very soul. Then she moved her stool closer to Li Pingyan's position, naturally slipping off one shoe and placing her foot beside his calf. Her body leaned towards him like a koala, even her head inching towards Li Pingyan's shoulder. But the next moment, Li Pingyan blocked her with one hand, pressing against her forehead to stop her advance. Li Pingyan nearly laughed in exasperation. What was she trying to do in such a public setting? Came here to claim ownership. Yet I barely exchanged a few words with her. If Qingli were to cling to me like this, leaving aside whether she's the one secretly hindering my cultivation. Just based on her appearance alone, Li Pingyan's mind had already conjured up no fewer than 10 scenarios of jealousy-fueled conflicts. He just wanted to focus on his cultivation quietly. If he were truly tied down by her, Li Pingyan felt that even if he wasn't drained into a desiccated corpse, he would probably never get to see what the pinnacle of cultivation looked like. So, let alone her approaching him like this now. Li Pingyan believed that even if Qingli were to embrace him completely naked right now, he could remain calm and would absolutely push her away immediately. His mind was resolute with conviction. His eyes accidentally glanced at Qingli's feet, clad in white tights, resting beside his calves. His heart skipped a beat, and his previous determination weakened slightly. Of course, this only applies when she's not wearing white tights. Black ones wouldn't do either. Chapter 11: The Perfect Solution. While Li Pingyan was still steeling his resolve and pondering what color of tights could possibly defeat him, Shueyu, sitting across the table and witnessing this scene firsthand, already felt her heart shattering along with Qingli's actions. Shattered into pieces, leaving not even fragments behind. She couldn't help but stand up, her movements slightly exaggerated, immediately interrupting Li Pingyan and Qingli's actions and drawing their attention together. Senior sister Shuiyu, what's wrong? Li Pingyan only needed one look at Shuiyu's expression to know she probably couldn't bear seeing Qingli's actions. To put it simply, this scene felt familiar to Li Pingyan, only with different people involved. Once upon a time, Li Pingyan had been in Shuiyu's position. Now, seeing the hidden grief and indignation beneath Shuiyu's cold expression, he actually felt some vicarious bitterness. Just that something always felt slightly off. I just remembered, I have things to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Shuiyu actually wanted to scold Li Pingyan. Even if Miss Qingli was the one leaning into you, couldn't you just move away quickly? Did you have to take advantage of Miss Qingli? But when these words reached her lips, she realized she had no real justification to say them. Eight Peaks Mountain maintains a neutral stance regarding interactions between disciples, neither supporting nor opposing them. As long as they don't severely violate moral standards, such matters are generally left alone. As a disciple of the law enforcement hall, she had no legitimate reason to interfere with how Qingli and Li Pingyan conducted themselves. After all, she was merely a stranger who had just met Li Pingyan and Qingli. It wasn't her place to meddle in the flirtations between what appeared to be a romantic couple. Therefore, when faced with Li Pingyan's inquiry, Shuiyu hesitated for several seconds before ultimately deciding to turn a blind eye and take her leave. Thank you for your hospitality, junior brother Pingyan. Your culinary skills are indeed qualified for concurrent cultivation as a food practitioner. If successful, this would greatly benefit your martial cultivation. Though it may slow your progress and increase difficulty, the path of cultivation is about overcoming challenges. Without verifying your Dao, even if you ascend to high-grade cultivator status, you'd merely gain about 300 years of lifespan. These are my suggestions. Until we meet again, junior brother Pingyan. And Miss Qingli, these final words remained unspoken, as Shuiyu didn't dare to look at Qingli any longer, feeling her heart in turmoil and her mental state already disturbed. It would be better to return quickly and stabilize her mental state first. Ah, senior sister Shuiyu. Li Pingyan certainly didn't want Shuiyu to leave just like that. He had only just begun asking his questions, and Shuiyu had merely introduced the cultivation technique without giving him any proper advice. And now she's leaving just like this. But it was clearly impossible for Li Pingyan to stop Shuiyu. As a 6th grade immortal cultivator, Li Pingyan only felt a gentle breeze brush past his face. The Shuiyu who had been standing before him moments ago had already vanished without a trace. Li Pingyan stood speechless for 2 seconds, then grimaced and fixed his gaze firmly on Qingli's face. Miss Qingli, you'd better give me an explanation. Qingli, however, was currently in a strangely excited state. She naturally didn't understand the turbulent waves of emotion in Shuiyu's heart just now, but she clearly heard one key point in Shuiyu's words. Being a dual cultivator of both paths would increase the difficulty of cultivation. This was it. This was exactly what Qingli had been searching for, a method to silently hinder Li Pingyan's cultivation progress without him realizing someone was holding him back. Qingli almost wanted to slap herself. Why hadn't she thought of this earlier? Choosing to cultivate an additional path besides one's original Dao path not only increases cultivation difficulty but also makes breaking through bottlenecks more challenging. After all, if we compare breaking through cultivation ranks to climbing a mountain, dual cultivation would require climbing an additional mountain atop this one. While not completely unattainable, it's something most wouldn't dare attempt. The most crucial point is, one isn't limited to just one additional cultivation path. She could definitely find opportunities to make Li Pingyan take on multiple additional cultivation paths. Things like alchemy cultivation, talisman cultivation, and mastering several more weapons. Let's see if that doesn't overwhelm him to death. By then, that bastard Li Pingyan would probably be stuck at the 7th rank for his entire life, no matter how hard he tried. After all, a person's energy and daily time are limited. Li Pingyan doesn't have shadow clones, there are only 24 hours in a day. If he divides his focus to practice other things, his original cultivation would inevitably fall behind. And a martial cultivator at the 7th rank could at most live to about 100 years before kicking the bucket. Then she could return to the heavenly realm as the martial fairy, her mission accomplished. What a genius plan! She kept contemplating the feasibility of this idea, and the more she thought about it, the more promising it seemed. Suddenly, a hand appeared waving before her eyes, snapping Qingli out of her fantasy. Looking up, she saw Li Pingyan's less than friendly face leaning in close. Miss Qingli, just what exactly are you trying to do? You're always causing trouble around me. Now you're going even further beyond reasonable limits. Miss Qingli, I don't believe I've ever offended you, have I? Why do you always disturb my proper cultivation? This question immediately startled Qingli, who had been so cheerful moments ago, nearly making her break out in cold sweat. However, being a martial immortal who had experienced countless major events, Qingli managed to maintain her composure. Facing Li Pingyan's questioning, she promptly adopted an aggrieved expression. I was just feeling a bit hot, senior brother Pingyan, and I merely wanted to serve you more dishes. Who would have thought that senior sister would take offense at this? It's simply too irritating. Senior brother Ping'an worked so hard to prepare this meal, yet she only took one bite. What a terrible waste. If it were me tasting senior brother Ping'an's excellent cooking, I would certainly finish every last bite without leaving anything behind. Qingli's large eyes blinked repeatedly, her face wearing an expression of shy admiration, like a love-struck maiden completely devoted to Li Ping'an if one ignored her utterly shameless, manipulative words. Li Ping'an furrowed his brows as he looked at this woman. To be honest, Li Ping'an wasn't angry. Because from the very beginning, he knew Qingli wasn't someone easy to deal with. Ever since their first meeting, she had been finding ways to get close to him. Even now, she was being so wary of senior sister Shueyu, whom he clearly couldn't reach. But what was the reason? This was something Li Ping'an couldn't figure out. Could it be that he possessed some unique talent, like being a natural cultivation cauldron, and she needed to deceive him to use him as cultivation material? Or was she some sort of reincarnator, or had seen some prophecy, knowing he might become powerful in the future, so she came to curry favor in advance? It couldn't possibly be true love at first sight that she had fallen hopelessly in love with him, could it? Chapter 12: Killing the Donkey After It's Done Grinding. Seeing Li Ping'an's expression remained cold, as if he didn't quite believe what she was saying. Qingli no longer hesitated and quickly played the trump card she had just thought of. And senior brother Ping'an, if you want to inquire about dual cultivation, I can discuss it with you too. Not just culinary cultivation, whichever type you wish to pursue, I can provide methods for dual cultivation and even help prepare the necessary materials. Why bother inviting that Shueyu to dinner? Qingli's eyes shimmered, appearing genuinely distressed at Li Ping'an having to cook personally. From now on, you only need to cook for me. As for Li Ping'an, faced with Qingli's words, he showed not the slightest pretense of courtesy. His previous coldness instantly melted into a gentle smile as he casually pulled over a stool to sit beside her again, his tone softening unprecedentedly. So that's how it is, junior sister Qingli. I spoke too directly earlier and may have misunderstood you. Please don't take it to heart. Then tell me, how should one approach dual cultivation? I'm truly quite curious about this. Very well, senior brother Ping'an. Qingli replied sweetly before naturally leaning against Li Ping'an once more. Her two hands clung to Li Ping'an's arm, the soft peaks pressing against him, their warmth sending a fragrant scent wafting into his nostrils, while inwardly cursing. You damned fool. Can't you see a beauty like me throwing myself at you? The moment cultivation is mentioned, you perk right up. I've been buttering you up for days. The moment I mentioned helping your cultivation, Miss suddenly became junior sister. Just wait. If I ever help you break through to the 7th rank in this lifetime, I'll take your surname. Outwardly, her expression remained unchanged, her smiling face radiating apparent delight at this intimate contact with Li Ping'an. Li Ping'an lacked the ability to read minds. Seeing Qingli so happily clinging to him, he felt genuinely touched and asked, "So what are the requirements for dual cultivation in gastronomy? Does it require practicing a gastronomic cultivation technique too? Can I attempt dual cultivation right after entering the 9th rank?" Facing these questions, Qingli, who already had plans, saw no reason to conceal the truth. Senior brother Ping'an, although dual cultivation sounds difficult, it's actually not that rare, nor does it require any specific techniques. If we compare a cultivator's path to a great tree, then martial and spiritual cultivation form the trunk, while other dual cultivations are like additional branches growing from that trunk. While they do consume extra nutrients, they also help the tree grow larger overall. As for the requirements for culinary cultivation, there aren't really any special ones. Qingli stealthily extended one hand to Li Ping'an's chest, gently caressing while imagining how he would pursue multiple cultivation paths, only to find his progress stalled, ultimately meeting a despondent end. She couldn't help but apply more pressure in her excitement. The pinch made Li Ping'an furrow his brows. He lowered his head and discreetly removed the delicate hand from his chest, growing even more uncertain about Qingli's intentions. Could it be that this girl truly has feelings for me? To get this excited just from embracing me? When Li Ping'an removed Qingli's hand, she didn't mind. Instead, she reversed her grasp and slid her fingers between his, interlocking their hands tightly before continuing. Just as Shueyu said, senior brother Ping'an, you already possess the capability to simultaneously cultivate as a food cultivator. Because the two most important qualities for food cultivation are knowing how to eat and loving to eat. All 3,000 paths ultimately lead to the same destination. For martial cultivators, the means of strengthening is through combat training. For immortal cultivators, it's through meditation and cultivation. Naturally, for food cultivators, the path to power lies in cooking and eating. However, ordinary food contains impurities and provides minimal energy. Therefore, food cultivators use ingredients like celestial treasures, spiritual flowers and fruits, and demon beast flesh. They prepare delicacies containing energy comparable to great elixirs. By consuming these, they enhance their cultivation and gain insights into the Tao of food. This is why food cultivators are quite popular among practitioners, and their numbers aren't particularly small either. Qingli's explanation was both detailed and intuitive. With just a few sentences, she clearly articulated the cultivation methods and fundamental principles of food cultivation. Li Pingyan listened attentively, committing every word to memory piece by piece. Upon brief reflection, Li Pingyan realized that Shuiyu's words had indeed been correct. This path of food cultivation truly suited him well. He possessed a research-oriented aptitude that significantly enhanced his observational skills, analytical abilities, control precision, and memory capacity. Simply put, with this innate talent, Li Pingyan was naturally a research genius. Any discipline requiring dedicated study and mastery of techniques would be perfectly suited for him. The only remaining consideration was whether this secondary cultivation path would adversely affect his primary martial cultivation. If the impact proved too significant, Li Pingyan still believed it best not to compromise his original path. After contemplating this, Li Pingyan turned his gaze back to Qingli. The young woman's face was adorned with a radiant smile, though why embracing him should bring her such joy remained unclear. Moreover, Li Pingyan found himself increasingly suspicious of Qingli's origins. Because the way she just described food cultivation clearly revealed words that only someone with deep understanding of food cultivation could articulate. Yet Qingli doesn't resemble a food cultivator in the slightest. Therefore, either Qingli's background is extraordinary, her origins remarkable, or Li Pingyan thinks the possibility that Qingli might be a reincarnator isn't unfounded. Otherwise, how could one explain her current behavior? Love at first sight, this is something Li Pingyan truly doesn't believe in. Even if someone claimed it was lust at first sight, Li Pingyan might hesitantly accept that, but love at first sight? That concept is far too illusory. Qingli was still grinning widely, her mind filled with scenes of herself laughing wildly over Li Pingyan's grave after his natural death. But the next moment, she felt a sudden force against her body, nearly toppling her over unprepared. After struggling to regain her balance in panic, she saw Li Pingyan, who had just appeared so gentle, had reverted to his previous expression. Miss Qingli, I presume you finished eating as well. Your words just now truly broadened my horizons. But having just reached the entry level, I need to meditate today to stabilize my cultivation realm, so I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Please return for now. Next time, after I formally enter the path of culinary cultivation, I'll surely host a proper banquet for you. Qingli was snapped back to reality from her fantasy. She stared blankly as Li Pingyan pulled her up from the chair and unceremoniously pushed her out of the room. Only when the sound of the door gently locking reached her ears did Qingli realize she'd been cast aside after being used. Her fists clenched instantly. Gnashing her teeth, she measured the door before her but ultimately didn't dare to smash it. Damned bastard. Just you wait. I'm keeping score of all these debts, will settle them sooner or later. Chapter 13, Good Intentions. Qingli stormed off with an expression so furious it seemed she could devour someone alive. A person crouching in the corner was also watching this scene with gnashed teeth. Damn Li Pingyan. Tricked me out of my chi-gathering pills, scared me with his suicide threat. The worst part is I actually believed him. Made me the laughingstock of others. And now he's even made Qingli upset. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Sujio suddenly stood up from the corner, ready to settle scores with Li Pingyan. He strode quickly toward Li Pingyan's courtyard, raised his hand to pound on the door and summon Li Pingyan out. Unexpectedly, just as he lifted his hand, the door swung open, revealing that detestable face of Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan hadn't anticipated such bad luck today, running into these idiots one after another. But his expression remained unchanged, feigning slight surprise. Junior brother Su, what brings you here? Before Sujio could answer, his face already shifted into a fallen expression as he said, I see, Junior brother Su, you must have heard about my failed ranking attempt and came specifically to mock me, didn't you? Ah, my talent really is poor after all. Sujio had indeed come to cause trouble. But upon hearing Li Pingyan's words now, his expression immediately turned peculiar. His eyes darted about, his facial muscles twitched, and the corners of his mouth threatened to curl up involuntarily. His face looked like it might cramp at any moment. Then, forcibly suppressing the urge to laugh, he reached out and placed a hand on Li Pingyan's shoulder, pretending concern as he said, Senior brother Li, how could I possibly come to mock you? After last time, I thought you might have some mental blocks, so I came specifically to comfort you this time. Li Pingyan glanced at him, the words taking delight in others' misfortune might as well have been written across his face. Whatever this was, it clearly wasn't comfort but trouble-seeking. Thank you, Junior brother Su, but that won't be necessary. I've already decided to seek out Master Chen and request permission to leave the mountain. With my current level, I should just honestly return to being a wealthy gentleman. Cultivation is still too far beyond my reach. No, don't. How could that be acceptable? Sujio was suddenly startled and hurriedly issued a triple denial. How could Li Pingyan be allowed to withdraw just like that? He hadn't even avenged being tricked last time yet. Actually, you do have talent. I think it's not much worse than mine. The reason you can't enter the graded ranks, I believe, might just be a mindset problem. After just one failure, you're either acting like it's life or death, or wanting to abandon cultivation and leave the mountain. With this kind of mentality, how can you advance on the path of cultivation? How about this, if you trust me enough, come with me to the woods behind the mountain tonight. I'll properly share my insights about entering the graded ranks with you. Then we can spar a bit to reignite your confidence. What do you say? Sujio looked at Li Pingyan with hopeful eyes. He only wished he would agree immediately. As for all that talk about helping Li Pingyan regain confidence naturally, it was all nonsense. The purpose was purely simple, to teach Li Pingyan a lesson. Moreover, he planned to notify many people to come together. He would spar with Li Pingyan in front of everyone. Although the rules at Eight Peaks Mountain were strict and forbade fighting during apprenticeship, his intention was to help his senior brother regain confidence in cultivation by sharing his own insights. After all, this could be considered mutual friendship and assistance, though he might accidentally use excessive force when the time came. But that wouldn't be intentional. It's hard to control one's strength completely during combat, and minor injuries are normal. Besides, even if injured, Li Pingyan would still gain valuable experience from him, so it wouldn't be a loss. His eyes remained unblinkingly fixed on Li Pingyan, eagerly waiting for him to agree. However, this idiot's acting skills were truly terrible, not only inferior to Li Pingyan's, but several levels below even Qingli's. His ill-intentioned expression was practically written on his face. Without even thinking, one could tell he wanted to take this opportunity to teach Li Pingyan a lesson. Never mind, junior brother Su, you'd better go help others instead. I've already lost all hope. As he spoke, Li Pingyan prepared to take a step back and close the door. But Sujio reacted swiftly, blocking the door with visible urgency as he said, "Don't give up, senior brotherly. I'm the most warm-hearted person you'll meet. You clearly have great potential that just hasn't been realized yet. You mustn't give up. Otherwise, I'll never be able to forget about this for the rest of my life." So convincing were his words that even Sujio nearly believed them himself. Li Pingyan seemed moved by his speech, hesitantly loosening his grip on the door as he inquired, "Are you telling me the truth? But I've exhausted all my chi-gathering pills and must wait until tomorrow's distribution. Perhaps it would be better if..." "Of course it's all true. Every word is absolute fact," Sujio quickly vowed, noticing Li Pingyan still appeared hesitant. Gritting his teeth, he frantically patted himself down before producing a small vial, which he swiftly pressed into Li Pingyan's hand. His hand trembled slightly at the moment of transfer. These chi-gathering pills were undoubtedly precious treasures. Not only can it help cultivators sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to achieve grading, but it can also assist graded cultivators in accelerating their cultivation of internal chi and magic power. Only an affluent organization like Eight Peaks Mountain could provide such large quantities to disciples right after their enrollment. And in fact, there's actually some shortage in supply, as many graded disciples need this to consolidate their cultivation and speed up their training. Of course, there are also those who achieve grading early but are short on money, who would then sell their chi-gathering pills. Like the bottle of chi-gathering pills Sujio just gave Li Pingyan, though it only contains 3 pills, selling them could fetch at least several dozen spirit coins. In the mortal world, they could even be worth hundreds in gold, and would be extremely hard to come by at any price. So at this moment, Sujio was genuinely heartbroken. Li Pingyan hadn't expected that Sujio actually had some stored away. Without ceremony, he immediately pocketed them and said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble junior brother Sujio. Let me try again to see if I can achieve grading, then I'll come find you tonight." "Got it." Sujio finally laughed out loud, not wasting any time as he took 2 steps back to help Li Pingyan close the door. "Senior brotherly, I'll take care of closing the door. You focus on your cultivation. I'll wait for you tonight. Don't you dare forget." The door closed gently as Sujio turned around, a triumphant smile on his face, his footsteps noticeably lighter. When his footsteps gradually faded into the distance, the door to Li Pingyan's quarters opened again. Only after confirming that Fool had gone far enough did Li Pingyan slowly emerge. Having already achieved breakthrough, he planned to first go down to the market district. For the upcoming 8 Peaks Assembly, these newly admitted disciples couldn't avoid their inner competition. Li Pingyan also needed to purchase some cultivation elixirs and equipment. After half a month's expenses since coming up the mountain, his funds were running low. He needed to withdraw money at the market anyway, so he might as well browse for spirit rice and demon beast meat. Whether for martial cultivation to strengthen chi blood or preparations for culinary cultivation, these items were absolutely essential. As for that idiot's proposed sparring match, Li Pingyan could only say, only a moron would go. Chapter 14, The Market. Having stayed on the mountain for over half a month, this was Li Pingyan's first time heading downhill. But his mindset was completely different now. When he first ascended the mountain, Li Pingyan had just transmigrated and was still in a dazed state. Had his cheat system not arrived in time, he might have stubbornly decided to return home. He knew his limitations well, understanding he was just an ordinary person without talent or golden fingers. Without these, he couldn't play the protagonist's role, so it'd be better to honestly return home and live as the pampered young master of a wealthy family, enjoying a decadent life, leisurely walking dogs and flirting with young girls, then marrying a respectable girl from a suitable family when older. His life would simply pass like that. It could still be considered a blessed life, no need to desperately struggle for anything. Fortunately, the cheat system arrived just in time, allowing Li Pingyan to change his mindset accordingly. A transmigrator with cheats though lacking the usual buffs like being an orphan, suffering a broken engagement, or having deep-seated vengeance could still strive for something in this world. Having come to this magnificent world and now possessing the confidence, Li Pingyan naturally wanted to witness what the so-called scenery looked like through the eyes of immortals and deities. Descending the mountain path, he encountered no obstacles along the way. When others saw the robes marking him as a disciple of Eight Peaks Mountain, they didn't even question him, granting him unimpeded passage throughout his journey. With his significantly enhanced walking speed after reaching the graded cultivation level, Li Pingyan reached the mountain foot and entered the Eight Peaks Mountain Market in less than 2 hours. The Eight Peaks Mountain Market, as its name suggests, is a marketplace under the control of Eight Peaks Mountain. Its purpose is to serve as a trading venue for newly enrolled disciples and cultivators from other sects. The elder overseeing the market possesses 4th grade cultivation. In mortal imperial courts, such a cultivator would be revered as a distinguished guest, yet here in Eight Peaks Mountain, they merely serve as a relatively unimportant market overseer. The title of a #1 mountain under heaven isn't just empty words after all. Though called a market, its scale is truly no less than some cities. Not only disciples of Eight Peaks Mountain, but even ordinary people from surrounding areas naturally gather here, easily forming a prosperous hub. Li Pingyan smoothly arrived at the market entrance. Just like when descending the mountain earlier, the robe he wore spared him all troubles. Without paying fees like others, he quickly entered the market amidst envious gazes from the crowd. Upon entering the market, an overwhelming worldly atmosphere immediately greeted him. Shops with large signboards and street vendors crowding the alleys were everywhere. From miscellaneous trinkets and jewelry to demon beast flesh, from immortal cultivation artifacts to martial weapons, everything could be found here. Of course, determining authenticity required sharp judgment. Even as a disciple of Eight Peaks Mountain, if deceived, Li Pingyan would only become an object of ridicule. The street was crowded with passers-by, some dressed similarly to Li Pingyan as disciples of Eight Peaks Mountain, but many others were ordinary-looking martial cultivators. Immortal cultivators seemed scarce. After all, while major sects viewed martial and immortal cultivators as roughly equal with their respective strengths and weaknesses, to commoners, martial cultivators offered better value. Their training and advancement methods were simply more affordable. The resources required for immortal cultivation were indeed more expensive. Li Pingyan's purpose in coming to the market district was straightforward, though he needed to withdraw funds first. Following the remembered route, he soon arrived at a restaurant along the street. The modest storefront bore a sign reading Pingyan Restaurant. Inside, the space couldn't be more than a few dozen square meters, containing just 8 tables. Yet curiously, the small eatery was completely packed without a single vacant seat. Every table overflowed with dishes while 2 waiters scurried about ceaselessly until Li Pingyan stopped one, who then reacted with delighted recognition. "Second young master, you've returned." As he spoke, he quickly placed the 2 dishes he was carrying on the customer's table, then hurried to the back room, soon returning with a middle-aged man in tow. Striding purposefully to Li Pingyan's front, he bowed slightly with solemn respect, hands clasped formally. "Second young master, you've returned. I failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive this oversight, second young master." "Manager Chi, what sort of talk is this?" Li Pingyan waved dismissively. "I came on sudden impulse without notice. How could you have possibly known to greet me?" With an unconcerned gesture, he indicated these formalities mattered little. Turning his head to survey the bustling eatery, his expression showed mild surprise. "But Manager Chi, you've worked wonders here. In barely over half a month, you've made this humble restaurant thrive with every seat occupied. At this rate, it won't be long before this small space can't contain all your patrons and requires expansion." A modest smile appeared on Manager Chi's face, though he refrained from excessive pride. "You flatter me, second young master. Although I've gained some insights, in such a short time I couldn't have achieved much. It's mainly thanks to those recipes you gave me, second young master. They're novel and rare, with decent taste, so naturally they've attracted many customers. Word of mouth spreads, and more customers keep coming." Li Pingyan smiled. In truth, he had merely replicated some recipes from his previous life using this world's ingredients. Some of these dishes already existed in this world, while others didn't. The taste couldn't be called outstanding, but at least it was novel enough to attract curious customers. "By the way, second young master, you've only been on the mountain for half a month. Why have you come down already? Is something wrong?" After briefly updating Li Pingyan about the restaurant's situation, Manager Chi inquired about Li Pingyan's business. Li Pingyan explained. "Here's the situation. I've cultivated internal energy and entered the 9th rank of martial cultivation, but I've exhausted my funds and cultivation resources. I came down the mountain to withdraw some money and purchase spirit rice and demon beast meat to nourish my chi blood and regulate my meridians." Manager Chi suddenly understood and immediately said, "Second young master, leave this matter to me. Having operated this shop for over half a month, I've made some new acquaintances and established connections. For some spirit beast meat and spiritual rice, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. Just wait here a while, and I'll bring these items back." After speaking, he cupped his hands toward Li Pingyan, then turned and quickly walked out of the restaurant. "Ah, Manager Chi. Li Pingyan stretched out his hand trying to stop him, but failed to hold him back and could only watch as he hurried away. Shaking his head, he had actually wanted to visit the market himself. This Manager Chi was really too hasty. Just as he was about to follow and catch up, a figure suddenly blocked Li Pingyan's path. A massive belly protruded like a 10-month pregnancy, and his round head showed not the slightest hint of a neck. His facial expression appeared quite amiable, showing no trace of malice. Seeing Li Pingyan stop to look at him, he didn't beat around the bush but directly inquired, "Friend, pardon the interruption, might I have a moment? Just now I heard your conversation with the proprietor, which mentioned all the recipes in this restaurant were provided by you. I am a food cultivator from the gluttony sect, quite intrigued by these never-before-seen dishes. Might I trouble you for some guidance?" Chapter 15. Another troublesome woman arrives. The gluttony sect. Li Pingyan undoubtedly became interested. Throughout the land, apart from those top-tier sects, only a few specialized sects have gained notable fame. Among them is the gluttony sect, known to most cultivators. Although Li Pingyan hadn't been initiated for long, his frequent visits to the library allowed him to encounter the gluttony sect's name repeatedly in various miscellanies. In simple terms, the gluttony sect is a sect dedicated exclusively to food cultivation. Throughout the world, the only first-grade food cultivator emerged from the gluttony sect. Thus, not only do travel journals record the gluttony sect's delicacies, but even many supernatural tales frequently mention its name. Li Pingyan strongly suspected that these books might have been paid to advertise for the Taotai sect, and it couldn't be ruled out that these miscellaneous books were actually produced by the Taotai sect themselves. But regardless, the reputation of the Taotai sect was still quite significant. For Li Pingyan, it was like being given a pillow when drowsy. He just happened to want to learn more about food cultivation, and then a specialized food cultivator appeared before him. What a coincidence. My apologies. So you're a senior brother from the Taotai sect. A look of perfectly measured surprise appeared on Li Pingyan's face as he cupped his hands in greeting. The fatty had an enormous build. Simply standing at the doorway, he almost blocked half of the restaurant's entrance. Seeing that Li Pingyan was willing to engage with him, he didn't stand on ceremony and spoke directly. "Junior brother, let's step outside to talk. We shouldn't block the doorway here." "Alright, as you say, senior brother." Li Pingyan nodded and followed him out of the restaurant to a slightly less crowded corner before beginning their conversation. "Junior brother, I'll get straight to the point. I, Tu Zhong, am a straightforward man. Let me ask you directly, are these recipes for sale?" The self-proclaimed Tu Zhong, a plump man, steadied his footing, and his first words upon regaining composure were to ask Li Pingyan if he would sell the recipes. However, Li Pingyan naturally understood this already, otherwise he wouldn't have followed outside. So in response to Tu Zhong's inquiry, Li Pingyan merely smiled without giving a direct answer, instead countering with a question. "Senior brother too, to be frank, I've actually been considering practicing culinary cultivation as well, but my knowledge of it is rather limited. I wonder if you could offer some guidance." Tu Zhong burst out laughing. "You want to practice culinary cultivation too? But then again, since you were able to develop these never-before-seen dishes, you must have some talent indeed. Then you've come to the right person by meeting me. Here, take all these." As he spoke, Tu Zhong flipped his palm, and over a dozen notebooks and thin booklets appeared in his hand. Tu Zhong chuckled and shoved all these items into Li Pingyan's hands before explaining. "These books contain introductory materials about food cultivation, along with some publicly circulated procedures for preparing food cultivation dishes. They constitute the foundational knowledge all disciples of our gluttony sect must learn. These additional notebooks contain my personal notes from when I first began cultivation. They're no longer useful to me, but should provide valuable guidance for a beginner like you. My deepest thanks, Senior Brother Tuesday." Li Pingyan's eyes gleamed as he held these materials. If previously he had lacked confidence and direction, now armed with this knowledge, Li Pingyan felt it wouldn't be long before he successfully mastered food cultivation. Moreover, these fundamental teachings were clearly more reliable than Qingli's advanced theories. "Please wait a moment." Without hesitation, Li Pingyan stored away the notebooks and pamphlets before turning back into the restaurant. After 3 to 5 minutes, he emerged holding a sheet of paper which he handed to Tu Zhong. "Senior brother Tu, this is the restaurant's recipe manual." Tu Zhong barely glanced at it before his grin became irrepressible. "Junior brother, enough said. From now on you're my sworn brother. If you ever come to the gluttony sect or meet anyone from our sect, just mention Tu Zhong's name, and they'll treat you as one of our own." After saying this, he bid farewell to Li Pingyan and immediately turned to leave. Though he was merely holding a piece of paper, he handled it as carefully as if it were some priceless treasure. Li Pingyan had actually wanted to exchange some insights with him, but seeing how urgently the man departed, he could only sigh helplessly. But when he thought about what he had gained from the exchange, it wasn't a bad deal at all. Although the restaurant was doing well and making good money, to Li Pingyan, it was primarily a place left by his parents, a means for them to stay connected. Whether it turned a profit or not, he would keep it open. Besides, Li Pingyan knew the dishes he had created were nothing more than ordinary homestyle cooking. Whether it's the cooking methods or the seasoning techniques, they hold basically no secrets for a food cultivator. Just a few bites would be enough to grasp about 80 to 90% of it. That Tu Zhong was willing to come out to trade could be said to be an honest move. That's why Li Pingyan didn't hesitate much when making the deal with him. Coming down the mountain this time was definitely the right move to think there'd be such unexpected gains. Smiling inwardly, Li Pingyan turned around intending to return to the restaurant and wait for Manager Chi's return, but before he could take even one step, his body unconsciously froze. For unbeknownst to him, a woman had appeared behind him. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, her aura was imposing and her heroic spirit overwhelming. These adjectives that should normally describe an extraordinarily handsome man's demeanor somehow fit this woman perfectly without seeming out of place. She wasn't coldly aloof like Shueyu's perpetually frozen demeanor, nor was she as ethereally detached from all things as Qingli's natural indifference. This woman, whose appearance and demeanor were no less impressive than Qingli or Shueyu, simply stood there as if radiating countless sword beams, making even direct eye contact feel painfully sharp. Her voice came as directly as an unsheathed sword thrust. "Are you Li Pingyan?" Li Pingyan was taken aback, neither recognizing who she was nor understanding how he might have offended her. Even after careful recollection, he truly couldn't recall any previous interaction with her. Yet her aggressive stance and accusatory manner clearly indicated she was here for trouble. "I am indeed Li Pingyan. Might I ask," the ladies not wanting trouble especially from someone who clearly meant it. Li Pingyan maintained a polite approach first. He offered a slight bow, intending to first ascertain her background. But before he could finish speaking, another familiar voice suddenly interrupted. "Xiao Jian! Xiao Jian! What are you doing here?" Qingli's graceful figure quickly ran over from the side of the street and grabbed this woman's hand, preparing to leave. But after pulling twice, this woman didn't move an inch from her spot. Feeling Li Pingyan's suspicious and doubtful gaze, Qingli slowly turned around with a slightly awkward smile. "Senior brother Pingyan, what a coincidence. Why are you at the market too? I didn't notice you earlier. He. Chapter 16, The Martial Immortal Jianmi. He. A strange smile appeared on Qingli's bright face, and her voice sounded somewhat eerie. Li Pingyan frowned slightly as he looked at Qingli's hand on this unfamiliar woman's arm. "This young lady, is she your friend?" The sword-like woman still didn't speak, merely gazing indifferently at Li Pingyan, her eyes like relentless blades piercing straight into his. "Oh, you mean Xiao Jian? She's my friend." Qingli chuckled, appearing to explain to Li Pingyan while simultaneously pulling this Xiao Jian away. "She came looking for me, but she's not very familiar with this place, so she ended up here. Well, we still have some matters to attend to, so we won't chat anymore, senior brother Pingyan. We're leaving first. I'll come find you when we return to the mountain." After hurriedly dropping these words, the two young women whose mere presence had drawn the gaze of everyone around them quickly vanished from Li Pingyan's sight. Li Pingyan couldn't help but furrow his brows as he watched their retreating figures. It went without saying that Qingli's explanation was complete nonsense. That so-called Xiao Jian was clearly here for him. Moreover, her attitude didn't seem friendly at all, as if she harbored some dissatisfaction toward him. Just like when Qingli first appeared, showing up suddenly and approaching him out of nowhere. What exactly about him was attracting these obviously troublesome characters? Could it be the turtle shell inside my mind? But wasn't this the cheat I obtained before crossing over? Things are getting more troublesome. It seems I need to be more careful. This person, along with Qingli, must definitely have some purpose. His eyes gradually turned serious. Li Pingyan took another look at the two figures that had already disappeared down the street before finally moving his feet and re-entering the restaurant. Above the market district, two figures appeared silently. Qingli watched Li Pingyan re-enter the restaurant and sighed in relief, patting her chest with one hand. Then she turned around and said somewhat helplessly, "Xiao Jian, why did you directly approach Li Pingyan? Didn't I transmit all my memories to you? If we make Li Pingyan become alert, this world might really be doomed." The woman called Xiao Jian showed no expression whatsoever, looking calmly at Qingli. "But I never really trusted you in the first place. Heavenly demon. Might not withstand my sword. I knew you would be like this again." Qingli covered her forehead upon hearing these words, feeling utterly exasperated. From the very moment she returned using the time ruler, she had packaged all the information she knew and sent it to the other 6 martial immortals. But just as before, for martial immortals who have already ascended, time has practically become the least valuable commodity. Most of their time is spent in solitary cultivation or contemplating the heavens and earth, attempting to advance further. Therefore, Qingli herself had no certainty about when she could contact the other martial immortals. However, since they needed to slowly stop Li Pingyan this time, Qingli wasn't in too much of a hurry. Unexpectedly, the first one to emerge from seclusion and receive her message turned out to be Jianmi, the most upright, rigid, and difficult to deal with among the 7 martial immortals. As the youngest and most talented martial immortal, Jianmi gained recognition from the divine artifact God-slaying sword and ascended to immortality in less than 700 years from birth to apotheosis. Even now, there are probably many legends about the sword immortal circulating in the mortal realm. Perhaps there are still some living cultivators who have witnessed Jianmi's existence. With such unparalleled talent in the world and wielding the god-slaying sword, the most adept at slaughter among the 7 divine artifacts, her temperament has always been notoriously stubborn. Though also a martial immortal, Qingli got along quite well with her and could be considered a friend. But when this girl's foul temper flared up, even Qingli couldn't restrain her. Yet clearly, neither her temper nor her talent proved useful when facing Li Pingyan. And throughout 99 rebirths, each time it was this girl who suffered the most brutal death at Li Pingyan's hands. Some of those horrific scenes were too painful for Qingli herself to recall. Now that this is already the final opportunity, she still behaves this way, leaving Qingli truly at a loss for words. But Qingli actually knew this was already the result of her trying her utmost to restrain herself. Otherwise, judging by the first few encounters, this girl would have already drawn her sword and annihilated Li Pingyan's soul and spirit. The fact that she could be pulled away now shows that she was actually somewhat frightened by what she remembered. But regardless, the fact that she came means she can provide much assistance. Alright, Xiao Jian, enough with these useless words. I've already made some progress. If all goes well, I can handle Li Pingyan without your intervention. But now the time ruler has reached its limit and cannot be used at all. My current strength is less than 1/10 of normal, and it will take a long time to recover. You're strong enough. As a precaution, keep a close watch on Li Pingyan. Don't let him interact with certain people. Don't allow other women near him, and prevent him from obtaining any powerful treasures. With us sisters working together, we'll have Li Pingyan properly buried within 100 years at most. Qingli's expression remained serious but now carried a hint of confidence. To be honest, through all those previous attempts, she had nearly reached complete despair. Whether using direct methods like killing, imprisoning, sealing, or covert means to hinder his cultivation, secretly destroying his foundation, poisoning him stealthily, preventing his cultivation progress. But as long as Li Pingyan faced genuine danger, this Li Pingyan would simply vanish. Even when mobilizing all celestial beings and mortals across the world to search, not a single trace could be found. Then after hundreds or thousands of years, this vanished Li Pingyan would reappear, wielding invincible power to annihilate everything in the world. This experience, Qingli had repeated 99 times. It wasn't until this final chance that she attempted this seemingly absurd method, hoping to ensnare him with feminine charms and comfort. After all, Qingli reasoned that even if this approach couldn't successfully stop Li Pingyan from growing stronger, at least it might make him develop some attachment to this world. Perhaps, it's precisely this attachment and sentiment that could make him abandon his idea of destroying the world. Chapter 17, Hidden Dragon Mushroom. Manager Qi wasn't gone for long, merely about half an hour before he strode back into the restaurant, carrying a sack of rice and some demon beast meat. Li Pingyan hurried over to greet him. Manager Qi, you've worked hard. Second young master, such a small matter doesn't merit any hardship. Manager Qi set the items down first, then gestured for Li Pingyan to come closer and explained what he had bought. Second young master, this is spirit elder rice. Though not the highest grade, it's still excellent quality, 5 spirit coins per pound. I only bought 10 pounds here. This is PR's meat. This low-level demon beast is primarily known for its massive size and rich blood essence, making it the most popular demon beast meat, 20 spirit coins per pound. Then there are these spirit flowers and herbs, but these are just supplementary items and barely cost any spirit coins. At this point, Manager Qi sighed slightly. Indeed, apart from those in the sect world, it's truly difficult for ordinary people to embark on the path of cultivation. A single spirit coin can be exchanged for 10 gold coins in the mortal world, enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for decades. Yet it can only buy an ounce of beast meat. Li Pingyan gave him a sidelong glance, somewhat speechless. This Manager Qi was good in every aspect, except for lacking perception and having slightly low emotional intelligence. He had just purchased these items, and here Manager Qi was lecturing him about their value, as if he was being wasteful with money. Although what he said was technically true, upon reflection it was utterly useless, serving no purpose other than annoying Li Pingyan. Fortunately, Li Pingyan held no particular grudge against him and wasn't prone to anger. But he took the opportunity to express his intention to leave. Get me some more spirit coins, I'll be going back now. Having just reached the entry level, I need more time for cultivation. Manager Qi was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized he might have spoken too much. He promptly turned to the back room and soon returned with a small bag of spirit coins, which he handed to Li Pingyan. This is all the spirit coins we have, second young master. Although our restaurant does decent business, we only serve ordinary meals. We probably earn just a few gold coins a year, not even enough to exchange for a single spirit coin. However, the next batch of spirit coins from the master should arrive next month. You can come collect them then. Li Pingyan understood and nodded, taking the pouch of spirit coins and attaching it to his waist. Feeling the weight at his waist, he sighed softly. In this world, there exist lofty cultivators and even legendary immortals. Storage rings and pouches, commonly seen in stories and novels, are actually rare treasures in reality. This is because ordinary low to mid-grade cultivators lack the ability to create such items. Even high-grade cultivators must expend considerable effort to craft spatial storage artifacts, and only immortal cultivators possess this capability. Martial cultivators do not. so no matter what kind of storage method, they are all exceptionally precious. When placed in an auction house, they can easily sell for tens of thousands of spirit coins, almost comparable to many precious magical treasures. When will I be able to get one of these? He shook his head, stopped dwelling on these matters, turned around and walked out of the small restaurant towards the exit of the market. There were still no unexpected incidents at the foot of 8 Peaks Mountain. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to cause any trouble, much less when Li Pingyan was wearing the disciple robes of 8 Peaks Mountain. Unless someone was completely blind, they truly wouldn't dare to provoke him. Don't think that just because 8 Peaks Mountain is a righteous sect, it's easy to bully. The title of the #1 mountain under heaven wasn't given by others' charity. After walking for a while, Li Pingyan once again arrived at the street vendor area of the market. Although he was carrying large and small bags in his hands, it didn't prevent Li Pingyan from scanning the nearby street stalls with his eyes. It must be said that although these street stalls might seem somewhat unrefined, the items displayed on them were increasingly impressive and domineering one after another. Swords of 9 nether rakshasa, soul-snatching banners, heaven-suppressing seals, and so on. Even something that looks like a rotten plow would be given the name sky-flowing plow. And these vendors have their explanations ready. According to them, these treasures are actually relics from ancient times, once possessions of celestial beings, only losing their divine power due to the passage of time. But if you buy them, nurture them carefully, and nourish them with spiritual energy, someday they'll undergo complete transformation, shed their mortal form, and regain their former glory as divine artifacts. Most importantly, the prices are reasonable. Just 1 spirit coin can buy you one. Believe it or not, despite this being an almost obvious scam targeting fools, there are indeed people who buy them. Though perhaps only a handful, the cost of these items is so low. Just take some random junk, use minor tricks to infuse them with spiritual energy so they emit an aura when touched, making them appear extraordinary. According to the books Li Pingyan read in the library collection, this fraudulent method has been circulating for at least several hundred years, yet people still fall for it even today. One could only say that people ultimately enjoy deceiving themselves. Although they clearly know no treasures could possibly appear in these shabby street stalls, they still can't help fantasizing about stumbling upon a miraculous encounter. Truly. Suddenly, Li Pingyan stopped his mental lamentations and halted his footsteps. His gaze fell upon a street stall not far ahead. It was a stall selling miscellaneous goods, displaying various rustic items, such as some animal hides and bones, along with assorted mountain weeds and wildflowers. But among these items, a cluster of fungi casually placed amidst the wildflowers caught Li Pingyan's attention. For if his eyes didn't deceive him, with silver threads on its crown and a body resembling chicken blood, it appeared ordinary but actually concealed extraordinary properties. It unmistakably resembled one of the more unique varieties of heavenly treasures, the hidden dragon fungus. At first glance, this mushroom appears quite ordinary, nearly indistinguishable from common wild mushrooms if one doesn't examine it carefully. Yet it contains an extraordinarily concentrated amount of spiritual energy. This energy is completely harmless to cultivators. Once absorbed, it can greatly accelerate their cultivation progress and help purify and refine their internal chi and magical power. It offers significant benefits, whether for strengthening vitality or condensing magical energy. Among cultivators, it has always been a priceless commodity, as even 5th-rank grand cultivators can make use of it. However, Li Pingyan's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Just like the thoughts he had been pondering earlier. As beneficial as it is precisely because of its value, its inconspicuous appearance, and its high worth, the hidden dragon mushroom has also become bait used by unscrupulous merchants to trap their prey. And their targets are precisely those well-off cultivators who recognize its value and believe themselves to have a discerning eye, such as Li Pingyan. Chapter 18, The Old Merchant. These thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Li Pingyan's footsteps gradually slowed down. His gaze no longer lingered on that stall, but instead stopped at a nearby weapons vendor, where he casually browsed. "Oh ho, esteemed disciple of 8 Peaks Mountain, what has caught your eye?" Li Pingyan's attire indeed stood out among the street vendors. The moment he slowed his pace and glanced at the stall, the nearby vendor immediately approached with a seemingly simple smile that concealed ulterior motives. Yet the vendor's eyes were assessing the spirit rice and monster meat in Li Pingyan's hands. These items practically declared him to be a wealthy patron. These street vendors, surviving at cultivation society's bottom layer, though not daring to play tricks on Li Pingyan, understood that even casual expenditures from major sect disciples usually contain treasures they could hardly obtain through their own strenuous efforts. Li Pingyan heard the call and came to a complete stop. He casually set down what he was carrying and squatted down, idly picking through the stall's wares before pointing at a small box. "What is this item?" Seeing Li Pingyan seemed genuinely interested, the weapon stall owner immediately broke into a smile. "Your discerning eye is truly remarkable. The origins of this item could be said to be most impressive indeed. Might you have heard of the immortal known as Demon Fairy Emocho, who lived several thousand years ago? These 10,000 sorrows needles were once a magic treasure used by Fairy Emocho herself. When facing powerful enemies, simply press this button to instantly release 81 soul-piercing poison needles that can claim an opponent's life in an instant. Though it appears ordinary now in its dormant state, needing a fated one like yourself would surely awaken its true power to glorify your cultivation journey. If you don't believe me, try channeling some chi into it. Should this treasure recognize its rightful owner, it will immediately radiate divine light. Li Pingyan remained expressionless as he continued questioning. Is that so? Then how much does it cost? The weapon stall owner chuckled slyly, subtly rubbing his hands together. Well, we're just ordinary mortals, unworthy of such divine artifacts. Since this item has found its way to your hands, it's fate. Just give me a fate price. 100 spirit coins will do. Oh. Li Pingyan responded simply with an oh, immediately put the item down, picked up his belongings and prepared to leave. The weapon stall owner immediately stood up to stop him. Honored customer, at least make a counteroffer. Isn't bargaining part of doing business? Li Pingyan paused and turned his head. You want me to bargain? Weapon stall owner, of course. Li Pingyan, 1. The weapon stall owner clapped his hands. Deal. Li Pingyan raised an eyebrow. 1 gold piece. The weapon stall owner waved dismissively. That works too. Li Pingyan was completely speechless. He walked back, squatted down, and under the stall owner's New Year's celebration level smile, took out a small gold ingot from his clothes and handed it over. That's all, I have nothing more. The weapon stall owner showed no sign of disdain at all, swiftly pocketing the small gold ingot and handing over the small flying needle case. Here you go. Li Pingyan wore the expression of someone wounded by failed bargaining, sighing, overpaid again, can't guard against all traps. He casually hung the item at his waist, standing up as if preparing to leave, then seemingly remembering something, pointed at the surrounding stalls. Boss, do you all set up shop here year-round? Considering I've already taken one loss from you, you wouldn't let me suffer another at someone else's stall, would you? The weapon stall owner grinned like a mouse that stole grain, completely unconcerned with what Li Pingyan said, nodding casually as he responded. How could that be? We're all honest business people here. Even if you offered me 100 spirit coins, I wouldn't dare take advantage. Just trying to earn our keep wouldn't dare make mortal enemies. Buy from whoever you like, none of us would dare fleece you too badly. By the way, I don't know about that herb seller. He's new here and we're not familiar with him at all. Hearing these words, a subtle glimmer flashed in Li Pingyan's eyes. He nodded slightly, sighed quietly, and without saying anything more, walked forward. Amidst the cheerful farewells from the weapon stall owner behind him, he arrived at this local goods stall. Behind the stall sat a burly old man. While a cultivator's appearance usually makes age hard to discern, the aura of twilight years was particularly evident here. Noticing Li Pingyan's approach, the old man raised his head for a glance and casually pointed with his hand. The goods are here, pick whatever you like. Is the elder a local hunter? Li Pingyan squatted down again, casually examining items on the stall while making idle conversation. The old man chuckled. You've got sharp eyes, young friend. Indeed, I'm a hunter from these parts. As winter approaches and mountain game grows scarce, I bring my catches to sell here and won't be moving much during the cold months. I see. Li Pingyan nodded, with one hand moving back and forth across the street stall's goods, though his heart trembled increasingly. At first, Li Pingyan thought this vendor was like those described in books, someone using the hidden dragon fungus as bait. Yet he couldn't quite let go of this opportunity in his heart. After all, heavenly treasures like these were destined to become increasingly scarce as more cultivators populated the world. Moreover, if Li Pingyan could obtain this hidden dragon fungus, he was confident he could break through to the 8th rank within a year. So despite his misgivings, Li Pingyan first tested the waters with neighboring stalls, learning this earthy goods vendor wasn't a regular here before approaching. But upon closer inspection, Li Pingyan found he couldn't determine the fungus's authenticity until opened. It looked identical to common wild mushrooms. Yet besides the hidden dragon fungus, other heavenly treasures on display, the Sumeru blossom, longevity root, and tribulation grass, appeared remarkably genuine. But these items, not to mention an ordinary hunter, even the great cultivators of 8 Peaks Mountain, might not be able to gather so many at once. Something's wrong. It's not just wrong, it's 12 parts wrong out of 10. Whether real or fake, this seems beyond my involvement. The longer Li Pingyan examined them, the more items he could recognize. But the more he recognized, the more unsettled he felt in his heart. Even the things he had casually set aside earlier, which had seemed utterly ordinary, now appeared extraordinary in his eyes. Yet he forced his expression to remain calm as he slowly stood up, pretending not to have found anything to his liking. Just some wildflowers and weeds, nothing of value. With that, Li Pingyan prepared to leave. Young friend, do wait a moment. Unexpectedly, the old man, who had barely moved before, suddenly spoke softly. The voice was quiet, yet it froze Li Pingyan in place as if a mountain of 10,000 tons weighed upon him, leaving him unable to move. His body turned mechanically, like a puppet. The old man revealed an inscrutable smile and spoke again. Young friend speaks truth, these are indeed just wildflowers and weeds, hardly presentable. No wonder this old man has sat here all day without a single buyer. Since this is the case, I shall bring out my treasured wares for your appraisal. May I? Chapter 19, Serendipity. In an instant, 1,000 thoughts flashed through Li Ping'an's mind, yet none served any purpose for his current predicament. Even among mortals, one often encounters those suffering from hysteria. As for cultivators who dare attempt anything, naturally there are even more with mental afflictions. Whether caused by cultivation techniques or acquired influences, some madmen remain notorious even in the cultivation world. Li Ping'an didn't recognize the old man before him. But when the other party began releasing his aura and mentioned bringing out so-called treasures, Li Ping'an immediately knew his identity. Test subject Jiao Pang. A top-tier powerhouse in the entire cultivation world's second-grade great completion realm and immortal cultivation, simultaneously practicing medicine cultivation. He's also someone the vast majority of cultivators would rather not encounter. His title alone reveals what he frequently does. This old codger clearly possesses second-grade cultivation, yet instead of striving to break through to first grade, he spends all day researching various questionable medicines. The key point is he always plays the kind old grandfather, giving his concoctions to others to use, under the noble pretense that his medicines have both good and bad effects, claiming obtaining beneficial ones depends on fate. But in truth, he's just making people test his drugs for him. The cultivators who take his medicines are usually not highly skilled. Most can't withstand the medicinal potency of his creations, at best losing cultivation progress with damaged foundations, at worst having their cultivation path severed or even losing their lives. Thus, this fellow has an extremely poor reputation in the cultivation world. Truth be told, Li Ping'an couldn't understand how he developed such twisted tastes. Even if he forcibly captured people for drug testing using his second-grade cultivation, his reputation probably wouldn't be this terrible. But the problem is he always pretends it's good fortune, gives people hope, then plunges them into hell. This is what makes him truly detestable. The only redeeming quality is that this guy never initiates violence. Once you drink his medicine, he won't pester you further. However, Li Ping'an absolutely didn't want to drink his medicine. Jiao Pang was already wearing a satisfied smile as he slowly began taking medicine bottles from the small case behind him, arranging them one by one before Li Ping'an. Pills, herbal decoctions, and even some strange plant fruits. He laid out a full 17 varieties before stopping. Young friend, look, these are this old man's treasured wares. Jiao Pang pointed at the items displayed on the stall. All these medicines were painstakingly refined by me using countless precious ingredients. Some can directly increase cultivation, others help you comprehend the heavens and earth to advance your realm, and there are even life-extending elixirs that can purify one's talents. Each one possesses extremely powerful effects. Since we're fated to meet today, I won't ask for payment. You may freely choose one to drink. Young friend, meeting this old man can be considered your good fortune. Jiao Pang gently stroked his white and long beard, his face wearing a smug and self-satisfied smile, as if he had no doubt about what he said. Li Ping'an, however, could still barely maintain his composure. First, he attempted to move his legs and feet wouldn't budge, as if firmly fixed to the ground. His hands had no such restrictions and could move freely. The originally bustling marketplace around him had fallen into an eerie silence. Although he could clearly see the surrounding vendors and passers-by talking, laughing, and hawking wares, he couldn't hear any sound at all. Standing there, with Jiao Pang having laid out numerous obviously extraordinary items on the ground, yet no one even glanced their way, they were naturally being overlooked. Is this the capability of a second-grade cultivator? His heart sinking deeper, Li Ping'an felt that today he was 80% certain to suffer a great loss. But why hadn't his disaster-avoiding talent shown any reaction yet? Could it be because he hasn't chosen a medicine yet, or perhaps he isn't actually in a state of calamity at present, so there's no need for activation? Young friend, no need to deliberate. After receiving no response from Li Ping'an for quite some time, the amiable smile on Jiao Pang's face faded slightly. Without further courtesy, he casually picked up a vial and shoved it into Li Ping'an's hand. If you're too embarrassed to choose, this old man will just pick one for you. This is your opportunity. Who knows how many people spend their whole lives without? His voice abruptly stopped mid-sentence, and that face full of mischievous amusement froze stiff in that instant. Li Ping'an raised his head to look at this Jiao Pang, thinking the other might directly force him to drink the medicine. But in the very next moment, before Li Ping'an could comprehend the situation, the test subject before him suddenly sprang to his feet. Without even a glance at the precious medicines arrayed before Li Ping'an, he vanished with a swift movement. The bustling noise of the market suddenly became distinct again. Vendors' cries and conversation voices reappeared in his ears. It was as if he had suddenly returned to reality from another world. Just as Li Ping'an was uncertain whether to flee immediately or to take the pile of items before him before running away, an unexpected voice suddenly came from behind. Senior brother Ping'an, what a coincidence! Are you here to buy medicinal herbs? A slight stir arose in Li Ping'an's heart as he turned his head to look behind him. Sure enough, the girl as radiant as spring appeared behind him. However, compared to his previous disdain and deliberate avoidance, Li Ping'an now carried a more cautious demeanor. Qingli had already swiftly moved in front of Li Ping'an, her face adorned with a bright smile. One hand naturally looped through his arm, her softness pressing against him as she leaned half her body forward, her thigh brushing against him with natural ease. No one's at this stall. What are you looking at, senior brother Ping'an? Unconcerned with the unexpected favor bestowed upon him, Li Ping'an studied the woman with an inscrutable expression. Instead of answering, he inquired, "Why are you alone? Where's your friend?" "Oh, Xiao Jian had some matters to attend to and went back first." Qingli smiled. "She's also a disciple of our 8 Peaks mountain, but from a different peak than us." "Is that so? So you were waiting for me here?" Qingli nodded obediently. "Yes, I went back to that restaurant again, and the manager told me you had already left, so I hurried after you." "Aren't you touched, senior brother Ping'an?" Li Ping'an stared at her for several seconds. The doubts in his heart reached their peak. Could it be that the test subject's panicked escape really had nothing to do with her? What had the test subject seen that made him flee in such panic? Perhaps one of the 8 Peaks Mountain's peak masters had discovered him and secretly issued a warning, causing the test subject to flee immediately. But even so, he wouldn't have left all these things behind. Unable to make sense of it, Li Ping'an slowly withdrew his investigative mood. Whatever the reason might be, it was clear that a minor 9th grade martial cultivator like him had no business getting involved. It's better to pretend nothing happened. Looking at the medicine bottle forced into my hand by the test subject, the 3 jade white pills inside appeared extraordinarily remarkable. After a brief hesitation, I pocketed the bottle of elixirs and casually handed the monster meat I was carrying to Qingli, saying indifferently, "Very touching. However, I'd be even more moved if you could help carry this back." Chapter 20, Jian Mi's Sword. Huff. He exhaled a heavy breath of turbid air. Jiu Pang's magical energy surged around him. Though standing mid-air, just the residual waves of his power caused the forest beneath his feet to gradually disintegrate. Wiping away the blood that had spilled from his lips after casting a life-preserving spell, Jiu Pang examined the crimson stain on his palm with lingering fear, still reluctant to recall what had just transpired. Or perhaps, even he wasn't entirely clear about what exactly had happened moments ago. He suddenly felt, in that very moment, an incomparably large, razor-sharp, unstoppable sword blade pressed against his throat. If he didn't flee immediately, in the next second he would be cleaved from head to toe by a sword, his very soul shuddering with icy dread. He couldn't detect where the enemy was, nor could he discern the source of this sudden attack. But as a second-grade immortal cultivator, he never doubted his intuition. Having climbed his way up from the 9th grade like all cultivators, his path had never lacked danger. While this intuition wasn't always reliable, when it did prove true just once, it could save his life. Now, having activated his life-preserving technique to instantly teleport 10,000 miles, even his spiritual energy fluctuations from inside out were completely altered. He supposed he should be safe for the time being. As for who the enemy might be though unseen, Jiu Pang already had his suspicions. At the foot of 8 Peaks Mountain, his target this time was once again a disciple of 8 Peaks Mountain. The person who bore hostility toward him was likely one of the Peak Masters, perhaps even the legendary invincible Great Peak Master himself. Yet Jiu Pang felt no submission in his heart. Damn it! This old man was merely distributing opportunities to young cultivators. Who knows, after consuming the divine medicine I refined, 8 Peaks Mountain might have gained another genius. Yet they treat me this way. Do they take this old man for an easy target? Just wait, 8 Peaks Mountain. This old man will surely find a way to repay this enmity in the future. You won't have that opportunity. A calm voice suddenly came from behind. So this is the scenic spot you've chosen to bury yourself. The view isn't bad. Jiu Pang's body abruptly stiffened. The surging spiritual energy that had been swelling with his emotions instantly stilled. That terrifying sensation, indescribable, as if all things between heaven and earth had turned into swords pointed at him, rendered him utterly speechless in that instant. But as a second-rank immortal cultivator, Jiu Pang was no weakling to be slaughtered at will. Under the threat of death, he forcibly gathered his inner spiritual energy against the pressure. A towering immortal manifestation appeared behind him, radiating myriad-colored lights and countless silk-like rays. The serene-faced elder figure, with hundreds of hands each holding strange flowers, herbs, branches, and fruits, all glowing with spiritual light and exuding fragrant aromas. The moment this faceless medicine immortal manifestation appeared, peculiar phenomena began affecting the surrounding environment. Plants and trees accelerated their growth, birds and beasts became calm and peaceful. Looking at the maiden not far before him whose beauty rivaled celestial beings yet whose mere glance could sear one's eyes, Jiu Pang's tone became unusually gentle and kind. Esteemed senior, may I ask what wrong I have committed? Though I do possess some peculiar tastes, I've always exercised restraint and never actively taken lives. Though I take great pleasure in having people test my medicines, this old man does occasionally concoct some beneficial elixirs. A few fortunate juniors who took them not only suffered no harm but also experienced significant cultivation breakthroughs and potential enhancement. It's absolutely not as outsiders claim. Jian Mi's gaze swept over Jiu Pang. Though it was merely a simple glance, Jiu Pang felt even his faceless medicine immortal dharma form could sense that sharp sword point pressing against skin sting. So you're saying your medicine truly has the potential to boost cultivation and enhance potential? The icy voice that came next made the already trembling Jiu Pang suddenly ecstatic, and he hurriedly exclaimed, Exactly so, senior. There's absolutely such a possibility. This old man swears upon his divine soul, if this be false, may heavenly tribulation strike me down and my soul be utterly annihilated. Please spare me this once, senior, I promise hereafter. But these words ultimately weren't fully spoken, because Jianmi had already drawn the sword in his hand. Even Jiu Pang didn't clearly see what that sword looked like before he realized his life force and soul had already been completely severed. Why? A sword mark simultaneously appeared on Jiu Pang's forehead and on the towering faceless medicine immortal manifestation behind him. His eyes filled with struggle and confusion, he stretched out a hand, desperately trying to ask Jianmi why he had suddenly attacked. But the next moment, his body began crumbling inch by inch. In the end, all he could ask was why, a question that would never be answered. Opposite him, Jianmi slowly sheathed the god-slaying sword back into its seemingly ordinary scabbard, his icy gaze fixed on Jiu Pang, who was gradually collapsing, his body's spiritual energy spontaneously connecting with heaven and earth to return to all living beings. He couldn't help but let out a cold snort. If they were all poison, that would be one thing. But there actually were some that could enhance Li Pingyan's cultivation. To make his cultivation regress, I would have merely severed your cultivation and destroyed your foundation. If not you whose soul should perish to enhance his cultivation, then whose? Consider this your contribution to this world. With that, Jianmi swept a cold gaze around her surroundings before vanishing in a flash from midair. The very moment she disappeared, the previously tranquil heavens and earth were suddenly filled with razor-sharp swordlight. The sky split and the earth cracked. Trees, flowers, and even clouds in the sky were instantly sliced into countless fragments. When complete silence finally descended, this once lush and vibrant forest had transformed into utter desolation. Pingyan Shixiang, aren't you tired? How about resting for a while? Walking up the mountain path, Li Pingyan carried spirit rice in one hand while idly playing with the pill the test subject had forced upon him. By his side, Qingli kept finding ways to lean closer against him. For some inexplicable reason, though he knew full well this pill was most likely problematic, the longer he looked at it, the stronger the impulse to consume it became. Li Pingyan didn't know whether this was his subconscious intuition or if the elixir itself possessed some seductive quality. But reason told Li Pingyan it would be unwise to consume these pills without understanding them. So Li Pingyan decided to keep them for now, planning to consult Master Chen later or wait until after his formal apprenticeship. After all, these were elixirs crafted by a second-grade immortal cultivator. Even if they were poison, they might prove useful someday. For a modest cultivator like Li Pingyan, this counted as an unconventional resource. Chapter 21, I Know Your Home. The mountain path wasn't particularly difficult. Though Eight Peaks Mountain was lofty, its slopes weren't steep. The ascent required slightly more effort than the descent but took no extra time. Li Pingyan and Qingli reached the summit just as darkness fell. Throughout the journey, Qingli didn't cause any further mischief. Moreover, because of the recent incident with the test subjects, Li Pingyan grew even more curious about Qingli's background and identity, so his attitude was no longer as cold as before, instead carrying some probing undertones. His words intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Qingli's circumstances. Yet Qingli withheld nothing. From her birth, age, birthday, experiences before joining the Eight Peaks sect down to even her bust measurements, she told Li Pingyan everything. It all sounded perfectly natural, with no sense of anything amiss. So, the test subjects were actually driven away by one of Eight Peaks Mountain's peak masters, or perhaps by a passing first-grade cultivator. Pondering these matters in his heart, he unconsciously found himself back in front of his own courtyard. Instinctively pushing the door open and entering the house, just as he was about to remove his Eight Peaks Mountain disciple robes to wash up and prepare for some cultivation before resting, he turned around and suddenly saw Qingli already sitting on his bed. The motion of removing clothes abruptly halted. Li Pingyan raised his eyebrows and spoke. Miss Qingli, thank you for helping me carry these things back. You've worked hard. It was no trouble, senior brother Pingyan. Qingli sat on the bed platform, her slender legs naturally resting on the edge, revealing her pink leggings. She had even removed her shoes and unceremoniously settled herself completely onto the bed. As for the subtle implication in Li Pingyan's words suggesting she should leave, she completely pretended not to notice it. Li Pingyan watched her for several seconds. The girl's expression remained perfectly calm, making it impossible to tell whether she genuinely didn't understand or was pretending not to. Seeing this, he decided to stop beating around the bush and spoke directly. Miss Qingli, what I mean is it's already late and I'm quite tired after a whole day descending the mountain. You must be tired too. Shouldn't you be returning to rest now? A look of grievance immediately rose on Qingli's face as her elegant figure shrank back slightly, her spring water-like eyes gazing at Li Pingyan. Senior brother Pingyan, are you finding me bothersome? However, this tactic wasn't particularly effective against Li Pingyan, who spoke with calm indifference. No, I'm just somewhat tired and wish to rest, that's all. But I still wanted to talk more with senior brother Pingyan. Qingli then proceeded to unleash her ultimate move. Her eyes gazed dazedly at Li Pingyan as she slightly reclined backward, arms pressing together to deepen the already bottomless cleavage before her. Her vibrant body displayed all its exquisite curves, one hand lightly caressing her slender thigh as her voice carried a pleading tone. Combined with the natural expression on her face, Li Pingyan felt himself gradually losing control of the situation. He was no virtuous Liu Xiaohui who could remain unmoved by a woman in his lap. To be honest, the fact that Li Pingyan has been able to resist Qingli's constant advances until now is something even he finds somewhat unbelievable. But he doesn't consider this a bad thing either. In his previous life, he never experienced romantic love, nor those other things. But when compared to abilities like flying through the skies, tunneling through the earth, moving mountains and filling seas, plucking stars and seizing the moon, or attaining eternal life, those things don't seem particularly enticing. Combined with Qingli's sudden appearance, her excessively enthusiastic attitude, and the strange occurrences around him, Li Pingyan maintains considerable wariness toward Qingli. Otherwise, he might have succumbed long ago. What normal man could resist a girl with an explosive figure, supermodel looks, who's completely devoted to you, and plays all the right cards? But it's precisely because of this that even though Qingli has pulled out all the stops now, seemingly determined to claim him directly, Li Pingyan still relies on his strong willpower to steady his heart. Junior sister Qingli, please return now. We are alone, a man and a woman, this is truly. Before he could finish speaking, Qingli, who had been sitting there with a wronged expression, suddenly stood up and reached out to grab Li Pingyan. Then, under Li Pingyan's slightly panicked gaze, Qingli threw herself into his arms. Instantly, Qingli's entire body pressed against Li Pingyan. Caught off guard, he nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. A soft warmth enveloped him, but instead of feeling happy, Li Pingyan immediately became wary. Miss Qingli, what are you trying to do? Of course, despite his wariness, Li Pingyan's movements weren't violent, allowing Qingli to wrap her limbs around him. Qingli's face also couldn't help but turn red. Although she had specifically studied before taking this action, after all, it was her first time doing such a thing and she truly lacked experience. In fact, after living for thousands of years, she had never imagined she would one day be capable of doing something so shameless. Though the purpose was to save the world, she harbored no real feelings for Li Pingyan. Yet this sensation felt too strange even as a martial immortal. Qingli felt extraordinarily nervous at this moment, with sweat beading on her forehead. Senior brother Pingyan, truthfully, I fell for you the first time we met. So please don't resist me. Let's just. Though it felt utterly peculiar, Qingli seized this chance to hastily deliver her lines, though nervousness made her speech somewhat faltering. Li Pingyan naturally didn't take Qingli's words seriously, but undoubtedly, her movements this time were rather excessive in scale. Had she discovered gentle approaches didn't work, thus deciding to directly push him down to force the situation. He felt torn about whether to push Qingli away now, primarily because her embrace felt surprisingly pleasant. Although there was no risk of losing control, Li Pingyan really didn't mind taking some liberties. When benefits come knocking, it would be foolish not to accept them. However, Qingli noticed that her ultimate move didn't achieve the effect she had imagined. Gritting her teeth, she was about to escalate further to teach Li Pingyan a lesson. But suddenly, rapid footsteps and clearly furious knocking came from outside the house. Li Pingyan, get out here. You cheated me out of my gathering chi pills and stood me up. Are you taking me for a fool? Don't hide inside in silence, I know you're home. Come out right now, I'm going to teach you a proper lesson today. Chapter 23, Big Mouth. In an instant, all movement in the room came to a halt. Li Pingyan and Qingli, who was still clinging to him, locked eyes in silence. Then in the next second, almost instinctively, Qingli immediately pushed both hands against Li Pingyan's chest. Perhaps due to some nervousness, she unintentionally applied a bit more force than intended. Though her subconscious still held back considerably, it was enough to send Li Pingyan flying like a missile from where he had been standing before her. His body effortlessly smashed through the flimsy wall and door behind him. I know you're home, don't hide inside. The furious knocking outside continued, only to suddenly stop as Li Pingyan went flying out. Qingli's eyes widened as she looked at her palm, immediately realizing what she had accidentally done. In her panic, she disregarded everything else, quickly getting up and rushing outside to look in the direction Li Pingyan had flown, then breathing a slight sigh of relief. For the airborne Li Pingyan clearly wasn't badly hurt, already wobbling as he picked himself up from the ground. Qingli hurried over and began anxiously examining Li Pingyan from all sides. She appeared genuinely worried that Li Pingyan might have suffered serious injuries, behaving exactly like a young girl deeply concerned for him. Even Li Pingyan felt somewhat surprised, because Qingli seemed completely sincere without any ulterior motives. Her care was genuine. However, Li Pingyan wasn't overly concerned about his own condition at the moment, as there was someone currently worse off than him. I'm fine, but he seems to be in trouble. Li Pingyan turned his head to glance back, and Qingli followed his gaze, finally realizing why Li Pingyan had been flung so far without injury. There had been someone cushioning his fall. But Qingli paid no attention to this unfortunate fellow, persistently moving closer to Li Pingyan and running her hands over his body. Senior brother Pingyan, I truly didn't mean to do it. I just got momentarily excited and accidentally used a bit of magic power. Are you hurt anywhere? Although Li Pingyan had said he was fine, Qingli remained genuinely anxious. After all, this was the first real chance to deal with Li Pingyan properly. If she accidentally killed him due to carelessness, she'd never forgive herself even if her soul were to scatter. I said I'm fine, Miss Qingli. Though Li Pingyan kept answering with the same words, his slightly twitching lips revealed he wasn't truly unharmed. Counting the distance, he had flown nearly 20 to 30 meters from inside the house to this spot. Even though Qingli had used skillful force and Su Jiu had cushioned his fall, it was inevitable that his qi and blood would surge painfully through his body. Fortunately, after Li Pingyan had entered the cultivation ranks, his body had grown much stronger. Otherwise, this impact alone would have left him bedridden for at least half a month. However, when his gaze fell upon the unconscious Su Jiu on the ground, this troublemaker who'd come to pick on Li Pingyan, the guy wasn't so fortunate. Since he'd borne the brunt of the impact, he had immediately blacked out. His unconscious state came at just the right time, saving Li Pingyan from having to deal with this idiot. Already unsettled by Qingli's behavior, Li Pingyan wasn't sure if he could restrain himself from acting out if further provoked. Mainly because any rash action would only bring unnecessary trouble. This went against Li Pingyan's nature, as he always preferred to avoid complications when possible. Senior brother Pingyan, would you like to rest inside the house first? Qingli hadn't forgotten to show concern for Li Pingyan. Even though he wasn't injured, she felt she should express extra care. As she spoke, Qingli moved to support Li Pingyan's arm, guiding him toward the house. But upon turning and seeing the dwelling, Qingli noticed with some embarrassment the damage to Li Pingyan's house and had to admit, Senior brother Pingyan, the house seems unusable. The walls and door are broken. It's temporarily uninhabitable, at least until repairs are completed. How about Senior brother Pingyan, you could stay at my place for tonight? The moment these words left her lips, Li Pingyan could clearly see through Qingli's ulterior motives. Li Pingyan gently removed the delicate hand resting on his arm and shook his head. Never mind, it's just a broken door. It won't affect my living here. But Miss Qingli, I'm begging you, please spare me today. I'm really quite tired. Can we discuss whatever matters tomorrow? Hearing Li Pingyan's words, Qingli, already somewhat embarrassed, became even more flustered, realizing her image in Li Pingyan's mind had changed once again. Yet she steeled herself and tried to salvage some dignity. Senior brother Pingyan, you should rest well then. I'll come find you during tomorrow's morning lecture. Honestly, I didn't mean it intentionally. I was just feeling a bit shy. Li Pingyan looked at her, his eyes flashing with resignation before he sighed deeply and decided to drop the matter. He pointed a finger at Su Jiu lying unconscious on the ground. Junior brother Su certainly sleeps soundly. As expected of youth, he collapses and sleeps immediately. But this is ultimately a public area, it's not good to sleep here. Please help me take him back. After speaking, Li Pingyan didn't wait to see Qingli's expression and quickly turned to enter the house. Only Qingli remained, along with some disciples who had come out to investigate after hearing the commotion. Qingli pursed her lips, regretting her previous hasty actions. To be honest, she also felt her behavior tonight seemed somewhat rash. Mainly because she had assumed that with her beauty, even if Li Pingyan usually pretended to be a gentleman, when she offered herself, he would immediately bow in submission. Who would have thought that the other party truly had remarkable endurance and could resist her temptation? Of course, Qingli naturally wasn't willing to admit her charm was insufficient, nor did she believe that was the reason. She believed there were 3 reasons for this failed proactive approach. First, the atmosphere wasn't right. This time was still somewhat too forceful. Neither she nor Li Pingyan were in the right state of mind. Secondly, the attire was inappropriate. I hadn't planned to go this far today, and most of my energy was spent trying to stop the 8 Peaks conference and dealing with the sudden appearance of Jianmi. Otherwise, changing clothes would have increased the success rate by at least 20%. As for the third point, Qingli lowered her head to look at Su Jiu, who was still sleeping. She suddenly reached out and delivered 10 consecutive slaps. She didn't stop until Su Jiu's face was swollen like a pig's head. Only then did she clap her hands and regain her usual ethereal, fairy-like demeanor. Then she walked away gracefully with elegant steps, leaving Su Jiu lying alone on the ground, occasionally being pointed at by passers-by. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly woke up with a start, sat up abruptly, covered his face, and stared blankly at the dark sky. Where is this? Who am I? What am I doing here? Chapter 24 Qin Zhengdao. Because it was on the mountain and the direction was right, the sunlight arrived slightly earlier at 8 Peaks Mountain. Li Pingyan had already risen early and completed his morning routine. As a martial cultivator, although circulating inner qi could maintain physical condition at all times, Li Pingyan still considered daily morning training necessary. Every little helps, and diligent practice always yields results. Moreover, Li Pingyan would attempt various cultivation methods in the research space every night. Upon waking, he would naturally implement these in reality, particularly combat techniques. This was one advantage of the research space: one could experiment without restraint, without fear of injury or aftereffects. After reviewing his gains from the research space, Li Pingyan adjusted his condition, hung items like spirit coins at his waist, and stepped through his completely shattered doorway. Although thieves were generally uncommon in 8 Peaks Mountain, Li Pingyan couldn't risk leaving his door wide open. If someone were to enter and take something, there were no surveillance devices in this place. Even if investigative spells existed, they weren't accessible to someone of Li Ping'an's level. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. It's safer to carry valuables on one's person. His destination was the lecture hall for morning classes, but first he needed to visit the dormitory elder to report the situation, pay the dormitory repair fees, and collect the chi-gathering pills for post-rank cultivators. Perhaps because Li Ping'an had visited more frequently before, the dormitory elder already recognized him. Moreover, it was this same elder who had processed Li Ping'an's request for cultivation guardianship. Seeing Li Ping'an reporting yet again, the elder inquired curiously, "Li Ping'an, what's happened this time? Could there have been an accident even under the watch of law enforcement hall disciples?" Li Ping'an merely smiled and slowly shook his head. "Of course not. This time it was my carelessness. After reaching the graded realm, my strength has increased significantly and I accidentally damaged the door." "I see." The dormitory elder smiled slightly without further interrogation, quickly finished recording, and handed Li Ping'an a bottle of chi-gathering pills from the side. "This is a 7-day supply. You may come to collect more after 7 days. Li Ping'an nodded. "Understood. Thank you for your help." This dormitory elder's cultivation was only at the 7th grade level, though his age had already reached 50 or 60. Precisely because his potential had been exhausted and he couldn't break through to the 6th grade realm, he had taken up these miscellaneous duties as a dormitory elder to earn some contribution points from 8 Peaks Mountain. 8 Peaks Mountain couldn't guarantee that every disciple they recruited would fulfill their potential and advance unimpeded. Or rather, those cases were actually the minority. Most disciples ended up like this dormitory elder, either stuck at the barrier between 7th and 6th grade or trapped at the bottleneck between 4th grade and upper 3rd grade cultivators. Therefore, 8 Peaks Mountain had to recruit disciples in such large numbers, not only for foundational accumulation but also to increase the number of disciples, as only then can more geniuses emerge. In the current state of the cultivation world, as long as one disciple successfully advances to a 1st grade cultivator, it almost completely offsets the consumption brought by all disciples' cultivation. Although cultivation isn't business and can't be calculated so precisely, judging by everything Li Ping'an has seen and heard, it's actually quite similar. Having resolved this minor matter, Li Ping'an headed towards the mountain lecture hall. This time, no one blocked his path along the way, and he reached the lecture hall quite easily. Finding his seat, he didn't wait long before Qingli, wearing a cyan-long skirt, slowly approached and gently sat down beside Li Ping'an. But what surprised Li Ping'an was that today, Qingli didn't immediately cling to him. Instead, after sitting beside him, she gave him a shy glance and expression before turning her face away, as if she'd done something shameful. Li Ping'an was speechless. To be honest, although some things happened last night, when you get down to it, we didn't really do anything, right? Moreover, isn't it common for you to stick close and rub against me normally? Yet now you're actually putting on this shy act. But it's just as well. As long as this girl doesn't make trouble, my day will have fewer complications. Otherwise, engaging in these daily mind games with her does consume quite some energy. After preparing paper and brushes and resting with closed eyes for a while, Master Chen's figure appeared soundlessly atop the lecture platform. The lecture hall quieted down. What followed was simply attending the lesson. As foundational training for 8 Peaks Mountain disciples, the morning classes cover extensive material but never delve deeply into any single topic. For Li Ping'an, however, these not-so-deep and easily comprehensible things actually present no difficulty to him anymore. Though he couldn't be said to possess photographic memory, one might say he gains familiarity with anything after hearing it once, and remembers nearly everything upon a second exposure. No matter what Qin Zhengdao taught, Li Ping'an could easily comprehend it and transform it into his own knowledge. When the morning lecture ended, Li Ping'an felt refreshed and invigorated, as if he hadn't experienced such ease for many days. It wasn't until Li Ping'an packed his paper and brushes, preparing to go to the dining hall for breakfast, that he realized why he felt so comfortable today. Qingli indeed hadn't come to bother him all morning. Indeed, women are the greatest obstacle to my path of enlightenment. Shaking his head slightly in thought, just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice suddenly appeared in Li Ping'an's mind. "Ping'an, if you have time, come to my place first. There are some matters I need to discuss with you." Li Ping'an was momentarily stunned, but quickly recognized it as Chen Zhengdao's voice. Curiosity welled up in his heart. Although Chen Zhengdao appeared to be just a lecturer teaching basic cultivation knowledge to new disciples, he was actually a genuine 5th-rank great cultivator. And although not as young as Shuiyu, he was still under 40 years old. He could be considered a somewhat renowned genius in 8 Peaks Mountain. One might even say he was among the key individuals being cultivated. For this morning lecture instructor position was not something any random disciple could assume. The cultivation world similarly upheld the saying, "A teacher for a day is a father for life." While many disregarded this concept, equally many embraced it wholeheartedly. Thus, even just teaching basic cultivation knowledge meant Chen Zhengdao had established certain bonds with this batch of new disciples. These connections meant little to the group of new disciples now. But should several geniuses emerge from this cohort decades or centuries later, then as their fundamental cultivation teacher, Chen Zhengdao would naturally share deeper connections with them. 8 Peaks Mountain had many geniuses but only one morning lecture instructor per peak 8 total. And barring unforeseen circumstances, these individuals were essentially confirmed as future candidates for the 8 Peak Master positions. Chapter 25: The Struggle Behind. Following the location given by Chen Zhengdao, Li Pingyan circled around the back of the lecture hall and soon arrived at a pavilion. However, upon arrival, Li Pingyan was surprised to discover that Chen Zhengdao hadn't summoned him alone. Including himself, there were 5 people in total. What further astonished Li Pingyan was that Qingli, who hadn't been bothering him earlier, was already waiting there obediently. Upon seeing him, she immediately revealed a slightly shy smile and gently waved her hand. Another person's gaze was even more direct and intense. Just looking at the other's plump, rosy-cheeked face, Li Pingyan pondered for a moment but couldn't recall having met this person before. Casting a glance inside the pavilion, he saw 4 people standing separately to the side while Chen Zhengdao stood beside the stone table in the pavilion, eyes closed and hands clasped behind his back, facing outward, whether putting on airs or contemplating something, it was hard to tell. Li Pingyan walked briskly into the pavilion and moved close to Qingli's side. Paying no heed to her deliberately coy expression, he directly leaned his head over and whispered in her ear. What happened? What's going on? As Li Pingyan had suspected, Qingli's coyness was entirely feigned. Though yesterday's situation had indeed been somewhat awkward and she had felt genuinely nervous, the idea that she would actually be too shy to face Li Pingyan was utterly ridiculous. It would be an insult to someone who had cultivated for several thousand years. It's just that Qingli felt that while she had been constantly pursuing him, Li Pingyan showed no signs of reciprocation. She therefore speculated that perhaps he preferred women who took the initiative and decided to change her strategy. She attempted to make Li Pingyan take the initiative to pursue her. But after just one short morning session, Qingli already felt this tactic might not be working quite right. For she discovered that if she didn't take the initiative to speak to Li Pingyan, this fellow would genuinely not even glance at her, as if those few words on paper were more beautiful than this martial fairy herself. But having just shown shyness moments ago, switching attitudes now might seem somewhat undignified, so Qingli decided to maintain her shy demeanor for the day, planning to revert tomorrow. This would be a perfect opportunity to demonstrate her changeable nature to Li Pingyan. As for Li Pingyan's question, Qingli could only respond with a look that clearly said, I don't know either. Seeing that Qingli didn't know either, Li Pingyan stopped pondering further. Noticing that Chen Zhengdao didn't seem ready to address the main topic anytime soon, he likewise closed his eyes to rest. After about 10 minutes, Qingli discreetly pinched him from beside, and only then did Li Pingyan open his eyes. Chen Zhengdao had now turned towards them. His gaze briefly scanned the 5 people in the pavilion before finally settling on Li Pingyan, giving a slight nod. So you've all arrived. There was a minor issue with the pill I was refining earlier. I just finished handling it. My apologies for the slight delay. Naturally, no one dared to respond to this remark. However, Chen Zhengdao's tone remained quite sincere, as if he genuinely felt apologetic. Seeing no response, he gave a faint bitter smile, then his expression turned serious. Alright, let's not discuss other matters anymore. Let me explain why I called you 5 here. Li Pingyan and the others composed their expressions, waiting to hear what Chen Zhengdao would say next. Chen Zhengdao smiled slightly and came straight to the point. None of you should have forgotten the aptitude test you underwent when entering 8 Peaks Mountain, correct? Li Pingyan's pupils contracted slightly. Of course he would never forget this matter. During that cultivation aptitude test was precisely when he had first transmigrated to this world. Although everyone who enters 8 Peaks Mountain can be considered to have some cultivation talent, in truth, unless one's cultivation aptitude reaches a certain level, there isn't much actual difference for one's cultivation path. Martial cultivators fare slightly better with some special physiques or unique bodily characteristics that can enhance strength to a degree, but after reaching the 5th rank, these basically cease to affect cultivation progress. As for immortal cultivation, compared to physical constitutions or bloodlines, it places greater emphasis on less tangible qualities like comprehension and Dao heart. Chen Zhengdao smiled at this point, his gaze sweeping across the 5 individuals before him. But having said that, possessing physical talent doesn't preclude having talent in comprehension. And you 5 are likely the most promising individuals I've observed these past few days. He called out their names one by one. Chen Qi, Su Jiao, Chang Xian, Qingli, and Li Pingyan. Among you, there are those like Chen Qi, born with extraordinary physical strength, several times greater than ordinary people, surpassing most cultivators immediately upon reaching the 9th rank. Then there's Su Jiao, whose perception of inner qi far exceeds normal standards, achieving rank with just a few attempts and cultivating at remarkable speed. Of course, there are also those like Chang Xian and Li Pingyan, exceptionally wise and insightful. While their cultivation aptitude might be somewhat lacking and they may not possess formidable combat strength, their exceptional comprehension allows them to keep pace. In my experience, talents in this area often achieve late-stage breakthroughs and ultimately reach greater heights. As for Qingli, she's rather unique, so I won't elaborate further. Noticing some unconvinced looks, Chen Zhengdao added an explanation. This isn't just my opinion, but accumulated wisdom observed over countless years in our cultivation world. Though exceptions do exist, take our great peak master for example. He's remained undefeated since first attaining rank, continuing invincible all the way to first-grade cultivation. Someone averted their gaze. Chen Zhengdao gave a resigned smile, though not truly angry with his disciples, and continued. You haven't forgotten what I mentioned yesterday, have you? The mountain summit assembly is virtually certain to be held now. Originally this shouldn't concern me, but some muddle-headed fool insisted on using this occasion to establish rankings for personal disciples. Personally, I dislike contention and naturally objected. But unable to withstand the others' persistence, we ultimately settled on determining the results through our 8 Peaks Disciples' achievements. We serve as mentors to guide disciples. Whichever disciple achieves the top position at the 8 Peaks Conference shall earn the honorable title of Senior Brother of 8 Peaks Mountain. Though I have no desire to compete, this matter still concerns the face of each peak. Therefore, I naturally must exert some effort. After days of observation, I've finally selected those who show potential for achievement, the 5 of you. Chen Zhengdao slowly extended his hand, placing a single finger on the stone table, whereupon several exquisitely crafted manuals materialized. They shimmered with radiant splendor, pulsing with spiritual energy. A mere glance revealed these manuals were no ordinary objects. Li Pingyan's heart quickened several beats as he sensed what was coming. And indeed, Chen Zhengdao spoke unhurriedly, voicing what the blank paper would accomplish. Today, I've come to grant you cultivation techniques in advance and guide your practice. Chapter 26, Innate Cultivation Technique. Though mentally prepared, Chen Zhengdao's words still stirred excitement among the 5 disciples, including Li Pingyan. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Although they have already entered the ranks, they have merely reached the starting line of the race. To complete the remaining course of this race, each must first obtain their own vehicle. The lifebound art is the racing car that cultivators use in this Tao seeking competition. The reason it's called lifebound is naturally because this art will accompany the cultivator throughout their entire life. All cultivation levels, techniques, and supernatural abilities, though not necessarily entirely derived from the lifebound art, are more or less influenced by it. Therefore, the choice of lifebound art can be said to be one of the most crucial decisions in a cultivator's life. Choosing well and appropriately, like Chen Qi, who was born with a robust physique and abundant vital energy, practicing the mountain moving decree, a body refining technique, naturally makes cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. Choosing poorly, especially when mismatched with one's physique and personality, such as a straightforward, hot-blooded person selecting an art that requires patience and meticulousness, will make cultivation progress difficult, resulting in a lifetime of bitter practice without achievement. Such incidents still occur daily even in today's cultivation world. To prevent such issues, major sects like 8 Peaks Mountain deliberately set aside specific periods where elders or even the peak masters personally observe disciples' potential and characteristics before assigning them a foundational cultivation technique. Although this method appears somewhat cumbersome and inflexible, it maximizes the likelihood that newly admitted disciples will receive a reasonably suitable foundational technique. Even if it might not perfectly match an individual, it at least ensures no complete incompatibility between cultivator and cultivation method will occur. Naturally, if a disciple shows no particular resistance to most techniques or finds multiple techniques suitable, they retain the right to make an active choice. The fact that Chen Zhengdao has now produced the techniques in advance clearly indicates he has already determined through observation the most appropriate methods for each of Li Pingyan and the other 4 disciples. Only after reaching this conclusion would he proactively present the cultivation manuals. Otherwise, if it were merely for securing a good ranking in the 8 Peaks Assembly, he would not only have violated the rules of 8 Peaks Mountain but also offended these 5 individuals, including Li Pingyan. This Chen Zhengdao was not so foolish. Thus, facing this scene, even though shocked in their hearts, even the straightforward Chen Qi refrained from voicing any doubts about Chen Zhengdao's decision. Noticing the astonishment on everyone's faces yet hearing no objections, Chen Zhengdao allowed a slight smile to curve his lips. His morning lectures regularly drew over 1,000 listeners, but through several rounds of testing combined with their initial aptitude assessments during admission, only these 5 before him had earned his genuine appreciation. It wasn't merely about their exceptional talent. What Chen Zhengdao valued more than innate ability was their notably steadier temperament compared to others. Apparently, his judgment had been correct. Without further ado, Chen Zhengdao turned his head, his gaze settling on Chen Qi, who stood at his far right. His finger tapped on a manual atop the stone table, causing swirling halos to rise like a swimming dragon that coiled around his finger. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, that very finger pointed at Chen Qi. The dragon-like light immediately found its target, shooting into Chen Qi's chest at an incomprehensible speed. Chen Qi instinctively stepped back, then froze mid-step. His expression transformed from shock to delight. Never one to conceal his emotions well, he immediately broke into a grin and bowed toward Chen Zhengdao. "Many thanks, Master Chen." Chen Zhengdao merely smiled without further comment. Li Pingyan, however, observed Chen Qi with growing curiosity. Though uncertain what destiny cultivation method Chen Qi had obtained, one look at his irrepressibly joyous expression confirmed it perfectly matched both his circumstances and expectations. This stirred a faint sense of anticipation within him. Although he had previously obtained some information about innate cultivation techniques from Shueyu, he never expected to receive one in advance due to this 8 peaks assembly. While it was regrettable that he couldn't choose one of the techniques Shueyu had mentioned as originally planned, he still wanted to know which technique Chen Zhengdao considered most suitable for him. Just as Li Pingyan waited with bated anticipation for Chen Zhengdao to grant him his cultivation technique, Qingli standing beside him wore an odd expression. Unlike the clueless Li Pingyan, even with less than 1/10 of her abilities remaining, Qingli's capabilities still far surpassed Chen Zhengdao's. So despite all his mysterious posturing, Qingli could clearly see exactly which techniques Chen Zhengdao had prepared for everyone. For that oafish Chen Qi, Chen Zhengdao provided the mountain moving art, a body refining technique perfectly suited for him. As for Chang Xian standing nearby, who followed the same immortal cultivation path as Chen Zhengdao, he was given the coiling dragon scripture, a technique emphasizing gradual accumulation leading to sudden breakthroughs. That annoying Su Jiao gave him the divine firmament scripture, which indeed matched his fast cultivation speed. As for Li Pingyan, Qingli was truly bewildered at this moment, because some things happened too suddenly. In fact, when she learned that Chen Zhengdao wanted to give Li Pingyan the cultivation method in advance, she felt somewhat flustered. Not only had she not yet decided whether to find a way to replace Li Pingyan's originally cultivated towering thunder body, but this matter of practicing his core cultivation method 1 month earlier was, to Qingli, no different from watching Li Pingyan begin to bare his teeth and sharpen his knife against her. Every day earlier that Li Pingyan practiced meant several years shorter lifespan for this world. She never would have thought that this Chen Zhengdao was such a genius to actually come up with the idea of having Li Pingyan practice his core cultivation method ahead of time. The clever Qingli now wished she could immediately summon Jianmi to chop this fellow into 10,000 pieces. However, just as Qingli was beginning to grow slightly impatient, she suddenly noticed something amiss about the innate cultivation technique Chen Zhengdao was preparing to impart to Li Pingyan. Pingyan, this is the cultivation technique I've selected for you. His finger pointed at Li Pingyan again as a stream of radiant light surged into the young cultivator's body. The next moment, Li Pingyan experienced the same sensation the others had felt earlier. Though he neither saw nor heard anything, vast stretches of text appeared in his mind as if carved directly into his skull. Several blazingly brilliant technique names gradually manifested in the depths of Li Pingyan's consciousness, so vivid they compelled him to silently recite one particular technique's name: Ancient Body Tempering Method. Immediately afterward, question marks began rising in Li Pingyan's mind, for if he remembered correctly, hadn't Shueyu mentioned this technique was completely unsuitable for him. Chapter 27, Difficulties Abound. Observing Li Pingyan's slightly bewildered gaze and uncertain expression, Chen Zhengdao smiled faintly, fully aware of what the young man was thinking. Then he asked softly, "Are you wondering why I chose this lifebound cultivation technique for you?" Li Pingyan nodded slightly. A hint of teasing appeared on Chen Zhengdao's face. "Pingyan, do you know what talent was detected when you first entered the sect?" A trace of surprise flashed across Li Pingyan's face. It was true that talents were tested upon entry, but the sect only informed whether one could join the mountain, not the specific quality of their talents. Thus, while he knew his comprehension surpassed ordinary people due to his research talent, Li Pingyan genuinely didn't know his actual physical cultivation aptitude. "Please enlighten me, Master Chen." However, Li Pingyan didn't dwell on it excessively, since Chen Zhengdao's question clearly indicated his intention to explain. But Chen Zhengdao took a detour and addressed everyone. "Since we've reached this topic, let me ask you all a question. What is the greatest difference between the ancient cultivation world and today's cultivation world?" As this question was posed, even Li Pingyan wore a pensive expression, with only Qingli remaining calm as if she already had the answer in mind. Chang Xian was the first to respond. "Master Chen, I believe we shouldn't attribute this entirely to one single factor. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, cultivation experience, and ways of thinking in the ancient cultivation world were all inferior to today's, except for certain non-renewable treasures which were more abundant than what we have now. Therefore, I don't think we should make too direct a comparison, because the current cultivation world has progressed too far." Chen Zhengdao smiled but shook his head. "What you say is correct, but also incorrect. Viewed as a whole, the ancient cultivation world was indeed inferior to today's, but in certain aspects, it actually surpassed the current cultivation world." Chen Zhengdao turned to look at Li Pingyan. One particularly unique aspect was the development of the body's latent potential. The ancient body refining art was created by a group of mighty cultivators from the ancient cultivation world who refused to let the ancient cultivation methods fade into obscurity. Countless efforts were poured into compiling and integrating all the ancient cultivation techniques to form this body refining art. Its most distinctive feature is developing unique innate divine abilities based on each cultivator's individual talents. And you, Li Pingyan, possess a rather special talent. I believe you're aware of it yourself. When studying cultivation techniques, your mind becomes extraordinarily clear, able to comprehend by analogy and draw inferences about other cases from one instance. For many things, just a glance gives you deeper understanding, and some things you can grasp immediately upon seeing them. Isn't that right? This talent has appeared before in history, known as the hidden dragon mind. The last person to possess this talent was the hidden dragon fairy who broke through the first grade realm and successfully ascended to immortality 1300 years ago. So now do you understand why I'm giving you this innate cultivation technique? Chen Zhongdao's expression turned grave, as if to ensure Li Pingyan would commit this to heart, his voice growing noticeably louder. Because this cultivation technique might help enhance your innate talents and comprehension, and may even grant you some unique supernatural abilities. Although the difficulty of cultivation is indeed formidable, and it differs slightly from mainstream cultivation methods nowadays, but this is a technique that offers you a chance to ascend to immortality. Perhaps you might waste your entire life due to its excessive difficulty, barely reaching the great cultivator realm by death. Or perhaps you might suddenly attain enlightenment, then advance without pause directly to the first rank, ultimately achieving immortal ascension. I suppose you wouldn't consider any other choice, would you? A smile appeared on Li Pingyan's face as he slowly shook his head and cupped his hands toward Chen Zhongdao. Many thanks for Master Chen's guidance. In this world, cultivation paths number in the millions, but how many truly reveal their ultimate destination? Even if the path Master Chen points out contains countless dangers and obstacles, this student will surely exert utmost effort and never retreat a single step. Ha ha ha. Master Chen couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh heartily. Excellent, truly excellent. We cultivators must uphold such principles to cut through thorns and brambles, face difficulties head-on, break through heavenly condemnations, and ascend to immortality. Pingyan, you must remember these words you speak today. Moreover, don't worry too much. Ancient cultivators faced far greater dangers than present-day cultivators, so every one of their cultivation techniques excelled in combat. This technique is no exception. At least in terms of protective methods, you needn't worry. Xingli couldn't help but roll her eyes nearby. But she immediately began pondering whether this matter might actually benefit her. First of all, this so-called hidden dragon intelligence that Chen Zhongdao mentioned was complete nonsense. Because that so-called hidden dragon immortal was none other than Long Zhao, one of the 7 martial immortals like herself, who wielded the divine artifact the dragon commanding staff. As for being intelligent, aside from her overly ample bosom, she basically had no redeeming qualities. Having held the position of martial immortal for over 1,000 years, she still hadn't even figured out how to properly use the dragon commanding staff. The dragon commanding staff that supposedly controls hundreds of dragons has only gathered 8 so far. Her ascension to immortality was entirely thanks to her grandmother, who bestowed all her immortal power and essence upon her. Coupled with a bit of good fortune and smooth cultivation without major obstacles, she barely managed to achieve immortality. Even then, she almost failed to gain the dragon commanding staff's approval, requiring Xingli's intervention at her grandmother's plea. With such limited intellect, calling it latent dragon mind is generous clumsy pig brain would be more appropriate. Had it not been for her pleasant personality, endearingly clingy, completely uncontentious and unobtrusive, she might never have inherited the martial immortal position. Even now, Jianni harbors significant disdain for her. Setting aside the pig brain matter, Xingli considers Li Pingyan's decision to change his core cultivation technique a positive development. After all, during her previous conversation with Shuiyu, Xingli learned that Li Pingyan's original core technique was the sky-pillaring thunder physique. And with this innate cultivation technique in Li Pingyan's hands, Xingli had witnessed just how formidable it could become in the future. So as long as he changed his innate technique, Xingli believed she could accept the outcome. After all, there were only 2 possible results: either he could defeat her, or he couldn't. Since according to the original storyline he wouldn't be able to win anyway, gambling that Li Pingyan might not reach his previous level after switching techniques wasn't unacceptable. Moreover, Xingli had keenly grasped the characteristics of this new technique: potential development, combat proficiency, difficult cultivation. While other advantages didn't matter much to Xingli, that final difficult cultivation aspect perfectly suited her intentions. An inherently challenging innate technique, coupled with equally difficult supplementary practices, and finally enhanced by her charm's offensive. Xingli could already vividly imagine future Li Pingyan scratching his head in frustration and flying into rage when his cultivation couldn't progress an inch. When that time comes, no matter what dragon brains or pig brains you might have, I'll make sure you're thoroughly stymied by difficulty. Chapter 28, to be judged later. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upwards as Xingli felt that merely imagining that scene gave her an impulse to laugh with joy. The air suddenly grew quiet. Coming back to her senses, Xingli realized everyone's gaze had unwittingly fallen upon her. Even Li Pingyan was no exception. Startled inwardly, she hurriedly composed her expression into a perfectly standard smile. What's the matter? Why is everyone looking at me? No one spoke. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Zhongdao said, Xingli, your situation is indeed somewhat special. Therefore, I'll first give you several cultivation techniques that might suit you. You can try them according to your own preference. I won't make the decision for you. Xingli smiled radiantly and gave a slight nod. Many thanks, Master Chen. Chen Zhongdao sighed faintly, his gaze lingering on her face for just a second before averting his eyes. He thought to himself, this girl was born far too beautiful. If not for the significant age difference that made him practically her elder, even he might have been moved. His gaze fell upon Li Pingyan. This lad's fortune is quite good, but whether he can protect Qingli in the future remains to be seen. Li Pingyan's attention, however, was entirely focused on Qingli, pondering what Chen Zhengdao meant by special circumstances. While he could sense something was amiss with Qingli, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. From Chen Zhengdao's tone, it seemed this wasn't exactly a secret. It seems I should find an opportunity to inquire about this. Having made up his mind, Li Pingyan looked up at Chen Zhengdao. By now, Chen Zhengdao had finished explaining all necessary matters and finally advised, "You five must devote yourselves to diligent cultivation from now on. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may come to me for guidance at any time. Regardless of the outcome at this 8 Peaks Assembly, you will undoubtedly gain much from the experience." Li Pingyan and the others nodded in unison before paying their respects. "We shall respectfully follow Master Chen's teachings." "Very well, I'll say no more." Chen Zhengdao casually waved his hand, then with another flick, a white mist enveloped his entire body. The next moment, he disappeared with the wind. Li Pingyan straightened his posture and turned around calmly, preparing to leave. Qingli quickly moved closer. This morning, because she needed to maintain her shy persona, she hadn't managed to affect Li Pingyan at all. Now that Chen Zhengdao had unexpectedly given the innate technique in advance, providing new conversation topics, she naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, Li Pingyan's cultivation technique was inherently difficult, so delaying him even for a minute would be a gain. Not enough reason. Of course she couldn't say it like that. "Senior brother Pingyan." Without the slightest hesitation, even as her voice just reached Li Pingyan's ears, her fragrant body was already pressing against him. One hand smoothly grasped Li Pingyan's arm, while her flawless face, tinged with shy blush, leaned close to his. "Senior brother Pingyan, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Shall we go together? Actually, I'm not very familiar with things like innate cultivation techniques. Since you're smarter than me, maybe you could give me some suggestions." "Okay." Though phrased as a question, her posture left Li Pingyan almost no room for refusal, with half her body already draped over his. Li Pingyan's expression remained composed as ever. Over time, though his resistance to her hosiery-clad advances remained weak, Qingli had trained him to make moderate progress in self-control. It was just physical contact after all. Even if his arm could feel the undulating mountain ranges, it wasn't enough to stir any emotional fluctuations in him. Since his original destination was the dining hall anyway, he didn't refuse but simply followed Qingli's leading force, beginning to walk toward the cafeteria. Back at the scene, 3 observers who had remained motionless throughout this exchange simultaneously revealed different expressions. On Suzhou's swollen, plump face was written pure envy and resentment. His teeth-gritting anger suddenly made his face hurt again. Covering his face for a long moment, he finally glared resentfully at Li Pingyan's retreating figure, clenching his fists tightly while secretly swearing. "Just you wait, Li Pingyan. You escaped misfortune yesterday, and today I can't fight you in front of Master Chen. But at the 8 Peaks Assembly, we will settle our accounts properly. Cheating me twice, then ambushing me until I was beaten black and blue. If I don't avenge this, I, Suzhou, vow to be unworthy of being human." He snorted coldly in his heart, glanced at the 2 people beside him, flicked his sleeves, lifted his chin and turned to leave. The remaining 2 stood where they were, gazing enviously at that receding pair. Chen Shi flexed his exaggerated pectoral muscles, his sandbag-sized fist rubbing his head. Though not yet 20, he already possessed the ruggedness of a 40-year-old. Looking at the departing Li Pingyan and Qingli with undisguised admiration. "Truly impressive, Li Pingyan." Chang Xian nodded, full of agreement. "Indeed impressive. Junior sister Qingli is as beautiful as a fairy. I don't even dare to speak when I approach her. Li Pingyan has only been here for half a month, yet he's already won over junior sister Qingli and he even looks reluctant about it. Could it be that girls nowadays all prefer Li Pingyan's cold and aloof style?" Chang Xian stroked his chin with one hand, deep in thought. "Next time we meet, I must find an opportunity to personally ask him for advice on how to pursue girls." "Same here." Chen Shi made his pectoral muscles tremble twice again as he nodded in agreement, then after 2 seconds suddenly realized something and turned to ask Chang Xian, "But neither of us is as handsome as Li Pingyan. Moreover, it seems there aren't even any junior sisters for us to pursue among this batch of new disciples. Our peak has over 1,000 people, but only 40 female disciples. Even if we learn the techniques, who would we use them on?" Silence. The air fell into a quiet stillness. After an unknown amount of time, Chang Xian raised his head again, looking seriously at Chen Shi. "Brother, we are both future great cultivators. We must endure hardships, advance bravely, and practice diligently. This is what true cultivators like us should be doing. Romantic affairs and sweet nothings, if we waste our time on these, how can we improve our cultivation and comprehend the ways of heaven and earth?" Don't be fooled by Li Pingyan's current success. When Li Pingyan is eventually held back by women, barely managing to break through to 6th rank while we brothers have already become grand cultivators, then there will be no need to debate who was right and who was wrong. Chen Shi froze momentarily, looked at Chang Xian before him, then nodded vigorously before pulling him into a tight embrace. "Absolutely right. We must never become that kind of person. Brother, you truly understand me like no other. Come, let's go cultivate now. When the 8 Peaks Conference arrives, we'll show everyone the fruits of our hard work. Chapter 29 Attempt. Meanwhile, Li Pingyan, whom they regarded as weak-willed and easily seduced by feminine charms, had finally managed to free himself from Qingli's disturbances. Returning to his room, Li Pingyan organized everything that needed to be arranged, then sat on the bed and closed his eyes, beginning to recall the ancient body refinement method engraved in his mind. However, after just a few seconds, Li Pingyan furrowed his brows. Although he had only just seen the beginning, Li Pingyan had to admit he already understood why Shuiyu and Shen Zhengdou had both said this cultivation method wasn't really suitable for modern cultivators. First, this technique belongs to the martial cultivation path. In the ancient cultivation world, the cultivation methods of martial practitioners were essentially identical. It involved tempering the body, gradually strengthening the physique, honing one's strength, and only after reaching a certain level of bodily refinement could one sense the existence of qi in blood, then gradually enhance it further. Popular realm designations like body forging, bone training, and qi refining were all legacies from the ancient cultivation world. However, the mainstream martial cultivation techniques in today's cultivation world have completely evolved from ancient methods. They now focus on first generating internal qi within the body, then nourishing this qi and refining blood energy to strengthen the physical body. This approach has further branched into various specialized techniques. For instance, sword cultivation methods not only enhance the entire body but also specifically boost explosive power and reflexes. Compared to ancient martial cultivators, contemporary practitioners not only cultivate faster but also avoid damaging their foundation or accumulating hidden injuries. In fact, their overall strength is significantly greater. Nowadays, even a beginner at the 9th rank would have been considered an established qi refining expert in ancient times. This ancient body refinement technique, however, follows neither the ancient cultivation methods nor contemporary practices. It's rather peculiar, a hybrid approach that stitches together elements from both systems. In other words, this technique requires Li Pingyan to engage in both body refinement and qi cultivation simultaneously, and thus the first major challenge arises. Body refinement required Li Pingyan to engage in physical activities, such as practicing fist techniques, standing postures, and strength training. Energy cultivation, however, needed a calm state of mind and steady composure, slowly circulating qi in quietude. Still, as a technique that could be passed down and remain as 8 Peaks Mountain's foundational method to this day, it naturally wouldn't just provide objectives without methods. Just recalling the various methods that occupied nearly half of the ancient body refinement technique text, those detailing simultaneous body refinement and energy cultivation, Li Pingyan couldn't help but sigh. It really is difficult. But immediately, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But it shouldn't be too problematic. While Li Pingyan couldn't guarantee other things when it came to control over details and precision in bodily manipulation, with his research talent enhancing him, he could be considered quite formidable. Opening his eyes, he rose from the bed and walked from the house into the courtyard. Finding a flat open area, he began attempting the most basic stance training according to the ancient body refinement techniques methods in his mind. And according to the method described, he tentatively began circulating his internal energy bit by bit. However, barely 10 minutes had passed when Li Pingyan's breathing became chaotic. Then his eyes flew open as he collapsed onto the ground, clutching his chest while coughing violently. Cough, 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 cough. This is still too much for me. After coughing for quite a while before stopping, Li Pingyan sighed to himself. It's truly difficult. Even though I've reached the level where I can slightly control the circulation speed of my internal energy, slowing it down still affects my stance training. Stance training condenses qi in blood, while circulating internal energy also causes the body's qi in blood to surge and strengthen the physique. But performing both simultaneously leads to conflict. If one could truly execute both concurrently, it would indeed accelerate a martial cultivator's strengthening. It's just extremely hard to achieve. But our ancestors' reasoning was correct. I've gained some insight now. It seems I'll be doing plenty of experimentation in the coming days. Patting his pants to get up from the ground, Li Pingyan surveyed the somewhat empty courtyard with pensive eyes. But first, I need to acquire some equipment for physical training. There's also the matter of culinary cultivation. I'll need to find time to study it, though that can wait a little longer. Then there's martial skill training. I need to decide which weapons to specialize in before choosing appropriate techniques. The more he thought, the more tasks seemed to pile up before him. Pressing a hand against his slightly aching forehead, Li Pingyan felt his still bulging purse and couldn't help sighing. Looks like those spirit coins I just obtained won't be staying in my possession for long. In another corner of 8 Peaks Mountain, Qingli, who had just parted ways with Li Pingyan, was already meeting with Jianmi. Seated at a stone table, Qingli produced several booklets and presented them to Jianmi. With a smile that answered Jianmi's slightly puzzled expression, she explained, "This is the gift I prepared for Li Pingyan. What do you think?" Jianmi frowned, looking at the booklet handed to her. She reached out to open it, but after just one glance, she turned her head in confusion toward Qingli. "Ha ha, I knew you'd make that expression. Qingli laughed, her face unable to conceal even a shred of pride. You must be wanting to ask me when my goal is to hinder Li Pingyan's cultivation. Why would I still give him the sword technique I once practiced, right? After all, this sword technique is among the very best. After mastering it, if not invincible among peers, one would at least gain an instant threefold advantage. Jianmi looked at Qingli. Though she showed no particular reaction, Qingli knew exactly what she meant and immediately continued. Exactly. That's precisely why I'm giving him this sword technique. Her face glowing with triumph, Qingli animatedly explained her thoughts. Actually, it's the same as the method I mentioned before. Hindering Li Pingyan's cultivation is difficult, but helping him cultivate wouldn't that be much simpler? Give him the best techniques, the finest martial skills. If he wants to practice multiple disciplines, let him. This way, not only will I gain his trust, but most crucially I'll have given him all the martial skills. Whether he succeeds in cultivating them becomes none of my concern. Jianmi nodded, her gaze returning to the manual in her hands. This sword art is indeed formidable. Even I took years to master its basics. Exactly. Qingli snapped her fingers, rising to her feet. Propping herself up with both hands, she met Jianmi's gaze with a sly smile. Pass that sword art, the one even you struggled to learn, to Li Pingyan. Then make subtle adjustments to it. Not necessarily planting hidden flaws, but at least increasing its difficulty. Thus, when the 8 Peaks assembly arrives in over a month, Li Pingyan likely won't have deciphered a single character. Meanwhile, the other cultivators will all have mastered their techniques. Adding to that the broken cultivation technique Li Pingyan practices, if he manages to win even one round, I'll consider him clever indeed. Chapter 30, Unexpected Discovery. In the boundless void, Li Pingyan stood suspended in empty space. His body tensed, arms stretched wide and legs slightly bent at an angle, assuming a posture resembling an eagle preparing for flight. Yet his complete focus remained on the slowly circulating internal energy within his body. However, compared to his previous cautious attempts, Li Pingyan's movements were now considerably bolder. He allowed the internal energy to gradually spread throughout his body, each new area it reached immediately flooding with intense warmth. Then it began clashing with the blood and qi mobilized by his stance training, bringing wave after wave of pain and discomfort. Li Pingyan didn't even furrow his brow, calmly enduring the churning internal energy and blood qi within him. He paid no mind even when blood began seeping from the corner of his mouth. And rightfully so, for he was currently within the research space. Not to mention suffering some internal injuries. Even if his inner qi were to explode inside his body right now, it wouldn't affect him in the slightest. He would reappear completely unharmed in the same spot the next moment. The reason for deliberately provoking such intense conflict between his blood qi and inner qi now is because Li Pingyan is attempting to find an optimal equilibrium point. Moreover, through continuous experimentation, Li Pingyan has already gained some promising leads. A thunderous knocking sound suddenly echoed through the void. Forced to release all restraints on his body amidst the stalemate, Li Pingyan immediately swelled up, blood streaming from all 7 orifices as he collapsed headlong. When his eyes opened again, Li Pingyan found himself back on the bed in his own room. The bang 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 of knocking still hadn't ceased, and a trace of resignation crossed Li Pingyan's face as he had no choice but to respond. Stop knocking! I'm coming to open the door. Quickly rising from bed, he glanced casually outside the window. Night had fallen completely, with insufficient moonlight, making it practically pitch black outside. Why would someone come looking for him at this hour? Could it be that troublemaker Qingli up to something again? Though he had a hunch, when Li Pingyan opened the door and saw Qingli standing vividly outside, he couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong with you this time? Apparently to match the night's atmosphere, Qingli had replaced her usual cyan white gown with a fitted black outfit edged with occasional red accents and an argent ruler tucked at her waist. All her hair ornaments were removed, her long hair simply tied into a ponytail. Coupled with the slight upward curve of her lips, the image of a heroic female knight from legends clearly materialized before Li Pingyan. Truth be told, after growing accustomed to Qingli's previous celestial maiden style, this new look actually made Li Pingyan's eyes brighten with surprise. Of course, the only pity was that to match her outfit, Qingli wasn't wearing pantyhose this time, causing Li Pingyan to only give this look an 80% score. Senior brother Pingyan, are you home alone? Instead of directly answering Li Pingyan, Qingli mysteriously peeked around, glancing into his room before carefully leaning in to whisper in his ear. Li Pingyan calmly extended a hand to block her deliberately approaching face. No need to look, there's nowhere to hide anyone in my room. If you have something to say, just say it. It's already very late, and it's not appropriate for us to be alone like this. I don't mind gossip, but it wouldn't be good for a respectable girl like you. Qingli withdrew her peeking head and smiled indifferently, slightly puffing out her chest. It's fine, senior brother Pingyan. Even if people misunderstand, I don't mind. Besides, we're not really alone anyway. Li Pingyan was startled, and before he could even voice his question, he saw a figure slowly emerge from the night shadows. Her attire was similar to Qingli's, though her curves were slightly less pronounced. Yet her sharp demeanor and sword-like gaze instantly gave her an imposing aura surpassing Qingli's. It was precisely that woman who had come looking for trouble when Li Pingyan encountered her at the market district. If he remembered correctly, Qingli had called her Xiao Jian. Later, they said her name was Jian Ni. This young lady is your friend, I presume. Li Pingyan slightly furrowed his brows and looked at Qingli with puzzlement. If Qingli came alone, it might just be one of her whims, but bringing someone along made it seem like there was genuinely important business. So Li Pingyan asked again, "What brings you here so late at night?" Qingli snapped her fingers mysteriously and sidled up to Li Pingyan again, leaning half her body against him. Li Pingyan had truly grown accustomed to Qingli behaving this way, so much so that he didn't even think to avoid her, simply standing in place waiting to hear what she had to say. Senior brother Pingyan, have you heard about Demon Concealing Cliff? Demon Concealing Cliff. Li Pingyan froze again, then frowned as he asked in return, "You mean that place rumored to hide a celestial demon?" But at this moment, Li Pingyan was essentially regarding this girl as just spouting nonsense, because anyone with a functioning brain could see through it. At 8 Peaks Mountain, this sacred cultivation ground for humanity with 8 supreme experts at first-grade cultivation, you're saying there exists a place hiding a first-grade celestial demon. What's more crucial is that this demon concealing cliff is located quite near the disciples' dormitories, just a 10-minute walk away. Although Li Pingyan hadn't gone to check it out of curiosity, he had heard from other disciples that the place simply had peculiar rock formations that would produce roars resembling demon beasts when the wind blew through them. Then, the rumor about hiding a heavenly demon spread inexplicably. It's quite similar to those legends about small toilets or alleys from my past life, only those with too much time on their hands would believe such things. That's right. That exact place. Qingli nodded emphatically. Seemingly sensing Li Pingyan's indifference, she immediately lowered her voice mysteriously. But senior brother Pingyan, don't think it's just hearsay. That place truly holds some secrets. If you don't believe me, you can ask Jinni. She was the one who noticed something off about that place, which is why she came to me. Qingli shifted the blame swiftly, immediately turning to point at Jianni, who didn't seem particularly eager to speak. However, since Qingli had brought her along precisely to serve as a scapegoat, Jianni naturally didn't hold back. She gave a casual nod, her tone neither excited nor flat. Indeed. While practicing my swordsmanship at dusk, I accidentally discovered a hidden passage. After investigating, I found what appears to be the legacy of some nameless swordsman. After entering and finding nothing, I came to Qingli, wanting her to try. She insisted on dragging you into this, so here we both are. Chapter 31, A Heart Full of Discontent. A Hidden Cave. A Mysterious Legacy. The distrust in Li Pingyan's eyes immediately intensified upon hearing these two things. Honestly, what era is this, still playing with such old tricks? 8 Peaks Mountain has existed for so many years, with disciples coming and going easily over 1 million. Though most wouldn't stay in the mountains for even 10 years before descending, Li Pingyan found it hard to believe that among so many, none had discovered this supposedly obvious hidden cave. Even if Qingli had the face of a protagonist. Moreover, upon discovering a legacy or some hidden place, shouldn't a normal person's first thought be to report it to the sect? Even if greed arose, shouldn't one explore it alone, rather than making a big show of gathering people? Perhaps it was truly as Jianmi said, she had tried herself, only informing Qingli after failing to obtain the legacy. But then why would Qingli come looking for him? Not to mention whether their relationship had reached that level. The key point was that Li Pingyan had always maintained some wariness towards Qingli. This plot of being led to some hidden location in the dead of night, why did Li Pingyan feel this scenario seemed somewhat familiar? Thus almost instinctively, Li Pingyan was about to voice his refusal. But Qingli seemed to have anticipated Li Pingyan's reaction, as she suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. But I knew senior brother Pingyan would definitely refuse to come with me, so I've already brought what I obtained for you. Look, this is it. A hand appeared before Li Pingyan, then under his watchful gaze, slowly reached into her bosom and gradually withdrew something. To his surprise, it turned out to be an exquisitely crafted small booklet. It looked just like those cultivation manuals Chen Zhengdo had used when teaching his innate cultivation methods. When Qingli held the booklet up to his eyes, 4 characters immediately entered Li Pingyan's field of vision, which he silently read to himself. Uneven sword art. Up to now, the development of events has exceeded Li Pingyan's expectations. When Qingli took out this item, it meant that everything Li Pingyan had just been thinking about could be set aside. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not, she didn't know, but Li Pingyan felt that even if Qingli had some scheme against him, she wouldn't use it here. Otherwise, if they were to really fight, considering how Qingli had pushed him earlier, he genuinely felt he might not be her match. He reached out and took the unbalanced sword manual from Qingli's hands. He examined it carefully from front to back. Though the exterior appeared exquisite, upon closer inspection, one could still sense the traces of its long history. This item didn't seem to be a forgery, which meant Qingli was most likely telling the truth. But could that shabby place really have a hidden inheritance? Li Pingyan wasn't certain in his heart. Qingli spoke again. Senior brother Pingyan, open it and take a look. You might find a pleasant surprise. A pleasant surprise. Li Pingyan raised his head to look at Qingli, who wore a mysterious expression. He turned his head to glance at Jianni again, noticing a hint of mocking amusement curling at the corners of her cold lips. Seeing the obvious suspicious expressions on their faces, Li Pingyan actually felt more at ease in his heart. No longer hesitating, since this so-called uneven sword manual was genuine, Li Pingyan became genuinely interested in this inheritance that had been hidden within 8 Peaks Mountain. A single finger gently lifted the first page as his gaze shifted and fell upon the first line of text. Suddenly, all the characters on the manual seemed to transform into sharp swords at that very moment. A soaring sword aura erupted and instantly rushed toward Li Pingyan. Then, one after another, the sword auras formed from the characters all surged into Li Pingyan's mind. From Qingli and Jianmi's perspective, they saw Li Pingyan freeze in place, unmoving. Huff. After waiting a few seconds to confirm Li Pingyan had briefly lost consciousness, Qingli quickly exhaled in relief and patted her chest. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and skipped the process directly, otherwise that bastard Li Pingyan would definitely suspect me. As she spoke, she glared at Li Pingyan's face with gritted teeth, then quickly moved closer and stealthily pinched the soft flesh on his arm twice. Her eyes drifted toward his vulnerable spots as she mimed targeting gestures, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to actually strike. This damned bastard. I've let him take nearly every advantage these past few days, yet he still doesn't trust me. If I really wanted to kill you, do you think you'd still be alive now? Jianmi approached at this moment, moving slightly closer while ignoring Qingli's muttering. After examining Li Pingyan, a faint look of surprise appeared between her brows. This Li Pingyan's talent is actually this extraordinary. When I last saw him at the marketplace, his inner chi had just begun stimulating blood expansion. Now he's already started merging blood energy with bones and sinews. Qingli, are you certain your method will work? Don't let it end up benefiting Li Pingyan instead. Qingli scoffed disdainfully. This is nothing. Back when I first started cultivating, I immediately received heaven and earth summoning and became a 7th rank immortal cultivator. Didn't you break through 2 levels directly to reach 7th rank when you first started cultivating too? Li Pingyan's talent is merely decent at best. And as long as he can't comprehend that ancient body refining technique, he can forget about breaking through to 8th rank anytime soon. However, after finishing her arrogant words, when she saw Li Pingyan's furrowed brow, she suddenly felt somewhat worried again. Hesitating for 2 seconds, she couldn't help but ask Jianmi, by the way, is this inheritance you created difficult enough? Make sure he doesn't learn it too easily. A hint of pride flashed in Jianmi's eyes as she nodded slightly. Rest assured, I know exactly how difficult this unparalleled sword art is. Although the sword techniques in this art aren't particularly exquisite, just comprehending its sword intent requires at least a 5th rank swordsman. Even though I deliberately lowered the difficulty of initiation and added a touch of my own sword intent, it's estimated he'd need at least 7th grade cultivation to gain any comprehension. Moreover, even if comprehended, it's merely the simplest starting point. Without personally experiencing various injustices, further advancement in the unjust sword intent would remain difficult. Ha ha, that's perfect. Qingli laughed, her unease finally settling. Jianmi glanced at Qingli, recognizing her mental imbalance caused by Li Pingyan, and shook her head slightly while offering rare additional words. As for you, now is the time to adjust your mindset. This unjust sword art is something ordinary people could never begin to comprehend in their lifetime. Even if Li Pingyan possesses exceptional talent, it would still require tremendous effort. In the past, even I spent several years before gaining comprehension by sheer coincidence. Could this Li Pingyan possibly surpass my own talent in the sword path? If that were truly the case, then Her words abruptly halted mid-sentence. Under Qingli's bewildered gaze, Jianmi's eyes slowly turned toward Li Pingyan. Yet all she saw was a face now marked with indignation and resentment. An inexplicable melancholy welled up in her heart, and even the god-slaying sword in her hand trembled faintly. Her tender lips were lightly bitten between her teeth as Jianmi's grip on the god-slaying sword quivered slightly. How could this be? Resentment's sword intent. He actually managed to comprehend it. Chapter 32, The Impossible. An immeasurable amount of time passed before Li Pingyan slowly opened his eyes. The eyes that had always remained calm now carried an indescribable depth. Yet when Li Pingyan clearly saw the situation before him, he couldn't help but start slightly. For at some unknown moment, Jianmi had appeared right beside him, her face a picture of incredulous astonishment. Particularly Jianmi, unless Li Pingyan was mistaken, seemed to be trembling so hard her teeth were chattering. What's going on? Having Qingli alone was enough. What did this girl mean by getting so close to him? Taking a wary step back, Li Pingyan inquired. Miss Jianmi, what are you? You've comprehended the indignation sword intent. Jianmi had no intention of listening to Li Pingyan's explanations, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on him, her beautiful face covered with frosty severity that sent chills down Li Pingyan's spine. Did you have a tragic background? A question mark appeared in Li Pingyan's mind. After 2 seconds of delay, he finally processed Jianmi's questions. Well, Miss Jianmi, I did gain some minor comprehension, but whether it's the indignation sword intent you mentioned, I wouldn't know. As for my background, both my parents are alive, kind and amiable, from a harmonious family. I don't understand why you're asking about this. Jianmi's expression grew even colder. Impossible. If you haven't experienced numerous injustices, how could you possibly comprehend the indignation sword intent so quickly? Do you know this sword formula? Before she could finish speaking, Qingli had already rushed over, covering Jianmi's mouth, and without waiting for her to struggle, immediately dragged her backward. Qingli revealed a silly smile toward Li Pingyan. Well, senior brother Pingyan, I'm glad you gained something. I gave you this sword technique just to provide you an extra trump card. I never expected you to be so talented, comprehending it so easily, truly remarkable. Jianmi is a sword cultivator, but her talent is lacking, so she's quite shocked that you grasped it so effortlessly. But this was exactly why I came. Now that it's done, we'll take our leave. See you tomorrow. With these words, and without waiting for Li Pingyan's reaction, she grabbed Jianmi, who had ceased resisting but was glaring intensely at Li Pingyan, and swiftly dashed down the path. Li Pingyan watched speechlessly as the two girls departed. He could clearly tell, just as Qingli had said, that Jianmi's talent was indeed mediocre. Originally, he had obtained a powerful sword technique but failed to comprehend it. Qingli brought him here, probably intending to make a fool of him from the start. Unexpectedly, he actually grasped this unjust sword intent so quickly her mental balance was completely disrupted. But what could Li Pingyan do about it? It wasn't really his fault, was it? However, it seems there truly was no intention to trick me. This unjust sword technique is indeed quite interesting. Li Pingyan sighed, recalling everything that had just happened. Though merely an illusion, it felt as real as if he'd lived through it. He bent down, casually picked up a small grass stem from the ground, and casually swung it a few times toward the wall by the entrance. Then, looking at the motionless wall, he suddenly laughed. Shaking his head, he tossed away the grass stem and stepped into the house, the door slamming shut with such force that dust shook loose from the walls. Where Li Pingyan had swung at the wall earlier, as the dust fell away, 2 lines of text appeared as if they had been carved there all along. 10 years of grinding one sword, its frosty edge untested yet. Today I show it to you who has any grievance left unredressed. Carrying Jianmi back to her home in one breath, Qingli propped up the straight as a sword Jianmi before gritting her teeth and grabbing the collar of Jianmi's clothes with both hands, shaking violently. Then with both hands clutching Jianmi's collar, Qingli pressed her face close and asked through clenched teeth, "Xiao Jian, didn't you say your sword formula was difficult? Why did Li Pingyan master it instantly?" That was sword intent. With sword intent, who below the 9th rank could possibly be his match? Jianmi stood there allowing Qingli to shake her body rigid like a sword, frowning as if she hadn't heard Qingli's questions at all. How is this possible? His swordsmanship talent is actually this strong. It shouldn't be this injustice. Sword intent, without personal experience, how could one comprehend its meaning? Could Li Pingyan truly be a more talented swordsman than me? Standing there muttering to herself, she didn't register a single word of Qingli's question. Qingli sighed helplessly at her reaction, loosened her grip on the girl's collar with weak hands, took a step back and plopped onto a chair with a thud. Propping her forehead with one hand, she began pondering what to do next. Now, she had to admit she had indeed underestimated Li Pingyan. This fellow seemed to possess talent far beyond ordinary people. Something like sword intent isn't something one can comprehend so casually. In the history of the cultivation world, it's not that there haven't been geniuses who comprehended sword intent effortlessly, but such geniuses were exceedingly rare. The phrase "once in 1,000 years" isn't just empty talk. Moreover, sword intent isn't like those martial insights described in mortal storybooks. It's something far more profound and mystical. To explain more specifically, sword intent is actually the manifestation of one's inner conviction. Without true personal experience, one could never comprehend a sword intent that belongs solely to oneself. Jianmi had sailed smoothly through her cultivation journey, yet only after more than 10 years of practice and reaching 5th grade cultivation did she finally comprehend her own sword intent. This was precisely why Jianmi was so astonished that Li Pingyan could so easily comprehend the unjust sword intent. For this was no common commodity to martial practitioners. A resolute conviction like this serves as a necessary condition for advancing to 3rd grade cultivation. But if his talent is this formidable, doesn't that mean all my previous plans will come to nothing? Could Jianmi have been right after all? Were all my actions actually helping Li Pingyan? These thoughts swirled silently in her mind before Qingli violently shook them away. She stood up abruptly, slamming a hand on the table as she roared. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could there possibly exist an omnipotent genius in this world? Even if he possesses talent in swordsmanship, that doesn't mean he's gifted in other areas too. There must be something Li Pingyan isn't good at, maybe cultivation, maybe body refinement, or perhaps alchemy and artifact forging. There must be at least one weakness. I need to find out what his weak point is, then focus all attacks on that vulnerability. Chapter 33, Tiny Ant. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had passed. During these days, Li Pingyan basically never left his room except for morning lectures. He devoted nearly all his energy to researching ancient body refinement techniques. However, it must be admitted that Li Pingyan had somewhat overestimated himself last time. Although he had indeed made some progress, the advancement remained quite slow. By his estimation, Li Pingyan believed he needed at least 7 or 8 more days to completely resolve the conflict between qi cultivation and body refinement. Of course, Li Pingyan could already begin practicing both simultaneously at a slow pace now, though it still wasn't perfect. Perhaps because she witnessed Li Pingyan's extraordinary dedication, Qingli barely disturbed him these days. She would only show up briefly for morning lessons before disappearing, her whereabouts unknown. In contrast, that Jianmi seemed to have developed an obsessive fixation on him. She would often lurk in corners, spying on him whenever his guard was down. Li Pingyan tried reasoning with her calmly once, only to realize his words went in one ear and out the other, so he stopped bothering to engage further. Fine, let her watch if she wants. It's not like a grown man could be taken advantage of by some girl. Compared to Qingli, who clung to him like a bothersome koala the moment they met, Jianmi was eerily quiet, standing motionless without uttering a word. Even when Li Pingyan invited her to eat, she ignored him completely, simply turning away only to reappear the moment he finished his meal. Gradually, he began treating her as if she didn't exist. And calculated objectively, this girl's appearance and temperament were no less impressive than Qingli's, with that sword-like cold arrogance being particularly rare. Regular cultivation isn't actually easy, so having a beautiful girl nearby to admire was indeed pleasant. Huff! Muscles throughout his body twitched in segments, sweat pouring from his face as if someone had poured water over his head, only to be instantly evaporated by the high temperature radiating from Li Pingyan's skin. A visible stream of turbid air was forcefully exhaled by Li Pingyan, shooting several meters forward to impact the wall and leave a depression about 2 to 3 centimeters deep. His muscles trembling section by section, Li Pingyan slowly adjusted his posture and calmed his chi, remaining motionless for a full half-minute before finally opening his eyes. A flash of pleasant surprise appeared in his gaze. Just moments ago, the long stagnant ancient body tempering technique had finally made an exciting breakthrough. It could be said all major obstacles had essentially been overcome. Now only the final step remains, completely merging chi and blood, requiring only gradual bodily adaptation. It hasn't been long since Li Pingyan advanced to the 9th rank. Cultivating one's innate technique isn't like learning skills in the games of his past life, where a mere mouse click could master it. In less than half a month, he had already grasped the basics of his innate technique. While Li Pingyan's progress couldn't be called exceptionally fast, it certainly didn't qualify as slow either. After all, during the recent gathering of the 5 who obtained the technique early, Chang Xian and Chen Qi had only made slight progress, likely no further than Li Pingyan now. Lowering his gaze slightly, Li Pingyan examined his body, which had grown leaner over these days, yet now held at least twice the strength of before. Suddenly spurred by inspiration, he turned back inside, drew a practice wooden sword, and returned to the courtyard. Recalling the movements of the unyielding sword art in his mind, the wooden sword began to sway with his body's motions. A nameless sorrow arose inexplicably, while waves of indignant fury surged in his heart. But before Li Pingyan could begin his practice, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Clumsy movements, distracted glances, rigid transitions without rationale. Are you insulting swordsmanship? Li Pingyan, who had just been inspired to practice his swordplay again, halted at these words. He turned to look sideways, his face showing no anger but only curiosity. For Jianmi, who always stood silently observing in the corner without uttering a word, had actually spoken. As for whether his swordsmanship was good, Li Pingyan believed himself merely a beginner. Such criticism wasn't worth getting angry about. But since the girl had finally spoken, Li Pingyan smiled and inquired. My apologies for giving you such a poor show. But I'd like to take this opportunity to ask for Jianmi's guidance, if you would honor me. Jianmi closed her mouth, turned her head away, and fell silent again. She felt slight regret in her heart. It's quite obvious that the reason she's been standing here like a wooden post watching Li Pingyan these days is because she's on a mission. Ever since the last setback, Qingli had made up her mind to find something that could truly challenge Li Pingyan and capture his full attention. For this purpose, she temporarily abandoned her relationship cultivation with Li Pingyan and traveled everywhere in search of that very thing. As the primary reason for the last plan's failure, Jianmi, whom Qingli deemed unreliable, was assigned the task of monitoring Li Pingyan's cultivation progress and reporting at all times. These past few days, the situation had remained largely unchanged, so Jianmi had been quietly observing Li Pingyan practicing his techniques. Who could have expected that this guy, for reasons unknown, would suddenly start practicing swordplay right before her eyes? The moment he began practicing sword techniques, Jianmi immediately recalled how Li Pingyan had comprehended the unyielding sword intent in less than 10 minutes last time. The key point was that when he practiced swordplay, in Jianmi's eyes, it looked like a fool randomly swinging his sword about. If it were anything else, she could have pretended not to see it. But comprehending the unrestrained sword intent in less than 10 minutes, only to display such unsightly movements, now forgive her for not being able to resist mocking him aloud. However, the moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it. Because she absolutely shouldn't be giving Li Pingyan any guidance. Setting aside her own attitude toward Li Pingyan, Qingli's transmitted visions of her 99 gruesome deaths were still fresh in her mind. Even if Qingli found out, this woman who had already resorted to extreme measures against Li Pingyan would certainly turn against her. It wasn't that Jianmi feared Qingli. After all these years of association, all the martial immortals could be said to know each other inside out. With her combat prowess, against a Qingli with less than 1/10 of her strength remaining, victory was assured. But she wasn't a fool. Even if she went mad, she would never choose to help Li Pingyan over Qingli. Therefore, not to mention Li Pingyan sincerely seeking guidance, even if the other party knelt and kowtowed begging her, she wouldn't even glance at him. After all, she was the world's top sword cultivator 500 years ago, the martial immortal who wielded the #1 killing divine artifact, the god-slaying sword. Even that so-called 100 battles to sainthood from 8 Peaks Mountain wasn't worthy of her attention. How could a mere 9th grade ant like Li Pingyan be qualified to receive her guidance? Chapter 34, Getting Frustrated. Li Pingyan watched with a smile as Jianmi turned her body away, displaying the petty gesture of someone throwing a tantrum, realizing she still couldn't get over how easily he had comprehended the sword technique. To be honest, Li Pingyan truly didn't know how he had comprehended it. Perhaps it was because he died too young in his previous life but had seen and heard too much, thus matching the mindset required for the unyielding sword art. Or perhaps he was simply a super genius who could casually comprehend any sword intent. But whatever the reason, Li Pingyan couldn't have deliberately pretended not to learn something he was clearly capable of mastering. Although this might have dealt a blow to Miss Jianmi, her appearance and demeanor clearly indicated someone who had practiced swordplay since childhood, likely dedicated to the path of sword cultivation, perhaps even coming from a family of formidable sword cultivators. Yet when she encountered what appeared to be an impressive sword Dao inheritance, after studying it extensively without progress, she gave it to him with a mocking attitude only to discover he gained insights in less than 10 minutes. Moreover, Li Pingyan didn't need to think to know that someone like Jianmi, beautiful, from a good family, and undoubtedly talented, that kind of heaven's favorite, must have a prideful personality. Being bested like this would naturally shake her composure. The key point was that Jianmi was truly beautiful. Had she looked like that idiot Su Jiao, Li Pingyan would have already slapped her without hesitation. As for Jianmi, Li Pingyan's ancient body refinement technique had shown progress, and being in good spirits, he didn't mind chatting with Jianmi. After all, he couldn't let this young girl nurse grievances over this matter. In any case, he had his advantages. There was really no need for her to take things so seriously with him. After organizing his thoughts, Li Pingyan kindly advised, "Miss Jianmi, while I know you must be a genius, heaven's favored daughter, but in this world, nothing ever goes completely smoothly. There's always someone better. You can't possibly surpass everyone. Encountering setbacks is perfectly normal. We must maintain equanimity and steady our mentality to avoid being affected by external influences. Don't you agree?" Jianmi furrowed her brows as she looked at Li Pingyan, unable to comprehend what nonsense he was babbling about. But having already spoken once felt excessive enough. After some thought, she decided to simply ignore this bastard. Noticing Jianmi's knitted brows, Li Pingyan mistakenly assumed his words had struck a chord. He immediately continued, "Everyone has their own strengths, and everyone's experiences are different. Even on the same path, people may excel in different aspects. Take chefs for example, some cook fish exceptionally well, while others specialize in beef dishes. There's no need to force yourself to master everything. In short, we shouldn't let others easily affect our mentality or constantly compare ourselves to them. Otherwise, the only one who'll suffer is yourself." "What exactly are you trying to say?" Jianmi truly didn't want to engage with Li Pingyan, but his mouth seemed unstoppable. Moreover, the underlying meaning in his words was becoming increasingly unsettling to her, finally prompting her to interrupt with a sharp question. "Well," Li Pingyan realized he had been rambling too much and decided to be direct. "I know Miss Jianmi has been struggling with how quickly I grasped the unparalleled sword art, but I might genuinely have some talent in sword cultivation. There's really no need for you to compare yourself to me or watch me practice every day. There's always someone better. Perhaps my talent truly surpasses yours." "You said your talent surpasses mine." Jianmi's gaze instantly turned icy, the immortal power within her body surging like a celestial river's torrent. She barely restrained herself from slicing this despicable creature before her into pieces this very instant. After enduring Li Pingyan's half-day of nonsense, she finally comprehended what the fool had been blabbering about. This contemptible wretch actually believed she watched him daily out of jealousy for his talent. Absolutely preposterous. A mere 9th grade ant actually claimed his talent exceeded hers. "That's not exactly what I meant. What I meant was circumstances vary, it's not necessarily." Li Pingyan immediately regretted his words the moment they left his mouth, as the other party's expression visibly darkened. Realizing his phrasing might indeed have been ambiguous, he hastily sought to clarify, but before he could finish his explanation, Jianmi spoke again, her razor-sharp aura instantly choking back all words in Li Pingyan's throat. With a casual wave of her hand, a branch from a distant tree instantly flew into Jianmi's grasp. The forks and leaves automatically detached, blown away by the wind, while the branch in Jianmi's hand emitted a chilling gleam as if it were a real sword. "Pick up your sword and fight me." Pointing the branch-turned blade at Li Pingyan, Jianmi spoke coldly. "Wait, Miss Jianmi, I have no intention to." Li Pingyan had absolutely no desire to engage her in combat. Previously, he knew little about Jianmi beyond her friendship with Qingli and that she was a sword cultivator. But just witnessing her branch-to-sword transformation revealed she was clearly beyond 9th grade, while he remained a genuine 9th grade cultivator. If they fought, forget whether Li Pingyan's talent truly surpassed hers. Even if it did, the gap in cultivation would make it effortless for Jianmi to handle him like a child. Facing such certain defeat, Li Pingyan naturally had no intention of accepting this challenge. But what Jianmi decided, Li Pingyan naturally couldn't refuse. Without the slightest pause, as her words fell, her agile figure was already moving toward Li Pingyan. Yet in Li Pingyan's eyes, though Jianmi had seemingly taken only one step, she inexplicably appeared right before him in an instant. The tree branch in her hand executed a sword technique. Though it was clearly just a broken twig to the eye, when Jianmi thrust it toward Li Pingyan, he felt a chilling dread rise from the depths of his heart. The imminent sense of crisis of being pierced through in the next moment immediately made Li Pingyan realize Jianmi wasn't joking with him. This woman was truly attacking. Any words he meant to say were instantly swallowed. Li Pingyan's expression shifted from resistance to calm in a flash. His wooden sword twisted, his right foot retreated sideways, dragging half his body along as the blade carved an arc through the air toward Jianmi. According to the trajectory, it could not only deflect Jianmi's thrusting sword but also counterattack to strike Jianmi's body directly. But the moment Li Pingyan made his move, he immediately regretted it. Although he thought his response was decent enough, all he saw in Jianmi's eyes was intense disdain. The branch and wooden sword collided with each other. But after just a momentary contact, everything Li Pingyan had anticipated turned out completely wrong. Because almost instantly, Li Pingyan felt an utterly unstoppable force transmitted through the wooden sword in his hand. Though Jianmi merely held a fragile branch, at this moment it seemed like a divine weapon capable of splitting heaven and earth. Li Pingyan's wooden sword flew high into the air before clattering onto the ground nearby. The branch came to rest against Li Pingyan's neck, its twigs tickling his skin, yet Li Pingyan found himself completely devoid of any desire to laugh at this moment. His gaze fell upon Jianmi's beautiful face, and for the first time since his victory, a faint smile finally appeared on his perpetually cold expression. Now, tell me whose swordsmanship talent is superior. Chapter 35: The Humiliation. Li Pingyan's expression stiffened visibly. Truth be told, by nature he wasn't the petty, vindictive type. As a transmigrator who had already experienced the harsh realities of society, he wasn't some emotional loose cannon either. Most times, he could maintain perfect composure. Especially in this dangerous world where strength reigns supreme, so different from his previous law-abiding existence. That's why even when dealing with Qingli, Li Pingyan had always exercised considerable restraint. Nor did he ever hide his appreciation for beauty, having missed out in his past life, now that a stunning beauty practically threw herself at him, offering complete freedom if he just nodded. Even so, due to Qingli's strange attitude and some unreasonable behaviors she displayed, Li Pingyan always maintained a certain distance from Qingli, resolutely refusing to do anything improper. As for the willpower he demonstrated, even Li Pingyan himself was somewhat surprised. Of course, occasionally taking some advantages couldn't be blamed on Li Pingyan. When someone actively offers benefits, one can't expect Li Pingyan to scream and run away. But those situations were different after all. Ultimately, Li Pingyan held the initiative and could choose whether to accept or reject. However, Jianmi's forced sparring this time truly made Li Pingyan furious. The key point was, he had originally been kind-hearted, intending to advise Jianmi not to compete with him and to relax. Who could have expected this unreasonable woman not only ignored his advice but instead bit back directly? After winning one move against him relying on her cultivation advantage, she actually had the audacity to ask him who had better swordsmanship talent. Doesn't she know in her heart who's better and who's worse? To think she's trying to boost her confidence by putting him down. Put. Disgusting. That's why Li Pingyan wouldn't accept this. Staring at Jianmi's smug face, Li Pingyan laughed in anger. Fine, so that's how you want to play. Jianmi, you seem quite proud of bullying me with your higher cultivation, don't you? You refuse to accept that my sword talent surpasses yours. If you're so capable, fight me using the same cultivation level. The faint smile on Jianmi's face vanished again as she observed the indignant Li Pingyan. After several seconds, she tilted her chin slightly higher. Her eyes carried mockery as the corners of her lips twitched upward. Smug jiff. This disdainful attitude immediately ignited Li Pingyan's temper. But since this woman resorted to underhanded sneak attacks, Li Pingyan wasn't low enough to grab and fight her directly. So he merely sneered and turned his head away. Oh, so you do know your talent is inferior to mine, that's why you rely on cultivation suppression. And then console yourself that you're actually stronger than me. Hearing this, Jianmi's expression of disdain could no longer be maintained. Her brows furrowed as she flicked her wrist, and the wooden sword that had been sent flying immediately flew back to her palm as if summoned. She caught it with a snap, examined it briefly, then casually tossed it back toward Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan reached out to catch it and turned his gaze toward Jianmi. She retreated several steps, then casually used a tree branch to draw a circle at her feet just large enough to accommodate her before pointing the branch first at Li Pingyan, then at the circle beneath her. Same cultivation level, swordplay only. If I step even half a foot out of this circle, or employ cultivation beyond the 9th rank, I lose. Good. Very good. A smirk tugged at Li Pingyan's lips as he steadied the wooden sword in his right hand. Without further words, he mobilized his internal energy and vital force, charging straight at Jianmi. He didn't bother with refined techniques, instead focusing all his strength into a single, heavy strike aimed directly at her. Take this. Who told you this counts as swordsmanship? Jian Mi's expression turned cold again. In her view, Li Pingyan's move was practically an insult to the very concept of swordsmanship. Since when was a sword used like this? But Jian Mi kept her word. Having promised to use the same cultivation level, she naturally suppressed her immortal chi to the 9th stage level. To be honest, martial cultivators differ from immortal cultivators who focus solely on accumulating and refining spiritual energy. The most important indicator of a martial cultivator's progress is the transformation of their physical body. A 9th stage martial cultivator, even going all out, might not necessarily breach the defenses of a 6th stage martial cultivator. As for Jian Mi, she was a true immortal. Though her skin appeared fair and delicate, her golden skin and jade bones couldn't be easily pierced even by divine weapons wielded by 1st stage cultivators, let alone Li Pingyan's wooden sword. There were also differences as vast as heaven and earth in other aspects, gaps in reaction speed, strength, and other factors. It wasn't that Jian Mi was being arrogant. Even if she stood completely still for 3 days and nights, Li Pingyan wouldn't be able to make her move even slightly. Even so, Jian Mi wouldn't allow Li Pingyan's wooden sword to touch her body. That would be far too humiliating for her. The tree branch sliced through the air with such speed that it produced a whistling sound. Just as Li Pingyan's wooden sword was about to strike Jian Mi's left upper arm, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Though the force wasn't strong enough to knock the wooden sword away like before, the strike to his hand still carried considerable power. The intense pain instinctively weakened Li Pingyan's strength, nearly causing him to drop the wooden sword. Even so, this had already rendered Li Pingyan's attack completely ineffective. Smack! With another crisp sound, the branch struck Li Pingyan's arm again, completely halting his advance and forcing him to retreat backward. Staring fiercely at Jian Mi, Li Pingyan bared his teeth while hurriedly rubbing the struck areas on his right hand with his left, 2 spots already bearing crimson marks. This woman isn't holding back at all. Well, now tell me about your so-called talent. Jian Mi curled her lips in a mocking smile as she repeated her question. Li Ping's eyebrows shot up, and suddenly the pain in his right arm seemed less severe. Miss Jian Mi, no need to be so hasty. We've only had one exchange. Without waiting for her response, he charged forward again, then retreated within 3 seconds. This time, 2 fresh marks appeared on his left arm. Damn it! Li Pingyan was genuinely frustrated now, abandoning all pretense of gentlemanly conduct as he cursed under his breath and immediately rushed in again. But clearly, Li Pingyan's efforts were proving futile. No matter the approach, frontal assault, attacking from behind, cautious advance, or full body charge, the result was always the same. Jian Mi left several marks on his body before sending him flying back. In less than 10 minutes, Li Pingyan had charged forward over 20 times, his body now bearing dozens of fresh wounds. Yet at this moment, Li Pingyan paid no attention to the pain, instead focusing all his concentration on defeating Jian Mi. Moreover, he had finally spotted an opportunity. Chapter 36, Suffering the Consequences. Li Pingyan's actual knowledge of swordsmanship was quite limited. In his previous life, what he'd seen were mostly flashy performances. Even those so-called sword masters didn't appear particularly special, either clearly performing routines or relying on special effects. After transmigrating to this world, he went directly to 8 Peaks Mountain, missing any chance to witness genuinely sophisticated sword techniques. He had indeed comprehended that so-called unyielding sword art, but this technique emphasized concept over form, thus containing few actual moves, just a couple of basic motions repeated back and forth. Li Pingyan hadn't devoted much effort to further studying swordsmanship, so although he had comprehended many sword intents that other swords cultivators would covet, claiming his swordsmanship was exceptional would be quite the joke. Yet Jian Mi gave Li Pingyan a genuine lesson. He came to understand that swordsmanship could be such an exquisite art. What appeared to be merely a soft, flexible branch in his hands, perhaps useful only as a whip for striking, became like an extension of Jian Mi's own arm. Whether it was pointing, thrusting, blocking, deflecting, or any other action, she wielded it with effortless mastery. Against Li Pingyan's heavy, forceful assaults, she always found the weak points, dismantled his leverage, and even preemptively intercepted him before his strikes could reach her, nullifying his every offensive move. Truth be told, after being effortlessly repelled over a dozen consecutive times by Jian Mi, Li Pingyan's previous anger had completely dissipated by now. Realizing that Jian Mi's swordsmanship indeed far surpassed his own, he began to calm down and truly focus on learning every move and stance from her, while contemplating how to break through her defense and defeat her. However, Li Pingyan's composure clearly yielded some results. With a mind no longer clouded by rage operating at full speed, and aided by his innate talent for learning, Jian Mi's every movement and technique began to be rapidly analyzed, studied, and digested by his brain. In just this brief period, Li Pingyan could already feel he had made significant progress in swordsmanship. Whereas before he would charge forward only to be repelled by Jian Mi, finding his weaknesses in 1 or 2 moves, now he could even hold out for several more exchanges. Don't underestimate this difference of just 1 or 2 moves. The opportunities Li Pingyan could find precisely relied on the time bought by these extra exchanges. His footsteps became short and rapid, his eyes gradually keeping up with the trajectory of Jianmi's swinging branch. The wooden sword in his hand was no longer wielded with brute force but instead focused entirely on finding Jianmi's openings. Another frontal assault, and the response was naturally that seemingly impenetrable branch once more. A new red mark appeared on his arm, but instead of dismay, Li Pingyan felt excitement. Gritting his teeth, he endured the blow stubbornly, inching closer to Jianmi by another inch. His previously idle left hand suddenly shot forward, aiming a punch at Jianmi's chest. Jianmi's pupils contracted slightly. Seeing the target area of Li Pingyan's incoming fist, flames of anger immediately ignited in Jianmi's eyes. After all, they had agreed not to exceed the strength of a 9th-grade martial practitioner. Thus, Jianmi had been strictly controlling her power at the limit of 9th-grade capability. So there was ultimately a limit. For this attack, Li Pingyan had even abandoned all defense, willing to endure several harsh strikes from Jianmi just to immediately break through her defense and collide with her body, thereby forcing Jianmi out of the circle. Of course, even if Li Pingyan smashed himself to pieces against her, Jianmi wouldn't budge half a step. But the crucial point was, if she continued using only this level of strength and speed, she would be completely powerless to stop Li Pingyan's charge. She had only two choices: either retreat to avoid this bastard, or let Li Pingyan throw his entire body onto hers. Almost without thinking, her instincts had already provided the answer. The branch originally meant to strike Li Pingyan under his armpit suddenly changed direction midair, its force multiplying several times over in an instant, so much so that it even created a sonic boom. With a thunderous crack, Li Pingyan, who had been calculating just a second earlier whether he could force Jianmi out of the circle, found himself lying on the bed inside the house the very next instant. The sunlight streaming directly into the room from outside, along with the previously repaired door and wall now reduced to gaping holes again, suggested that his return to bed hadn't been a peaceful process. Ah, holy shit! Immediately following came excruciating pain radiating from his back throughout his entire body, as if every bone was about to fall apart. After 2 or 3 attempts, he finally managed to struggle up from the bed. Jianmi, are you even human? We agreed you wouldn't use power beyond 9th rank. Is this 9th rank? Staggering out of the house, Li Pingyan was thoroughly displeased. He glared at Jianmi, who remained standing in place, and roared angrily. He truly thought this time he could force her out of the circle, who knew this woman would turn on him without warning. The qi and blood within him churned violently. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, which Li Pingyan casually wiped away. Looking down at his physical condition, the external wounds from the beating were insignificant, merely superficial injuries. However, Jianmi's fierce strike had disrupted the internal energy and blood qi that had just stabilized, throwing them into imbalance again. Although the problem wasn't severe, his training in the ancient body refining technique had given him limited control over internal energy and blood qi circulation. He just needed some time for meditation and adjustment. But what Li Pingyan couldn't tolerate was this breach of agreement. The crucial point was he had been on the verge of winning through his own abilities earlier. What did this situation even mean now? Damn it! If you can't play by the rules, then don't play at all. This time Li Pingyan was genuinely losing his temper. Yet he immediately grasped the critical point. Ignoring the pain radiating from various parts of his body, he walked to within a few steps of Jianmi. After casting a wary glance at the tree branch in her hand, he asked with cautious defensiveness, "You used strength beyond the 9th grade limit, that means you lost. I trust you won't go back on your word, will you?" Hearing Li Pingyan's words, Jianmi felt a surge of irritation in her heart. She never expected that she, a dignified immortal, would be pushed to this extent by this Li Pingyan, to the point where even her mental state wavered. But what was harder for her to accept was that it should have been her lecturing Li Pingyan and humiliating him in various ways. Yet during their exchange, she gradually discovered that he was rapidly learning her sword techniques and making them his own. Although there was still a vast difference compared to her own skills, he had managed to cover some weaknesses, forcing her to expend more effort to counter him. The key issue, however, was that this bastard Li Pingyan suddenly resorted to underhanded tactics, launching a reckless sneak attack on her vital spot. From birth till now, Jianmi had truly never been insulted like this before, so she instinctively tapped into her immortal power. By the time she reacted and withdrew 99% of her strength, even the remaining sliver was enough to send Li Pingyan flying. But no matter how much she explained, it couldn't change one undeniable fact: she had genuinely lost to Li Pingyan. Chapter 37, Black. She clearly shouldn't have lost, yet found herself in this situation. What's most frustrating was she truly couldn't escalate retaliation against this despicable fellow. This was utterly humiliating. However, to be honest, Jianmi herself didn't understand why she became particularly prone to emotional fluctuations whenever encountering Li Pingyan. As a martial immortal, her Dao heart should have been tempered as hard as jade, yet within such short intervals, she kept experiencing these unbecoming emotions. Frankly speaking, this was even more unacceptable than losing to Li Pingyan. Lifting her head, she forced herself to calm down while staring at Li Pingyan's face, then glanced at his injuries. After several seconds of silence without any intention to explain, Jianmi flipped her palm, revealing an exquisite red jade box adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings. She casually tossed it toward Li Pingyan, who caught it hastily. Before he could even raise his head to ask what it was, Jianmi's indifferent voice came through. Medicine to alleviate your injuries. Jianmi's cold gaze swept over Li Pingyan as the branch in her hand broke inch by inch and fell to the ground. Her body had already turned away as she began walking toward the courtyard exit. Hey, wait! Truth be told, seeing Jianmi voluntarily toss him a healing medicine immediately cooled Li Pingyan's anger. However, having finally achieved this hard-won victory, letting Jianmi leave just like that would be quite a waste. So Li Pingyan first took the elixir from its box and tossed it into his mouth before quickly catching up to stop Jianmi. Jianmi turned around, her eyes dangerous. What else do you want? Could it be that you think you've improved enough to challenge me to a proper duel? As she spoke, the god-slaying sword in her hand was slightly tightened as she brought it before her. If Li Pingyan dared to agree this time, she would definitely show him the true methods of a martial immortal. She wouldn't stop until she beat him so badly he'd be calling her mommy, or her centuries of cultivation would have been for nothing. But Li Pingyan wasn't stupid. To be honest, my victory just now involved many coincidences and special circumstances. Moreover, if we were to count properly, he had lost countless times before. It was only because Jianmi was overly confident, defining only how she could lose but not how she could win. Thus, after who knows how many attempts, Li Pingyan finally seized this one opportunity. As for a proper, fair duel, Li Pingyan knew by the fourth time Jianmi sent him flying that he was absolutely no match for this girl. The various sword techniques he'd learned from her were enough to keep him occupied for quite some time. He'd have to be mad to fight her again. With a sly chuckle, Li Pingyan ignored Jianmi's question and brought up another matter. Miss Jianmi, look how badly you've beaten me, and even gave me that final vicious strike. Yet you're just going to leave like this. Doesn't that seem somewhat inappropriate? Though we were just engaging in friendly sparring, since I won after all, shouldn't you at least show some appreciation? Jianmi's eyes turned dangerous, yet she remained silent, waiting to see what ivory might emerge from Li Pingyan's dogmouth. Li Pingyan waved his hand and pointed at Jianmi. Look here, I was cultivating peacefully when you came and mocked me out of nowhere. I approached you with good intentions to advise you, yet not only did you reject my kindness, but you also insisted on competing with me. Now that I've won, you just turn and leave. I find this inappropriate. Jianmi said, then what do you propose? Li Pingyan smiled, don't worry, Miss Jianmi, I'm not one to press an advantage. You just need to agree to one small request. Jianmi raised an eyebrow. What request? After quickly scanning Jianmi's figure, Li Pingyan's gaze settled precisely on her long, straight legs. He extended a finger pointing at them. I want you to change your outfit to pantyhose, the pink kind, preferably gradient colored, and if there could be some patterns on them, then. Before he could finish speaking, an inexplicable chill suddenly surged from the depths of his heart, instantly stifling all the words Li Pingyan had been about to say. Raising his gaze from those legs to Jianmi's face, Li Pingyan was horrified to discover this woman was actually smiling for the first time in recorded history. Her eyebrows sharp as blades, her smile piercing like arrows, that fleeting beauty resembling a spring flower amidst winter snowstorm almost instantly made Li Pingyan realize something terrible was coming. His original words hastily transformed into another phrase. Then that wouldn't be too good. I hold the utmost respect for women and would never force anyone to wear specific clothing. I think Miss Jianmi's current valiant and heroic attire is perfectly splendid, radiating martial spirit, extraordinarily gallant, and standing tall with jade-like elegance. Heroic. Li Pingyan stumbled over his words, temporarily unable to recall another idiom beginning with heroic. Just as he was racking his brains, Jianmi's voice suddenly came from before him. Just this request. Looking up, Li Pingyan noticed the smile had completely vanished from Jianmi's face. Her voice seemed even colder now, yet there was no sign she intended to turn hostile. Is that your only request? Jianmi's question came again. Li Pingyan snapped out of his thoughts and gave an awkward chuckle, nodding. Well, actually, black would also work. A faint sneer flashed at the corner of Jianmi's lips. Without another word, she turned and strode away cleanly. Li Pingyan didn't dare call out to stop her, simply watching as her figure gradually receded into the distance until she vanished entirely. Sigh, this Jianmi. A long while later, Li Pingyan finally collected himself, a smile spreading across his face as he recalled Jianmi's earlier behavior. She's actually quite adorable. Though her origins were as mysterious as Qingli's, Jianmi's straightforward and simple personality left a much better impression on Li Pingyan. Of course, having a favorable impression was one thing, to claim he'd outright fallen for Jianmi would be utter nonsense. After all, there were still dozens of marks left on his body from that girl's whipping. Ha! Li Pingyan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly lowered his head to check his arms. Where are my wounds? He then reached to feel his back, discovering that not only had the whip marks on his arms disappeared, but there was no lingering discomfort anywhere on his body. If not for the tattered state of his clothes and the barely repaired house now teetering on collapse again, Li Pingyan might have doubted whether he was trapped in an illusion. Moreover, he belatedly realized that it wasn't just his external injuries that had miraculously healed. Significant changes had occurred inside his body as well. His previously turbulent qi and blood had calmed completely and were now increasing at a terrifying rate. Only after focusing for a while did Li Pingyan realize this growth speed nearly matched his usual full day of cultivation. Recalling everything that had just happened, the final image froze on the pill she had casually swallowed, and her expression turned peculiar. This is the so-called relief pill for injuries. Just what exactly is this Jianmi's background? Chapter 38. Be wary, important today, please keep reading. As another morning sun rose, Qingli, who had been busy traveling outside these days, finally returned to Eight Peaks Mountain with a joyful smile. It was still early, not yet time for morning lessons, so Qingli immediately rushed to Jianmi's residence without stopping. She intended to share her good news first and incidentally ask whether Li Pingyan had caused any trouble during her absence. Although she appeared daily, it was only during morning lessons. The rest of her time had been spent searching worldwide for unique and challenging items to give to Li Pingyan. These included not only secret forbidden techniques but also some marvelous magical weapons and artifacts. Without exception, understanding or utilizing them would require an enormous amount of time. Just recalling the contents contained within these things, even Qingli herself, already an immortal capable of perceiving the essence of heaven and earth, felt a tingling scalp. To master all of them would likely take her several centuries. Given that Li Pingyan had at most 100 or so years of lifespan, he would probably die of old age without comprehending even 1/10,000th of it. As for whether these things would allow Li Pingyan to progress rapidly in strength, Qingli no longer cared. Ever since last time, when Li Pingyan demonstrated to her and Jianmi what it meant to achieve sudden enlightenment on the spot, she had realized that restricting his growth might be quite difficult. Thus, after deep reflection, Qingli decided to focus on the essentials, keep pace with progress, identify the key amidst chaotic information, deliver precise strikes at fatal points, and established one absolute rule and three key principles. One absolute rule: never underestimate Li Pingyan. For every action and behavior, one must anticipate all possible reactions from him, ensuring not to lose the wife and still lose the troops. The three key points are: first, the objective must be clear. The fundamental goal is to make Li Pingyan die of old age. Whether through seduction or increasing his cultivation difficulties, these are merely means to an end. Second, actions must be resolute. Once a decision is made, one must commit fully, regardless of success or failure, throwing caution to the wind and sparing no cost. Third, thinking must be flexible. If the situation turns unfavorable, change tactics immediately and adapt flexibly to Li Pingyan's current circumstances to devise a comprehensive plan. With profound ideological preparation and unwavering determination, Commander Qingli has rebuilt her mindset after the last failure and set her next goal, namely, toppling Li Pingyan. Based on numerous romantic literature novels she had read before and her recent observations among mortals, Qingli noticed that a man's attitude would immediately change once he slept with a woman and established a more intimate relationship. Qingli could sense that Li Pingyan currently harbored some resistance and vigilance in his heart. Yet she couldn't actually reveal her true intentions, and those seemingly flawless backstories she fabricated couldn't dispel Li Pingyan's wariness. Thus, it would be better to cut the Gordian knot, simply pin Li Pingyan on the bed and drain all his energy. Once exhausted, this bastard naturally wouldn't have the mind to question why she was being so proactive. Then, if she became utterly obedient to him, feeding him with her hands, dressing him with care, she refused to believe this damn guy would still doubt her. If she couldn't move him to tears, making him kneel and go home to tell his mother he'd found a good wife, Qingli would smash this time ruler in her hands to pieces on the spot. With a faintly smug smile, Qingli abruptly barged into the room where Jianmi was staying. Perhaps because it was somewhat sudden, Qingli didn't use her spiritual sense to check the room's interior. The moment she rushed in, she froze in shock at the doorway. Her trembling gaze first fell on Jianmi's slightly flustered face, then shifted to the two pairs of tights held in each of her hands. One pair was plain black, while the other featured a rather distinctive gradient from pink to white. Qingli was astonished, staring at Jianmi with disbelief. You, don't tell me that in just a few days, you've already conquered Li Pingyan. It couldn't possibly be that Li Pingyan has conquered you instead. Jianmi's previously flustered expression suddenly turned ice cold. With a tremor of immortal energy in her hands, the two pairs of tights instantly turned to dust. Her figure flashed as she returned to standing firmly on the ground, calmly explaining, I was merely somewhat curious about these things. Don't make a fuss. I'm not making a fuss. Qingli narrowed her eyes, staring intently at the girl's face in search of any telltale signs, but after scrutinizing for a long while, she still found that same icy expression. Unable to suppress her frown, she probed cautiously. You've never particularly liked pantyhose before. Why this sudden interest? Did Li Pingyan say something to you? A barely perceptible flicker passed through Jianmi's eyes, yet she remained stubborn. It's merely sudden curiosity. I simply can't understand why men would be interested in such things. Moreover, that pleased expression on your face, did you achieve something? Qingli withdrew her scrutinizing gaze with lingering doubts, then nodded. In her heart, Qingli didn't completely believe Jianmi's words. Although Jianmi appeared perfectly normal, as someone who understood her quite well, Qingli knew this girl wouldn't even glance at those colorful pantyhose unless something unusual had happened. Yet at the same time, considering Jianmi's personality, Qingli also found it highly unlikely that anything could have developed between her and Li Pingyan within just a few days. After some contemplation, Qingli decided it would be best not to press for answers. After all, she had originally considered that if she alone couldn't handle Li Pingyan, she might need to involve her other sisters. If Jianmi could take the first step before her, that would actually be good news. When sisters unite, their combined strength can cut through metal. She wasn't truly in love with Li Pingyan anyway, let alone genuinely developed feelings for him. On the contrary, whenever she remembered how Li Pingyan in the future would indifferently regard all things as mere grains of sand, Qingli would feel a deep-rooted anger and fear rising from the bottom of her heart. As long as she could secure Li Pingyan, she didn't care what sacrifices she had to make, nor did she care about others' sacrifices. To put it simply, her goal was rather pure. The only thing she needed to be careful about was keeping an eye on Jianmi, ensuring she didn't develop genuine feelings for Li Pingyan. This was also one of the reasons why Qingli was slightly concerned and insisted on handling things personally. After all, compared to her own first-hand experience, others merely watched the future visions she transmitted. They hadn't truly lived through them. They could never truly understand that feeling. Jianmi, being a person of pure heart, might genuinely develop feelings for Li Pingyan. Given her strength, that would undoubtedly lead to major trouble. Chapter 39, The Accomplice. Forget it, she pushed these thoughts aside for now. Qingli composed herself, then quickly walked over to Jianmi, took her hand, and sat down beside her, speaking with a hint of excitement. Xiao Jian, this time I've traveled across the entire land through forbidden zones spoken of by all kinds of people, even the ancestral grounds of noble clans and great sects. I've been everywhere. Just various secret techniques and forbidden arts alone, we've found over 1,000 types. We've also collected numerous dual cultivation methods, unique array formations, talisman recipes, and alchemical cuisine formulas. Regarding some unique culinary cultivation techniques, I've gained basic understanding enough not only for Li Pingyan to get started but also to make some progress. As she spoke, a trace of emotion surfaced on Qingli's face. I must admit, it's been quite some time since I last visited the mortal realm. Who would have thought the cultivation world has changed so much now? The diverse development of various arts is far superior to the simple, brutal battles of my cultivation days. Jianmi didn't oppose this observation, as it was indeed true. Her rapid ascension to immortality had also benefited from these modern improvements in cultivation methods. Otherwise, following ancient martial cultivation practices, she would have faced several additional barriers. Qingli suddenly changed the subject again, her expression turning more serious. By the way, Xiao Jian, there's one more matter I need to ask of you. Jianmi was momentarily stunned before asking, what matter? Qingli tilted her head slightly, her gaze turning toward the newly risen sun outside the window as she frowned. In the memories I gave you, you should have seen that mount that followed Li Pingyan in the future, right? Jianmi lowered her head, searching through the memories. I remember that three-legged firebird, correct? She did recall it, because according to those memories, there were several instances where she had been burned alive by that very firebird. Its power was indeed terrifying. Even the god-slaying sword in her hand showed some fear toward those flames. Exactly. Qingli nodded. That demonic beast also wields calamitous karmic flames, commanding the true sunfire that incinerates all things in this world. Even many life-preserving artifacts of immortals and deities cannot withstand its inferno for long. It too is one of Li Pingyan's accomplices in destroying the world. And this time, when I was in the far eastern lands also at sunrise, I actually sensed that creature's presence once more. Though faint, that scorching sensation is something I could never mistake. Qingli couldn't help but sigh, for she too had experienced the agony of being engulfed by solar true flames. Bad news, burned to death. Good news, instant annihilation meant no pain was felt. Yet clearly, such an experience remains unforgettable no matter how many times one relives it. Moreover, Qingli had to admit her past methods had been far too reckless and direct. Head-on confrontation with Li Pingyan was decidedly unwise. Had she noticed the three-legged firebird's location earlier, she might have traced the clues to uncover Li Pingyan's secret of resurrection. Alas, it was far too late now. The plan was already in motion. She could no longer eliminate Li Pingyan as before. But to be thorough, removing his ally would still be prudent. I understand. Jianmi nodded, her eyes brimming with killing intent as she tightened her grip on the god-slaying sword. Having suffered grievances from Li Pingyan earlier with no outlet for venting, now that she had learned the location of Li Pingyan's future mount, she couldn't be blamed for releasing some of her temper. Excellent. Seeing Jianmi nod in agreement, Qingli also took a deep breath and stood up. Then I should go find Li Pingyan too. I can't let him remain comfortable for too long. But Xiao Jian, if you notice anything amiss or suspect you might be outmatched, flee immediately and return to the heavenly realm to seek reinforcements. Absolutely don't try to tough it out. Jianmi remained silent, simply turning to walk out the door. As the door opened, a fleeting sword shadow flashed by, and that striking figure had already vanished without a trace. Qingli also withdrew her gaze, using her divine sense to scan through all the items she had brought back. Quickly locking onto a few, she held them in her hands, her solemn expression transforming into a sweet smile as she too exited the room and headed up the mountain. Hiss. What kind of medicine did that girl actually give me? In front of Li Pingyan's house, his entire body tensed as he stretched forward, his muscles and bones slowly undulating and trembling, with both hands formed into claw shapes, resembling a tiger poised to strike. Fine beads of sweat evaporated into mist that slowly rose from his skin, his entire body flushed red from the rapid surge of qi and blood, looking like a boiled crab. His mind remained astonished by the so-called healing elixir given by Jianmi. Because of this pill, he hadn't slept a wink the entire night. His body continuously generated qi and blood, which under the guidance of the ancient body tempering technique, in turn nourished his internal energy, keeping him in a constant state of agitation. It was like an animal entering its mating season. He was fortunate that Qingli wasn't nearby to tempt him, otherwise with this state of big head son, small head father, Li Pingyan felt he truly wouldn't be able to hold out. If it weren't for the tangible sensation of becoming stronger, he might have suspected Jianmi had fed him some sort of aphrodisiac. Thus, after mustering his iron will to resist the impulse to meet with his children, Li Pingyan had to abandon sleep and channel this restless energy into cultivation. He practiced each foundational stance of the ancient body tempering method one by one. Through continuous supplementation, he actually made significant progress in all of them. The ancient body tempering method could now be considered truly mastered by Li Pingyan. From here on, he needed to absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth to further strengthen his body until breaking through to the 6th rank. A ray of morning sunlight fell on Li Pingyan, startling him back to awareness as he noticed day had already broken. It's already this late. Time for morning class soon. Master Chen mentioned yesterday he'd help our group of 5 select a martial skill today. Perfect timing to ask him about my cultivation progress and consult on some questions. Having made his decision, Li Pingyan adjusted his posture and calmed his qi, standing properly upright. He walked back into the house, washed up briefly, put on his disciple robes, and came out again. Casting a glance at the broken house and sighing, Li Pingyan changed direction from heading to the lecture hall. It had only been a few days since the house was repaired, yet it was already in such disrepair. A few more times like this, and even the dormitory elder would have complaints. But there was nothing Li Pingyan could do about it. That was just his bad luck. As he pondered how to explain the damage to the dormitory elder this time, his arm was suddenly and silently grabbed. Interrupted from his thoughts, Li Pingyan turned his head in surprise to find a bright, smiling face beside him. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air as slender fingers intertwined with his larger hand. A familiar weight leaned against him, and Li Pingyan instinctively turned slightly to accommodate it. Li Pingyan wasn't surprised by Qingli's arrival, but when his gaze fell on her legs, those pink to white gradient tights still made him involuntarily raise an eyebrow. This Qingli was becoming increasingly adept at grasping his preferences. Chapter 40, Ambush. Although he had encountered someone he'd rather avoid, this didn't prevent Li Pingyan from coming to the lecture hall to prepare for today's morning class. Qingli still wore her radiant smile, persistently keeping pace with Li Pingyan step for step, sitting down together in their usual seats. Li Pingyan deftly took out paper and brush, placing them on the desk. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief rest before Chen Zhonggao's arrival, he suddenly felt something cold press against his cheek. Opening his eyes with mild confusion, he immediately found himself face to face with Qingli's approaching countenance. With a blooming smile on her face, Qingli picked up an apple with one hand and offered it to Li Pingyan. "Senior brother Pingyan, would you like an apple?" Li Pingyan glanced at the fruit in her hand and politely declined. "No thank you, Miss Qingli. I don't particularly enjoy fruits." "Then what do you like to eat?" Undeterred in her mission to feed Li Pingyan, Qingli fumbled around her clothes and miraculously produced several pieces of candy, offering them again. "How about these candies? Do you like candies, senior brother Pingyan? If you don't like these, I still have." "Thank you." Before Qingli could finish listing her other offerings, Li Pingyan had already reached out to take the candies from her hand. Without much thought, he unwrapped one and tossed it into his mouth. A sweet flavor spread across his tongue, carrying what seemed like a trace of youthful fragrance. Li Pingyan's gaze unconsciously drifted toward the undulating contours of Qingli's chest. "If I didn't see wrong just now, she seemed to have taken the candy out from here." Noticing Li Pingyan's gaze, Qingli's neck turned slightly red, but she still moved a bit closer. "Senior brother Pingyan, after the morning lecture today, could you accompany me to the market once?" Li Pingyan turned to look at her, while Qingli, somewhat embarrassed, turned her head away. "Well, my family sent me some things, and it seems I can't carry them all by myself, so I thought maybe you could help me." "What about Miss Jianmi?" Li Pingyan asked without any emotional fluctuation. "She's not from our peak, and it seems she has some business. I don't know where she went." As she spoke, Qingli's eyes shimmered with moving light, like a sad little puppy. "Here, only you and Jianmi are my friends. If you won't help me, I don't know who else I could turn to for help." This pitiful act had no effect on Li Pingyan, but he didn't refuse Qingli's proposal either. Since the last trip to the market, his consumption of resources had greatly increased due to practicing the ancient body refining technique. Although the gathering qi pills could compensate for the depletion, the spirit beast meat and spiritual rice purchased last time also provided significant assistance. So even if Qingli hadn't mentioned it, Li Pingyan had already been considering another trip to the market these past few days. However, truth be told, encountering that drug testing subject during the last ascent had left some psychological pressure on Li Pingyan. He somewhat feared running into that person again after going down the mountain. After all, as a second-rank cultivator, if they truly decided to attack a mere 9th rank like him, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Yet after only brief hesitation, Li Pingyan decided he could make one trip down the mountain with Qingli. It wasn't just for purchasing supplies, it was also an opportunity to test Qingli once. From the very beginning when he first met Qingli at 8 Peaks Mountain until now, she had constantly appeared by his side without ever leaving. The wariness and suspicions toward Qingli in his heart had never vanished, but until the last test subject's terrified departure and Qingli's subsequent appearance, Li Pingyan's doubts had grown even stronger. However, without knowing more details, it was ultimately impossible to determine what this girl's true intentions were. But with the guarantee of his escapability, Li Pingyan felt he could afford to take some risks and probe Qingli's motives. He didn't think there would be any real danger in descending the mountain alone with Qingli. After all, he was merely a 9th rank cultivator. If she truly wanted to kill him, he would have died 1,000 times over by now. Even if she had other objectives, Qingli would likely only get her chance when they were completely alone. And as long as Qingli made her move, Li Pingyan would finally gain some information to work with, allowing him to prepare countermeasures. If she hadn't made a move, or if Qingli truly had no ulterior motives and simply enjoyed being close to him, then Li Pingyan didn't feel the need to maintain an aloof attitude. After rapidly considering the situation and making an impromptu decision, Li Pingyan nodded and said, "All right. If nothing unexpected happens, I can accompany you to the market once." "Really? That's wonderful. You're so kind, senior brother Pingyan." Qingli's face lit up with delight as she instantly pressed herself against Li Pingyan. Just as Li Pingyan was settling into his usual indifferent expression, a sudden softness pressed against his cheek, shattering all his composure. He jolted upright from his seat in one swift motion, nearly knocking Qingli over where she clung to him. Staring at Qingli in shock, Li Pingyan numbly touched his cheek, where he could still faintly sense lingering warmth. Pointing one finger at Qingli and then at himself, Li Pingyan opened his mouth but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Qingli, however, gave a shy smile, as if she hadn't been the one to do such a thing just moments ago. "What's wrong, senior brother Pingyan?" "Nothing." It took a full 10 seconds before Li Pingyan could reboot his brain, regain control over his racing heart, and suppress the restless sensations coursing through his body. The crucial point was he never would have imagined that Qingli would suddenly pull such a move. Caught completely off guard, Li Pingyan had even experienced a brief system crash in that instant. Whether this was Qingli's first kiss or not, he didn't know, but it was genuinely his first lifetime being kissed by a girl. Even though his mind maintained perfect clarity about everything, his body still felt as if it might float away at any moment. It wasn't until Chen Zhengdao appeared and began explaining today's morning lesson that Li Pingyan finally managed to completely stabilize his mental state. Even though it felt somewhat nice, this was still slightly terrifying for Li Pingyan, who had always pursued a stable environment for cultivation and study. Because Li Pingyan suddenly realized that although his observational skills were usually excellent, allowing him to easily comprehend many things, he truly didn't seem to understand much about matters like this. The expected calm defenses were instantly shattered, proving far less resilient than he had imagined. He had just agreed to accompany Qingli down the mountain. If Qingli really tried to do something to him, then would he truly have the resolve to resist till the end? Or would he simply give up resisting and choose to submit? Chapter 41, All Flavor Fades Away. "Why are you looking at me like that, senior brother Pingyan?" Qingli's face flushed crimson as her eyes involuntarily avoided his gaze. Her body, which had been leaning toward Li Pingyan earlier, unconsciously straightened up, as if nothing had actually happened moments ago. Li Pingyan remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "Nothing, you're just beautiful. Though I know you're telling the truth." Hearing it from senior brother Pingyan feels different. Qingli turned her face away, seemingly embarrassed by Li Pingyan's words. Her thighs, wrapped in pink to white gradient tights, inadvertently rubbed together twice, unintentionally drawing Li Pingyan's gaze once more. Before he could say anything, Qingli suddenly lowered her head, took Li Pingyan's hand again, and pulled it toward her leg, whispering softly, "Senior brother Pingyan, I know you like if it's senior brother Pingyan you can touch it." But Li Pingyan was completely dumbfounded. He never expected Qingli to possess such formidable offensive capabilities today, with such a dazzling, unreasonable combo attack. It was like she'd immediately stunned him with a full control set, reducing him to critical health, and just as the final execution skill was coming he could only watch helplessly. His usually confident willpower that granted control immunity failed him completely at this moment. He allowed Qingli to pull his hand, and then his fingertips touched something soft, so full of elasticity the unique texture of the stockings sent a shiver down Li Pingyan's spine. The slightly cool temperature couldn't extinguish the fire that had already been ignited in Li Pingyan's heart, instantly making his mouth dry and his throat parched. Just as he felt himself about to fall completely into the abyss, a clear cough rang out like a tolling bell, the reverberating sound causing Li Pingyan's hand to abruptly stop. "Everyone, quiet. We'll skip unnecessary talk today and directly begin explaining how martial and immortal cultivators can ensure their survival before reaching the 6th rank." Chen Zhongdao's voice had already begun echoing through the lecture hall. Qingli's face remained flushed as she slightly raised her head to look at Li Pingyan, her hand holding his right against her thigh. The scorching heat from Li Pingyan's palm continuously transmitted to her senses, as if threatening to set her aflame. Despite being mentally prepared, this peculiar sensation still made her voice tremble involuntarily. "Senior brother Pingyan, you can touch as you wish. I won't make a sound nor will anyone see." Yet she didn't forget her purpose, whispering in a deliberately lowered voice. But Li Pingyan had already regained complete composure. He exhaled deeply, giving the silky thigh beneath his palm a firm squeeze. Hearing the muffled beside his ear, he spoke impassively. "Enough nonsense. Keep tempting me and you'll go to the market quarter alone later." His hand withdrew completely, returning to a properly upright posture. His gaze no longer lingered on Qingli, instead fixing upon Chen Zhongdao demonstrating spells at the lecture platform. Qingli's face still carried a blush, as if genuinely shy, as she slowly composed herself, yet a trace of bewilderment surfaced in the depths of her eyes. Though the situation had unfolded unexpectedly, she hadn't anticipated that her impromptu tactic would affect Li Pingyan so profoundly. Just as she seemed on the verge of achieving greater results, Li Pingyan abruptly appeared to have an epiphany. The restless agitation that had unsettled her moments earlier vanished without a trace, as though a roaring flame had been doused by a bucket of water. The crux was that Qingli couldn't pinpoint what might have influenced him. The only possible trigger was Chen Zhongdao's earlier cough, but Qingli could sense it was merely the simplest of coughs, a habitual sound Chen Zhongdao made daily before lectures, devoid of any hidden meaning. So, did Li Pingyan rely purely on willpower to suppress those primal urges? Though it seemed difficult when Qingli imagined Li Pingyan's future cold expression, it didn't feel particularly out of place. Without a heart colder than winter itself, one couldn't possibly accomplish something as terrifying as world destruction. The very name sends chills. However, Qingli moistened her lips and stole a glance at Li Pingyan, who sat properly taking notes on Chen Zhongdao's lecture. Her feet lightly touched together as one slipped out of its shoe. Pink-tipped toes stretched slightly before decisively moving toward Li Pingyan's calf. The top of her foot brushed against his leg, toes curling provocatively, making Li Pingyan turn his head toward Qingli once more. However, Qingli merely glanced with a cute smile, while Li Pingyan looked down speechlessly at the approaching foot before continuing to write on paper as if nothing had happened. Qingli revealed a hint of triumphant smile. She had already discovered. The seemingly impregnable Li Pingyan wasn't actually perfectly defended. And now, she seemed to have found a small vulnerability. Just as Qingli had suspected, Li Pingyan nearly crumbled under her assault. But sometimes a person might act impulsively in certain situations, only to suddenly calm down because of other circumstances. Such was Li Pingyan's case. Even in that moment when he had resolved to throw caution to the wind, even if Qingli truly intended to use him as a cultivation furnace, even if she were some soul-sucking demon beast, even if she drained him dry, he would still test Qingli's depths and let her know his measure. Deep down, he thought it might be that Qingli truly liked him. Perhaps he was just lucky enough to be loved at first sight by a beautiful girl. His brain was already controlled by impulse, desire breaking through the defensive wall he had always set for himself. But before Qingli's slightly trembling ears, the barely noticeable constriction in her pupils, and her body's momentary dodging movement that seemed almost non-existent, it all vanished without a trace. Sometimes, observation is a two-way street. Just as Qingli had been observing Li Pingyan's every move, Li Pingyan had also been secretly and continuously observing her since her appearance. Although what Qingli displayed was mostly a fog of mystery, yet it still allowed Li Pingyan to discern certain things. For instance, her pupils would always constrict when facing things she disliked. For instance, her ears would always involuntarily tremble when lying. And for instance, when encountering dirty or unknown things, there would be that deeply ingrained vigilance. Li Pingyan saw through it in that instant. Everything Qingli displayed was merely an illusion, just like most times before. Thus, all of it became utterly tasteless. Chapter 42, The 10,000 Methods Card. The soft little foot was still rubbing against Li Pingyan's leg, but he had already entered his former state of unperturbed calm. You may tease all you want, but he remained completely unmoved. Moreover, perhaps due to post-clarity serenity, Li Pingyan found himself listening to the lecture with unusual attentiveness today. In what seemed like a mere blink of an eye, the morning class came to an end. Chen Zhongdao was the first to leave again, but as before, he quietly informed Li Pingyan and the others to wait at the pavilion behind the lecture hall as per usual. Feeling somewhat expectant, Li Pingyan didn't hesitate much. He removed Qingli's increasingly bold foot from his thigh, stood up to organize his writing materials into his robe, then said to Qingli, "Let's go now. We shouldn't keep Master Chen waiting." Qingli had already put her shoes back on and stood up. Her relatively good mood kept a faint smile on her face as she gazed at Li Pingyan with particular tenderness, then naturally moved closer to grab his hand, interlocking their fingers firmly. Li Pingyan shook his hand twice but couldn't free himself, so he had no choice but to let Qingli lead him away under the watchful eyes of numerous disciples. Is this has Junior Sister Qingli gotten together with him? Damn it! Why would Junior Sister Qingli choose someone so ordinary? How does this Li Pingyan deserve Junior Sister Qingli's favor? This makes no sense at all. The disciples behind them chattered incessantly, even though Qingli had always shown obvious care for Li Pingyan enough to stir jealousy. But never had they been so brazen as to walk hand in hand before everyone like this. This behavior was simply too bold. Humph. In another corner, Su Jiao also received Chen Zhongdao's message. He stood up and gazed coldly at the retreating figures of Li Pingyan and Qingli pressed close together. With a disdainful snort, feeling the surging inner energy coursing through his body, he lifted his chin proudly. Sheep move in herds, while beasts walk alone. Women. They only slow down my cultivation progress. Li Pingyan, just wait and see. At the 8 Peaks Assembly, I'll show you what true difference means. He rose leisurely, adjusted his seat, clasped his hands behind his back, and sauntered out with small, swaying steps. Chang Xian and Chun Shi, who had also been watching Li Pingyan and Qingli's departing figures, stood up as well. After days of rigorous training, Chen Shi's already burly frame seemed to have grown even more massive. Chang Xian had also tanned considerably. His formerly slender immortal cultivator's physique had visibly strengthened, clearly showing the results of his recent training. Both of them stood up simultaneously, their eyes sweeping over the disciples with envious gazes, a trace of disdain appearing on their faces. These mundane commoners. They simply don't understand the joys of cultivation. What's the point of romance? That time would be better spent cultivating, don't you think, brother? Chang Xian nodded, his face showing agreement. These past few days, he had truly experienced the happiness of physical training. That sensation of bodily strength gradually increasing, muscles slowly growing, it was utterly addictive. To be honest, he was beginning to regret choosing immortal cultivation now. Compared to his former fantasies of white-robed elegance, these diamond hard muscles better matched his current aesthetic. Ha ha ha. Brother, let's follow them too. Today Master Chen will teach us martial techniques, we'll get them and immediately return to train. Then we'll astonish everyone. They'll all envy the two of us. Chen Shi once again slung his arm around Chang Xian's shoulder, walking out of the lecture hall with him arm in arm. This time, Li Pingyan and Qingli arrived slightly earlier than usual, being the first to reach the destination. Chen Zhongdao wasn't meditating this time either, he simply stood quietly in the pavilion, watching the two approach. His gaze fell upon Qingli's hand holding Li Pingyan's, showing a slight expression of surprise. But Chen Zhongdao wasn't one for gossip, nor was he foolish enough to play the role of a love-stopper. He gave Li Pingyan a teasing smile, to which Li Pingyan could only respond with a helpless one in return. Li Pingyan gave another slight tug at his hand, but Qingli stubbornly refused to let go, so he just shrugged his shoulders at Chen Zhongdao. A knowing smile spread across Chen Zhongdao's face as he shook his head slightly. The youthful affection between these two was truly heartwarming to behold. Wait here for now. The other 3 should be arriving shortly. I'll make my announcement brief once everyone's gathered. Li Pingyan nodded and led Qingli to stand aside while waiting. However, they didn't have to wait long before Su Jiao, Chen Shi, and Chang Xian, who had been following behind, all arrived. Immediately filling this rather small pavilion, Chen Zhongdao first swept his gaze across everyone. Although it had only been a few days since their last gathering here, each of them had clearly undergone significant changes. After all, they were the 5 individuals he had personally selected from among talented candidates through careful observation. Even though they hadn't had their fundamental techniques for long, each had already made noticeable progress. Chen Zhongdao first expressed affirmation and offered mentorly advice. Very good. Since our last gathering here, the progress each of you has made satisfies me greatly. Yet I must still caution everyone, do not become complacent just because your talents surpass ordinary people's. In the cultivation world, examples of those who accumulated strength quietly before suddenly soaring to greatness are never lacking. You're merely slightly ahead for now, it cannot yet be said you've already won. As he spoke, Chen Zhongdao's gaze fell upon Su Jiao's face. It was quite clear who he was referring to. The arrogance on Su Jiao's face instantly dissipated, replaced by embarrassment as he hurriedly lowered his head. Chen Zhongdao merely gave him a casual warning before shifting to the main topic. With a flip of his palm, a jade tablet nearly the size of a human head appeared in his hand, then floated before Li Pingyan and the others. Enough, I've already said much during the morning lecture and won't repeat myself here. I've prepared all your martial techniques and spells. This myriad arts tablet contains all the combat skills, spells and secret arts that 8 Peaks Mountain disciples can learn. Just close your eyes and focus your spirit to connect with the myriad arts tablet and browse its contents. Unlike your core cultivation techniques, which are absolute, you have more flexibility in choosing martial techniques and spells. Follow your instincts. I wouldn't recommend selecting too many at once. For martial practitioners, specializing in one is best. For immortal practitioners, 3 to 4 suitable spells are ideal. Otherwise, you risk spreading yourself too thin. Now let's each take a look. If you have any questions or uncertainties, you may consult me. Chapter 43, Reunion with Shueyu. Li Pingyan's expression turned slightly peculiar as his gaze fell upon this magical artifact called the Myriad Laws card. What do you call this? The cultivation world's version of a data terminal. It even supports direct neural connection, allowing direct access to a vast database for selecting martial techniques and spells. Even after transmigrating, I still get to experience the TB and PDD shopping vibe. I just hope choosing martial techniques doesn't require getting friends to cut the price for me. Wait, no. If in this life I hadn't joined 8 Peaks Mountain but became a rogue cultivator instead, I might have actually needed price cutting to obtain martial techniques. The random thought suddenly surfacing in his mind caused an unconscious smile to appear on Li Pingyan's lips. This happened to be noticed by Qin Zhengdao, who mistook it for curiosity about the myriad laws card and explained, "This is part of the curriculum I'll be teaching later, so you're not familiar with it yet." The 10,000 Methods token was an experiment proposed by the Great Peak Master after 8 Peaks Mountain came into contact with reformist ideology. It has been trialed at 8 Peaks Mountain for nearly 100 years with fairly good results. Including today's morning lessons, anything that previously didn't exist at 8 Peaks Mountain was introduced after being influenced by reformist thought. But don't mention this matter lightly, as even within our peak there are many elders who don't particularly favor reformist ideas. If you wish to learn more, go to the library archives yourself. You should be able to find books that accept reformist thought there. Li Pingyan raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded. His curiosity surged within him, but he didn't say anything more, deciding to look into it when he had time. Turning to look at the others, apart from Qingli who was still watching him, everyone had already closed their eyes to experience the wonder of the 10,000 Methods token. After giving Qingli a nod, Li Pingyan likewise closed his eyes and concentrated, beginning his own attempt. The process of connecting to the 10,000 Methods card wasn't as difficult as Li Pingyan had imagined. The moment he focused his senses, he immediately felt the world spinning around him, as if his entire being had been transported to another realm. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself suspended in a void surrounded by countless rare and solitary books floating all around him. A message of unknown origin gradually formed in Li Pingyan's mind. Silently recite the desired category or name to initiate search. So efficient. It even comes with a search engine. Li Pingyan was somewhat surprised, but immediately tried silently reciting sword techniques. The next moment, he saw the floating books around him begin to swiftly rearrange themselves like a combinatorial dance. Numerous volumes retreated from his vicinity while countless new ones emerged from the void. 5,100 sword techniques found. Permitted access for 8 Peaks Mountain disciples. 740 volumes. Further refined search with additional keywords if needed. Selected techniques can be engraved immediately or temporarily stored for batch engraving upon exiting the 10,000 Methods card. The imprinting method causes no harm to cultivators, only rapidly transmitting text. The message silently appeared in Li Pingyan's mind once more. Whoa, this really has that authentic feel. Li Pingyan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, no cultivator is ever an oil-saving lamp. The cultivation world isn't entirely composed of those stubbornly clinging to ancient traditions either. While this so-called reformist faction might appear to have taken a detour in this world's view, Li Pingyan immediately recognized it as shifting focus from individual prowess to collective strength. Though only seeing the faintest beginnings now, it still gave Li Pingyan the sensation of standing within the torrent of an era's currents. Damn, could this cultivation world eventually evolve into some kind of sci-fi cultivation hybrid? Shaking his head slightly, Li Pingyan dismissed these chaotic thoughts and refocused on the floating books before him, casually picking one to examine. Soul Sword Art. Well now, starting with such a prestigious sword technique right off the bat, Li Pingyan's hands trembled slightly. After flipping through just a few pages, he quickly switched to another manual. Apart from not being related to Genshin Impact, the main reason was that this sword technique wasn't designed for a 9th grade cultivator like him, nor was it meant for martial practitioners at all. It was a secret technique intended for immortal practitioners at the 4th grade Yuanshan realm. It involved controlling flying swords with one's primordial spirit to slay enemies from 1,000 miles away. This was completely irrelevant to someone of his level. First eliminate all sword techniques designed for immortal practitioners, then remove those beyond the capability of a 9th grade martial practitioner. With resignation, Li Pingyan silently repeated this mantra in his mind as he filtered through the sword techniques before him once more. Numerous books flew away again, leaving behind a much smaller selection. Only about 20 or 30 volumes remained. Casually picking up a sword manual titled For Corner's Stability, Li Pingyan's eyes grew slightly more focused after skimming through a few pages. He set this manual aside first, then picked up another to examine, only to quickly discard it as well. Eventually, he simply began rapidly flipping through the remaining manuals one after another. The quantity wasn't large, so Li Pingyan finished reading them quite quickly. In less than a few minutes, he had simply skimmed through all these sword techniques. Finally, he separated the numerous sword techniques, selected one called Cold Sword, and chose to retain it. Having already learned how to use it, Li Pingyan didn't stand on ceremony anymore. After choosing one sword technique, instead of heeding Qin Zhengdao's advice to stop while ahead, he took 2 more sword techniques and selected to retain them all. Originally, this wouldn't have been the end either. Li Pingyan still wanted to choose several more different types, like selecting one martial skill each for sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, dagger axes, hooks, and forks. Setting aside whether this would be biting off more than he could chew, at least Li Pingyan hadn't yet decided what weapon he would mainly use. Moreover, his research talent allowed him to recklessly experiment and try things out, giving him some capital to choose martial skills more suited to himself. But in the end, he settled on selecting 3 sword techniques plus 2 spear techniques before stopping. Because the myriad methods token reminded Li Pingyan that the imprinting method would place a burden on cultivators. If he chose too much knowledge at once, it might burn out his brain. So Li Pingyan had no choice but to reluctantly give up. Even so, his gains were by no means insignificant. Although the 3 sword techniques he chose weren't as advanced as the unparalleled sword art, lacking those so-called insights and epiphanies, they were nevertheless genuine techniques that had been perfected and tested by countless predecessors. Every stance and movement was exquisitely refined and meticulously crafted. For rogue cultivators, these would be considered rare and peerless sword techniques. Yet in 8 Peaks Mountain, even ordinary disciples could freely choose to learn them. Truly, background outweighs effort, a universal truth applicable across all worlds. With a mental sigh, he selected the option to imprint them in his mind. His head suddenly grew hot, as if a flame had ignited within his skull. Countless characters seemed to be seared into existence by this fiery blaze. Time became irrelevant. It might have been an eternity or merely an instant. When Li Pingyan finally regained his senses, Chen Zhengdao, Su Jiao, and the others had already vanished without a trace. The figure remaining by his side was still Qingli's beautiful silhouette, along with someone not entirely unfamiliar. Her eyes shimmered with flowing emotion, frost spreading across her face. That flawless countenance bore traces of concealed worry. She still wore those differently styled yet equally magnificent long skirts, this time without stockings, her slender legs occasionally revealing glimpses of pure white beneath the hem. Her gaze remained firmly locked on Qingli, not even acknowledging Li Pingyan standing right beside her. As if in her world, Qingli was the only person that existed. Perhaps due to the overwhelming heat, Li Pingyan's mind momentarily failed to process properly, the questions escaping his lips almost instinctively. Senior Sister Shuiyu, what are you doing here? Are you looking for Qingli? Chapter 44, The Difficult Passive Love. Looking for me. Qingli was sitting quietly beside Li Pingyan when she heard his voice. She initially sighed in relief, but then immediately turned her gaze towards Shuiyu, who stood silently nearby upon hearing his words. Although she noticed Shuiyu's presence, her thoughts weren't focused on the disciple at all. Her entire attention remained fixed on Li Pingyan. Because when Li Pingyan's consciousness connected to that myriad techniques tablet, it had frightened her terribly. Those with low cultivation like Li Pingyan couldn't perceive it. But as an actual immortal being, Qingli could clearly see that so-called connection to the tablet was actually forcibly absorbing one's entire soul. That so-called engraving method was nothing more than forcibly overwriting textual knowledge directly onto the soul. Even with Qingli's vast experience, she had never encountered such a damned method of knowledge transmission. While admittedly efficient, this method was simply too dangerous, wasn't it? How could these mortals possibly think of using such a method to select cultivation techniques? Is it really necessary to risk one's life just to choose a martial technique? Qingli didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. The key point was that fool Li Pingyan, who knew nothing, also poured his soul into it. Whether he lives or dies doesn't matter, but who would bear the consequences after his death? If something goes wrong with this thing, wouldn't all her efforts be in vain? Her fists clenched tight again. If Jianmi hadn't gone out to hunt that strange bird, Qingli would have definitely shut the doors and unleashed Jianmi to have a talk with that so-called Great Peak Master and whatever reformist faction. She must get all these dangerous things cancelled. Only now did Qingli realize. This world still had too many dangerous places. Even though she practically never left Li Pingyan's side, danger still managed to find its way right under her nose. Qingli felt a headache coming on. Thus, not only did she have to worry about preventing Li Pingyan's cultivation from advancing too quickly, still had to worry about preventing him from facing fatal dangers. Why does this feel increasingly difficult? Mainly because if Li Pingyan insists on courting death, she can't stop him anyway. It seems she needs to prepare some life-preserving items for Li Pingyan. Having made her decision, Qingli lifted her head to look at Shuiyu, finally having time to address this woman who suddenly appeared. You're looking for me. Is there something you need? As she spoke, her hand had already reached toward Li Pingyan, directly embracing his arm. This little girl is so annoying. Moreover, if not absolutely necessary, she wouldn't even glance at this dog like Li Pingyan. How could he still attract these young girls' affections? But no matter what, she couldn't possibly let Li Pingyan go and hand him over to someone else. Not even the other 6 martial immortals could be trusted. She had to secure Li Pingyan herself, so how could she give Shuiyu any opportunity to claim him? These young girls are most likely to throw caution to the wind when they fall in love. So she absolutely mustn't let her get too close to Li Pingyan. If it were the usual Li Pingyan in front of Shuiyu, knowing that Shuiyu liked Qingli, he should have avoided Qingli's movements. But the aftereffects of the engraving technique hadn't disappeared yet. In his dazed state, not only did Li Pingyan not avoid it, he even felt that soft touch against his arm. His mouth split into a foolish grin. And in Shuiyu's eyes, the smile was like an ice blade formed in the depths of winter, piercing straight into her heart. It had been nearly half a month since she last saw Qingli. At first, she thought it was simply because she'd never met someone as beautiful as herself, which caused her flustered, panicked reaction. So upon discovering that Qingli might be cultivation partners with this fellow called Li Pingyan, she resolutely left. Her original thought was that by leaving, by never seeing Qingli again and not thinking about her, she could gradually forget all these matters. Yet the reality was, over these past half-month, almost every single day whenever she had free time, Qingli's countenance would appear in her mind. Imagining scenes of Qingli and Li Pingyan laughing and playing together, talking affectionately, Shuiyu could feel her heart trembling. In such a state of mind, forget about cultivation, even the spells she previously used to stabilize her mood weren't working properly anymore. So yesterday, Shuiyu, who could finally bear the torment no longer, sought out her teacher, the 7th Peak Master of 8 Peaks Mountain, Immortal Zhuxia. As a renowned beauty who had once been pursued by countless admirers, Shuiyu believed her teacher must have considerable experience in this area, and resolutely went to seek advice. Upon finding her teacher, Shuiyu respectfully inquired, "Teacher, may I ask if you've ever experienced the feeling of being moved by someone?" The great beauty, who reclined upon clouds, using colorful mists as her bed and moonlight as her robe, gently lowered her head to look at this disciple who had suddenly come seeking her, and smiled faintly. "Naturally, it exists. Why are you suddenly asking me about this matter? Could it be that my little Shuiyu has someone she fancies?" Shuiyu's expression remained unchanged as she continued her inquiry. "Master, is this when a person occupies your thoughts constantly, making even cultivation unstable and spells impossible to calm?" "Oh." The vermilion cloud fairy, reclining midair, suddenly focused her gaze, her expression turning briefly serious before softening into a gentle smile. "So it seems my precious disciple has indeed encountered someone who stirs her heart. Whose disciple is he? Is it that battle maniac's disciple? Or that persistent pursuer of yours? What was his name again? Chang Hen Tian? He, that little fellow's name, just mentioning it makes me laugh. None of us would dare take such a name, yet he actually calls himself that. He. Shuiyu bowed respectfully again. "Master, please don't tease me. I seek your counsel on this matter. I can feel it. If I cannot overcome this obstacle, perhaps my cultivation progress will end here. The trials of love, hard to guard against, hard to avoid, hard to endure." Shu Xiaxianzi stopped teasing her disciple. With a wave of her hand, multicolored lights swirled around her as her figure silently appeared beside Shuiyu's side. An ethereal arm that seemed not of this world lightly rested on Shuiyu's shoulder. "Little Shuiyu, not everyone gets to experience the trials of love, because not everyone gets to meet someone who truly moves their heart. Even your teacher hasn't experienced this, so I cannot impart any wisdom in this regard." Shuiyu's body swayed slightly, her eyes filling with confusion. But Shu Xiaxianzi immediately continued, "However, after all these years of cultivation, I've witnessed my share of such matters. The trials of love aren't really trials at all, or rather, they're just manifestations of your own hopes and expectations. Therefore, you can choose to break through them, abandon so-called love, stay away from him, don't see him, try to forget him, or even take extreme measures and kill him. Given enough time, even the most fervent heart will eventually cool, and then naturally it will no longer trouble you. However, you could also choose to embrace it, to warmly welcome these feelings, and then to obtain them, to touch them. Although you might lose yourself, being affected by every move of the person you love, there are indeed examples in this world of devoted partners who support each other and succeed together. This is merely a choice after all. It's just that one path might be bitter yet simple, while the other is sweet yet difficult. As for you, whatever you choose, your master will support you. The only warning I must give you is this: once you've chosen a path, walk it resolutely, never look back, and stop at nothing. Otherwise, turning back would mean facing an abyss from which you could never recover." After saying this, Fairy Zhuxia looked at Shuiyu with a smile, waiting for her to come to her own realization. Shuiyu's expression changed repeatedly, and after who knows how long, it finally settled into determination. "I understand, Master, stop at nothing." With these words, she swiftly turned and left before Fairy Zhuxia could even react to her statement. "Wait." Shu Xiaxianzi reached out, trying to stop her. "The only thing you heard was, by any means necessary, wasn't it?" Unfortunately, Shuiyu was equally fast and had already left her palace. "Ah, this girl really never lets me rest easy." Shu Xiaxianzi sighed, but then a curious smile appeared on her face. "But what kind of boy could make our little Shuiyu so infatuated? It really makes one unbearably curious." Her gaze fixed on Qingli's unforgettable face that only needed one glance to be imprinted in memory. Shuiyu bit her teeth without answering the question, instead looking towards Li Pingyan. "Li Pingyan, I need to talk with you about something." "Ha!" Li Pingyan looked over with a foolish expression. Qingli meanwhile frowned again, casting an unfriendly look at Shuiyu and immediately interrupting. "Can't you see my Pingyan Shixiang isn't feeling well right now? Moreover, my senior brother Pingyan isn't very familiar with you, right? What's with this commanding tone of yours? Don't think just because your cultivation is slightly higher and you entered the sect earlier that you can bully people as you please." Qingli's voice was cold as a knife, each word stabbing toward Shuiyu. What broke Shuiyu's heart even more was how Qingli could be glaring at her 1 second, then turn to Li Pingyan the next with a sweet smile, seeking praise. Isn't that right, Senior Brother Ping'an? Wait, hold on. Of course it's not right. Li Ping'an's brain finally cooled down somewhat, his processor returning to normal as he detected something off about Qingli's words. Moreover, when he looked up, though Shuiyu had endured all of Qingli's remarks, the look she was giving him had clearly turned dangerous. She was clearly transferring all the anger she'd received from Qingli onto him. The key point was this had nothing to do with him. He had no intention of taking the blame for no reason. It might be better to lay everything out clearly to Shuiyu. This way, Qingli could pester me, while Shuiyu could then pester Qingli. Even if this couldn't completely stop Qingli's advances, at least it would serve as a restraint, preventing her from sticking to me every single moment. This could be considered killing multiple birds with one stone. Without hesitation, he immediately said to Shuiyu, "Senior sister Shuiyu, Qingli is still immature. Please don't take offense. If you have something to discuss with me, we can talk right now." Then he turned to Qingli. "Don't interrupt. When senior sister Shuiyu asks to talk with me, it must be for important business. Please step aside for now." After speaking, Li Ping'an extended his hand toward another direction in invitation, then walked over directly to wait for Shuiyu to follow. Qingli's eyebrows twitched as her fair fingers clenched one by one into fists. She cursed this damned man in her heart. "Very well, Li Ping'an. I practically throw myself at you, and yet you treat me like this for another woman. Shuiyu, right. How dare you try to steal my man? Don't blame me for being ruthless." Killing intent surfaced in her heart. This wasn't some childish game of love to her. She always remembered her true purpose. To Qingli, Shuiyu's actions were no different from standing in her way of saving the world. This was utterly unforgivable. Her gaze shifted to the corner where Li Ping'an and Shuiyu had gone. Though not particularly close, the distance posed no obstacle for Qingli. With just a slight tilt of her ear, their conversation became clearly audible. "Shuiyu, tell me, how can we separate you two?" Li Ping'an, "Senior sister Shuiyu, how can we separate when we were never together?" Shuiyu, with such intimate and ambiguous behavior, you claim you were never together. Li Ping'an, "I'm helpless in this situation, senior sister. I only wanted to study and cultivate in peace, never considering anything else." Shuiyu, "So you're saying Qingli is the one clinging to you?" Li Ping'an, "Though you may not believe it, this is indeed the case. Even if I want to avoid her, I can't escape." Shuiyu fell silent. Her gaze grew increasingly dangerous. Li Ping'an immediately sensed the danger. Seeing Shuiyu's expression, he thought to himself, this woman must be getting desperate. He instantly changed his demeanor and threatened, "But senior sister Shuiyu shouldn't think about making progress through me, because the problem still lies with Qingli. Given her feelings for me, if you lay a finger on me, you'll never win her heart in this lifetime. She would absolutely hate you forever." Shuiyu's eyes flickered uncertainly as the impulsive thought that had risen in her heart began to fade. She realized Li Ping'an wasn't wrong. Even if she were to resort to extreme measures, this idea was going too far. Not just regarding Qingli's reaction. If she actually harmed Li Ping'an and the truth came out, even her own master probably couldn't protect her. In that case, forget about being with Qingli. She'd have to worry first about whether she could even survive. If this method doesn't work, and Qingli is completely devoted to Li Ping'an, how can I possibly find a breakthrough? Li Ping'an suddenly laughed and spoke up. "Actually, senior sister Shuiyu, we're on the same side." Shuiyu raised her head to look at Li Ping'an. "What?" With a mysterious expression, Li Ping'an glanced at Qingli on the other side before lowering his voice. "Actually." Chapter 45. Poor Shuiyu, played between a bad man and a bad woman. "Actually, I've also been troubled by Qingli constantly pestering me. Senior sister Shuiyu, I place little importance on romantic matters. My sole focus is cultivation, with the goal of ascending to immortality and witnessing the scenery through an immortal's eyes. Qingli's behavior has also caused me great distress, as she truly clings to me too tightly. So, how about we make a deal?" Li Ping'an quickly whispered these words in a low voice. Shuiyu listened in bewilderment, but quickly realized Li Ping'an might be telling the truth and urgently pressed further. "What kind of deal?" Li Ping'an cautiously glanced at Qingli, then beckoned Shuiyu to come closer and whisper in her ear. Shuiyu naturally felt an innate resistance toward men, but at this moment couldn't afford such concerns as she quickly took several steps toward Li Ping'an. Her flowing hair swept across Li Ping'an's face as she approached, bringing with it a unique, unforgettable fragrance. Being nearly the same height as Li Ping'an, just slightly shorter, she deliberately bent down slightly to hear him clearly. The result was that Shuiyu's striking figure appeared almost unobstructed before Li Ping'an's eyes. It would only take a slight downward glance. Her full, proud snow peaks and flawlessly white, sculpted collarbones, a necklace shimmering with purple radiance made her skin appear even more porcelain white. Although Li Ping'an had indeed developed much stronger willpower through Qingli's training during this period, Shuiyu's current action was testing even a saint's resolve. No prime minister could withstand such temptation. Naturally, Li Ping'an's gaze drifted slightly downward. Then he nearly had his blood boil over, forcing him to quickly touch his own nose. Fortunately, no nosebleed appeared. After waiting several seconds without hearing Li Ping'an speak, Shuiyu raised her head and gave him a puzzled look. Startled, Li Ping'an immediately leaned closer and said, What I mean is, senior sister Shueyu, perhaps I could offer you some assistance. While I wouldn't be shameless enough to directly help you pursue Qingli, I could share some information with you, such as what Qingli likes, what activities she enjoys, or her favorite places to visit. I believe these are exactly the things you'd want to know, aren't they? Shueyu's eyes brightened as she nodded, though she didn't immediately agree, instead countering. Then, what's the price? Li Pingyan smiled. The cost would be I need senior sister Shueyu to provide me some cultivation assistance, such as helping me resolve certain confusions, or finding some cultivation resources that are difficult for me to obtain. Given my 9th grade cultivation level, these should be trivial matters for senior sister Shueyu, shouldn't they? Shueyu slightly furrowed her brows. Her tilted head withdrew, and her eyes swept over Li Pingyan from head to toe before she lightly bit her lip, seeming to have made up her mind as she nodded. Very well, we have a deal then. Li Pingyan laughed inwardly. Shueyu was a genuine 6th grade immortal cultivator with impressive background connections. This meant he'd found himself a powerful backer in 8 Peaks Mountain. The crucial part was that what he was giving in return amounted to getting something for nothing. Not taking this deal would mean missing out big time. Better to benefit himself than let things go to waste. Moreover, he truly didn't believe Qingli could possibly develop feelings for Shueyu. Let her try all she wants, he'd just play the middleman, reap benefits without taking any blame. Where else could one find such a perfect arrangement? A hand extended, presented before Shueyu. Then let's cooperate happily, senior sister Shueyu. Shueyu glanced at Li Pingyan's outstretched hand, initially reluctant to respond. Even being near men made her uncomfortable, let alone physical contact. But seeing Li Pingyan's expression and recalling their newly formed agreement, she gritted her teeth and raised her arm to grasp the slightly rough hand. Pleasant cooperation. Li Pingyan and Shueyu continued their conversation. Qingli, who had been eavesdropping nearby, was completely stunned. Gazing at Shueyu's graceful figure in the distance, an unexpected image flashed through her mind, Shueyu embracing her while she obediently climbed toward those majestic peaks. She couldn't help but shudder. Flames seemed to ignite in her eyes. Only now did she realize this Shueyu hadn't been approaching Li Pingyan for his sake at all, but had actually been targeting her all along. She had never considered this possibility before. Truth be told, after living for so many years, Qingli only learned about romantic relationships between men and women because of Li Pingyan. Let alone relationships between women. This topic was already beyond her scope of understanding. She simply couldn't comprehend it. Now she understood why that little girl had been looking at her with such strange eyes. She had thought it was the gaze of a love rival, never realizing it was the look of someone in heat. But none of this mattered anymore. As a genuinely straight woman, Qingli seriously began considering whether she should find an opportunity to eliminate Shueyu. However, this thought quickly vanished amidst the various agreements being made between Li Pingyan and Shueyu. Because Qingli suddenly realized a perfect candidate for a spy seemed to have emerged. First, since Li Pingyan remained suspicious and distrustful of her, she actually couldn't exert much influence over him directly. Just like last time, she prepared the unfair sword art for Li Pingyan, designing both the plot and obstacles, but Li Pingyan simply wouldn't take the bait. In the end, she had no choice but to give it to him directly. Although she ultimately managed to hand over the unfair sword art, Li Pingyan's vigilance was clearly quite formidable. It's impossible for him to simply accept anything given to him. This time, she had collected a whole pile of items during her outing and was struggling to find the right method to give them to Li Pingyan with a plausible excuse. Now that Li Pingyan and Shueyu had established a cooperative relationship, couldn't she use Shueyu to achieve her goal? As for the specific method to accomplish her objective, Qingli felt that just one look at Shueyu was enough to tell she'd be much easier to deal with than Li Pingyan, and far more gullible too. Wasn't the other party currently being tricked by Li Pingyan into pursuing her? Shueyu had agreed to a long list of conditions, only to receive some meaningless things in return. Since the other party was infatuated with her and appeared so easily deceived, transforming her into an ally probably wouldn't require much effort either. Then no matter what task is given to her, it probably won't require much effort. Moreover, this young girl's figure and appearance are equally outstanding. Perhaps this might turn out to be an unexpected brilliant move outside her plans, who knows? He. Pleased with her own thoughts, Qingli curled her lips and let out soft laughter. Her spiritual sense suddenly detected that Li Pingyan and Shueyu had finished their conversation and were approaching. Maintaining a calm expression, she immediately moved closer to Li Pingyan, putting on a hurt look. Senior brother Pingyan, why did you talk with her for so long? Is there something you can't tell me? Besides, does your promise to accompany me to the market still stand? Chapter 46. Alas, tragedy. Autumn had arrived, bringing slightly cooler weather. Many leaves on the trees along the mountain path had begun turning yellow, occasionally shedding one or two when blown by the wind. The three figures walked slowly along the path, their faces seemingly calm, but each harboring their own thoughts. Although Li Pingyan appeared to walk normally, Qingli remained clinging to him. No one knew why this girl was so persistent. Even though leaning against Li Pingyan wasn't comfortable, especially on a downhill path, Qingli stubbornly stuck to him without moving an inch. One had to admit, it was quite a skill. She truly resembled a koala. However, Li Pingyan found this situation extremely uncomfortable. If not for his increasingly robust physique due to practicing the ancient body tempering technique, he would have long been completely drained of energy by now. Moreover, it wasn't just physical strain, the mental pressure was equally immense. Because Shueyu was following closely behind him, her icy gaze fixed coldly on Li Pingyan ever since they began descending the mountain, as if she might stab him with her sword at any moment. Had they not just struck a deal leaving Shueyu with considerable patience for now, he would likely have fled long ago. But Li Pingyan also felt they couldn't continue like this, otherwise Shueyu would truly have a mental breakdown, and he wouldn't fare well either. Thus, after walking some distance, he finally stopped. Under Qingli's puzzled gaze, he spoke. You go ahead first. I'll catch up shortly. What does senior brother Pingyan plan to do? Qingli raised an eyebrow and inquired softly. Li Pingyan coughed lightly, glancing at Shueyu, who had caught up from behind. There are some trivial matters I need to attend to. Don't concern yourself with it. Senior sister Shueyu, please wait here for a moment too. I'll be right back. After saying this to Shueyu and giving her a meaningful look, Li Pingyan turned and left, soon disappearing into the woods. Qingli watched his retreating figure with a slight frown, immediately extending her divine sense to follow him. Her observation revealed Li Pingyan venturing several dozen meters deeper into the forest alone before he began looking around cautiously, then approached a large tree. Curious in mind, still wondering if this guy might be hiding some secret here, she suddenly saw Li Pingyan place both hands at his waist and abruptly pull down his trousers. Her divine sense immediately withdrew. Qingli was so furious she almost laughed. This damned man, was he really out here doing this kind of thing with her? Angrily turning around, she looked back at Shueyu, only to find this girl was also peering into the woods. Then, for some unknown reason she saw, her face instantly turned crimson. This Shueyu was a 6th-grade immortal cultivator who already possessed divine consciousness and could also observe what Li Pingyan was doing. So what she saw, Shueyu saw too. What was even more interesting was that Qingli immediately withdrew her divine sense after seeing something she shouldn't have. But this Shueyu kept watching without end. Didn't she claim to like her? How come she got addicted to watching a man now? A hint of teasing smile appeared at the corner of Qingli's lips as she quietly moved 2 steps closer to Shueyu. Cough cough cough. What are you looking at? Are you perhaps peeping at my Pingyan Shixian? Qingli's voice came so suddenly that Shueyu never expected Qingli would speak to her. But the next moment, she realized what embarrassing topic Qingli was bringing up. The image she had just seen flashed through her mind, immediately causing large patches of crimson to appear on Shueyu's snow-white skin. Not wanting to be misunderstood, she hastily explained that I wasn't looking at Li Pingyan. No, I was just glancing around casually. I definitely wasn't peeping at him. If you weren't peeping, why are you stammering? Qingli cast a disdainful glance and curled her lips. Well, Shueyu's face burned crimson, but she didn't know how to defend herself, because she truly had seen something. But forgive her, she genuinely hadn't processed what was happening at the time, and had only meant to check what Li Pingyan was up to. Who could have imagined he'd be doing that sort of thing? Although this kind of situation wasn't strange, her sudden daze made it appear genuinely odd. The key point was that she got caught red-handed by Qingli. Just when she finally had a chance to be alone for a while, she actually abandoned conversing with Qingli and went to peep at a man instead. At this moment, Shueyu truly wished she could slap herself hard across her fair, tender face. What kind of behavior was this? Ha. Qingli let out some peculiar laughs, then crossed her arms and leaned slightly backward as she approached Shueyu, tilting her chin up. Hey, lift your head. Let me see. Shueyu's mind was still in complete chaos at this moment. Hearing Qingli's voice, she nervously raised her head immediately to look at her. Qingli's eyes shimmered as her scrutinizing gaze swept over Shueyu's body, a flash of surprise passing through her expression. Qingli hadn't carefully observed this girl called Shueyu before, but now that she took a proper look, she really was quite pretty. Although her cultivation level isn't high, merely 6th rank, her temperament resembled that of a solitary snow-capped peak. Cold demeanor and posture, coupled with rather well-developed curves and an equally exquisite face, making her a rare beauty in this world. Most importantly, this ice-cold beauty currently had a blush on her face, like an enticing dessert after a meal, irresistibly tempting one to take a bite. If not for Qingli's disinterest in women, she might have actually developed feelings for this young girl. Moreover, her 2 legs were straight and long, with curves that appeared even better than her own. If she were to wear stockings, that bastard Li Pingyan probably wouldn't be able to take his eyes off her. What a lucky bastard he is. Gritting her teeth inwardly while maintaining an unkind tone, Qingli interrogated. Speak, what were you and Pingyan's senior brother hiding from me? I'm warning you, you'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise I won't go easy on you. Shueyu could only stare blankly at Qingli, her eyes filled with fear and panic. Although she had long sensed that Qingli wasn't the obedient type, her dominant attitude was evident from their first encounter. This aggressive, confrontational demeanor still made Shueyu extremely flustered. She didn't know what to say. She couldn't possibly just blurt out everything she had discussed with Li Pingyan, could she? Though somewhat rattled, she hadn't lost all her wits. Whether Li Pingyan could truly help her or not, if she actually exposed him, she would probably lose any remaining chance she had. Qingli didn't expect this little girl to show such patience and decided to cut to the chase. Actually, I also overheard what you said to senior brother Pingyan. You actually have feelings for me, don't you? Chapter 47, Under Control, Seeking Continuous reads. Clang! Like a whale crashing violently into a bronze bell. At this moment, Shueyu felt as if 10,000 wild horses were stampeding through her mind. In an instant, she felt as if she had lost her memory, unable to recall anything or think clearly. No idea how much time had passed. She just stood there blankly, staring dumbly at Qingli, her thoughts completely scattered. Hey, hey! It wasn't until Qingli called out twice after waiting endlessly for a response that Shueyu finally snapped out of her dazed state. No, no, no. That's not it. Actually, I. Jumbled words spilled from her mouth, all traces of her usual cold arrogance long gone. Her hands flailed wildly in front of her as she even took fearful steps backward, as if Qingli were some monster ready to devour her. I've already told you I heard everything you said to him. It's too late to pretend ignorance now. A mocking smile curled at Qingli's lips as she crossed her arms and watched Shueyu's panic with cold amusement. Just as Shueyu was about to collapse under pressure and nearly turned to flee, Qingli finally spoke. What? Thinking of running away? But I don't recall ever saying I would reject you. Shueyu abruptly froze in her movements, as if hearing some unbelievable fantasy. Her eyes widened as she stared at Qingli in astonishment. A full 30 seconds passed before her brain finally processed the meaning of Qingli's words. An unprecedented surge of overwhelming joy welled up from the depths of her heart, compelling her to take an involuntary step toward Qingli. Are you serious about this? Of course I'm serious. Qingli nodded calmly, but then her tone shifted abruptly. Though I won't reject you, your standing in my heart remains far below senior brother Pingyan's. Shueyu's expression instantly plummeted from heavenly bliss to hellish despair, all traces of joy vanishing completely from her face. But Qingli seemed to be deliberately teasing her. Just after crushing her spirits, she immediately followed up with a however, speaking slowly. However, if you could do me a small favor, perhaps my impression of you might change. Would you like to hear it? Shueyu was already somewhat frightened by Qingli's teasing, but upon hearing these words, she immediately nodded. No problem, what do you need me to do? It's nothing too difficult. I just want you to deliver something to senior brother Pingyan for me. Qingli casually waved her slender fingers and said, Senior brother Pingyan always refuses my kindness. Now that he's made some agreement with you, this is the perfect chance for you to help me give these things to him. However, these merits are only temporarily credited to you. When I need it, you'll have to tell the truth. Shueyu's face had already taken on a bitter expression, but she still nodded. Just moments ago, she thought she'd received heaven's blessing, only to be struck by lightning the very next second. But at this moment, she no longer had any other thoughts. Her teacher was right. Since she had chosen this path, she must follow it without hesitation. Even if there were hardships along the way, if she maintained a sincere heart, she should be able to move Qingli right. Seeing Shueyu agree, Qingli felt much happier. She originally thought this little girl would be trouble, but unexpectedly got a helper delivered right to her door. Gently spreading her arms, Qingli approached Shueyu with a soft smile. Before Shueyu could react, those soft arms already pulled her lightly into an embrace. Then I'll be counting on you, Shueyu. Shueyu's entire body stiffened as if electrocuted, completely unable to move. Feeling the warmth and enchanting fragrance from the embrace, she felt she'd be willing to die at this moment. Ha! What are you two doing? An abrupt voice suddenly came from behind. Shueyu was instantly startled, quickly taking a step back to escape from Qingli's embrace. Turning her head toward the source of the voice, she saw Li Pingyan standing there with an odd expression, looking at her with admiration. It seemed to silently praise her skillful means of winning over Qingli in such a short time. Her already flushed face turned even redder as she quickly turned away, pretending nothing had happened. Senior brother Pingyan, you're finally back. Qingli released Shueyu and turned around, her face blooming like a flower. Acting as if nothing were amiss, she swiftly walked to Li Pingyan's side and immediately embraced him. She intended to take his hand next, but the image she had seen with her divine sense earlier suddenly resurfaced in her mind, causing her outstretched hand to naturally rise again. I just got to know senior sister Shueyu again and found we got along quite well, so we hugged. You wouldn't be jealous of senior sister Shueyu, would you? Li Pingyan gave her a sidelong glance but said nothing. To say he was jealous, that certainly wasn't the case. After all, when two beauties hug each other, it's actually quite a pleasing sight. Moreover, to be honest, Shueyu's bust is slightly larger than Qingli's. If we're talking about who benefits more, it might actually be Shueyu who's at a disadvantage. Most crucially, Li Pingyan could tell at a glance who was taking the lead. Although Qingli was young, she clearly had many tricks up her sleeve, and her tea art skills were improving day by day. Li Pingyan still remembered when they first met. During their initial interactions, she had seemed somewhat awkward. But in such a short time, all sorts of tea-sweet words had started pouring out effortlessly. As for Shueyu, although they hadn't interacted much, Li Pingyan could see her clearly through just a few conversations. To put it nicely, she was aloof and noble. To put it bluntly, she just didn't have the brains for scheming. Simple, straightforward, the kind that's easily fooled at first glance. Perhaps one day she might be completely won over by Qingli. However, Li Pingyan had only been looking for someone who could help restrain Qingli a bit while also testing her. Qingli didn't know what Li Pingyan was thinking, but judging by that peculiar look in his eyes, she knew it couldn't be anything good. Inwardly cursing, she outwardly smiled and deftly changed the subject. By the way, senior brother Pingyan, among the items my family sent me this time, there's one treasure that can aid in cultivation. It helps cultivators temper their willpower and forge their spiritual soul. Although it may make one restless, prolonged use brings great benefits for future cultivation. Most importantly, it can be used by multiple people simultaneously. Though you're only at the 9th rank now, you'll eventually need to refine your willpower. Starting this training early will definitely help you in the future. Chapter 48, a great opportunity, seeking continuous reads. One could say Qingli was growing increasingly perceptive of Li Pingyan's nature. Had she made up some random story, Li Pingyan probably wouldn't have cared. But the moment she mentioned cultivation aid, his attention naturally shifted. A treasure that aids cultivation. What is it? A mischievous glint flashed in Qingli's eyes as she met Li Pingyan's curious gaze. She leaned close to his ear and breathed softly. It's a bed, Pingyan Shixiang. From now on, we can cultivate together on the same bed. When that time comes, you can practice your inner energy while stroking my thigh. Cough, cough. Li Pingyan sensed Qingli's ill intentions. Though somewhat tempted, he shot her an exasperated glare and quickly pulled her hand off his arm. Turning to Shuiyu, who was pretending to admire the scenery, he called out, Shuiyu Shiji, stop watching. It'll be dark soon, let's hurry up and go. Shuiyu turned her head stiffly. This time, she didn't respond to Li Pingyan's teasing, nor did she even glance at Qingli, just rigidly continued down the path. Li Pingyan sighed helplessly before turning to question Qingli. What exactly did you do to Shuiyu Shiji? What could I possibly do to her? Senior sister Shuiyu is a 6th grade immortal cultivator, while I'm merely 9th grade. If anything happened, it would be her doing something to me, wouldn't it? Senior brother Pingyan, why do you seem to hold some unfavorable opinions about me? Qingli cast a resentful look at Li Pingyan, her delicate expression resembling that of a wronged wife, which startled him into immediate silence as he hurried to catch up with Shuiyu ahead. Qingli watched Li Pingyan's retreating figure with a faint smile before quickening her pace to follow. This wasn't their first descent from the mountain, and having become familiar with the paths, their progress was neither hesitant nor slow. Moreover, after these past days, the newly enrolled disciples of 8 Peaks Mountain had mostly adapted to mountain life and similarly began frequenting the market below for trade or purchases. To Li Pingyan, this somewhat resembled the commercial streets near schools from his previous life. Hence, during this descent, he noticed the crowds had grown noticeably larger. Disciples ascending and descending moved in steady streams, with many faces he recognized from morning lectures. Similarly, Li Pingyan and his 2 companions were also quite eye-catching. Qingli and Shuiyu could both be described as stunningly beautiful, with temperaments that were even more remarkable than the other. In contrast, although Li Pingyan had decent looks and a mature, steadfast temperament, he really didn't seem to match the 2 great beauties by his side. Especially since Qingli was practically leaning on Li Pingyan, while Shuiyu occasionally cast sorrowful glances their way, making Li Pingyan appear like some 2-timing scoundrel. He even overheard some disciples discussing him, and he guessed there was an 80% chance this would spread when they returned to the mountain. Sigh. Li Pingyan unconsciously sighed, not understanding why things had turned out this way. Looking up, he could already see the signboard of the market. Fortunately, they had finally arrived. Next, they would first purchase some items, then help Qingli retrieve the mailed treasures before returning to the mountain. Li Pingyan was still very interested in what Qin Zhengdao had mentioned about the reformist faction and wanted to check some materials in the library. Once again smoothly entering the marketplace by brushing off his clothes, Li Pingyan cast his gaze toward the stalls at the market entrance under various astonished, envious and resentful looks. He still remembered the appearance of that test subject recruiter. If he spotted any old men selling native herbs or similar goods again this time, he wouldn't bother shopping anymore and would immediately flee to find support. His eyes swept the area and he sighed in relief the unwanted figure wasn't in sight. Turning back, he looked at Qingli and Shuiyu behind him. Qingli still followed him with serene smiles, as if ready to go wherever he went. Shuiyu, however, showed signs of discomfort. Whenever passers-by's admiring or awestruck gazes fell upon her, she would frown almost imperceptibly, clearly unaccustomed to such noisy and chaotic environments. Li Pingyan considered that the items he needed to buy were merely trivial supplies. There's no need for these 2 to follow along. It's unnecessary to bring them and attract attention, he said to Qingli. Qingli, is there anything you'd like to buy? I need to purchase some ingredients and such. The place smells fishy and unpleasant, not very suitable for you two. Why don't you both go explore on your own for now? Then we can regroup later. Hearing Li Pingyan's suggestion, Shuiyu's previously impatient expression visibly paused. She glanced cautiously at Qingli beside her, thoughts clearly written on her face despite remaining silent. She felt quite pleased with Li Pingyan's tactfulness, though mixed with some guilt, mainly because she realized she was breaking her word far too quickly. She had just made an agreement with Li Pingyan, yet here she was, ready to turn her back on it. Even if, as Qingli had said, it was only about using her name to give Li Pingyan certain things, it still felt strange to her. But she couldn't voice this out loud, so she could only apologize to Li Pingyan in her heart. I'll find a way to compensate him later if need be. Qingli, however, seemed rather unwilling, mainly because she didn't want to let Li Pingyan go. Last time when she wasn't paying attention, this guy ran into a second-grade immortal cultivator. Who knows what might happen once he's out of her sight this time. Although she could track him with her spiritual sense throughout, if any trouble arose she'd have to intervene, and intervention would leave traces. If Li Pingyan discovered this, many things would become difficult to handle. However, Li Pingyan showed little regard for her concerns. After just saying a few words, he had already turned to leave. Qingli wanted to follow, but was stopped by Xueyu beside her. A hint of delight flashed across that cold, proud face. Miss Qingli, where shall we go? I recall this market sells some jewelry and such. If you'd like, we could go browse. Mentally adding, I'll buy you anything you like. Qingli had no intention of accepting the goodwill at all, glaring at Xueyu, who blocked her way before noticing Li Pingyan had already walked far ahead. She no longer thought of chasing after him, nor would she actually go shopping for jewelry with Xueyu. Lowering her head in contemplation, an idea emerged from the depths of her heart. A faint smile rose at the corner of her lips as Qingli raised her head to look at Xueyu. No need to buy jewelry. How about helping me with something first? Xueyu was startled, but any request from Qingli already made her happy. She quickly asked, what help do you need? Just say the word. A sly smile flashed across Qingli's lips. Of course, it's something wonderful. Chapter 49, Ominous Signs, Seeking Continuous Reads. Who would have thought just a few days away from the mountain and the price of demon beast meat has risen so much? Holding the demon beast meat in hand, Li Pingyan calculated the recent expenses and felt a pang of heartache. Mainly because the number of people at 8 Peaks Mountain has recently increased, and these unscrupulous merchants have taken advantage of the situation to raise prices. Though the increase isn't substantial, since Li Pingyan purchases in large quantities, it has become quite a significant expense. Moreover, as his cultivation gradually progresses in the future, being a martial cultivator means he cannot achieve fasting like immortal cultivators do after forming their Dao foundation at the 6th rank. Thus, his consumption will inevitably increase. According to the rules of 8 Peaks Mountain, to leave the mountain for trials or to complete tasks for remuneration, one must at least possess 7th rank cultivation. In other words, if Li Pingyan doesn't find ways to earn some spirit coins, he'll likely face bankruptcy soon. Although his secular family's financial foundation is relatively solid, they are ultimately just a minor clan in a small city. Even if they exhaust all their assets, they wouldn't be able to sustain his cultivation needs. The cultivation of culinary arts must truly be prioritized now. After dual cultivation, it should help save a considerable amount of expenses. Otherwise, this current crude cooking method is simply wasting most of the essence contained in the monster beast meat. While pondering these matters, Li Pingyan carried the meat and turned away from the stalls selling demon beast meat, intending to stop by Pingyan restaurant on his way. But after just a few steps, Li Pingyan suddenly halted. His ears twitched slightly as he turned to look at two men in tight-fitting outfits by the roadside, their faces marked by worry and travel, their muscular frames suggesting they were martial arts rogue cultivators. The slightly older one spoke. Brother, we'll rest here tonight, then look for work tomorrow. In this chaotic world, only places near major sects like 8 Peaks Mountain can offer any stability now. Great Yu Kingdom is in complete turmoil. No sooner do rebels rise up than princes start killing their own brothers for the throne. And then there are those calling themselves the Immortal Martial Reformation Cultivators Alliance, responsible for all sorts of treasonous acts. I heard they've overturned many cultivation world rules that have been passed down since ancient times. Now many major sects have already issued final notices to this so-called alliance. It probably won't be long before fighting breaks out. The man listening nearby hesitantly asked, Brother, is 8 Peaks Mountain also going to deal with that alliance? Probably not, but even if we do, it's fine. 8 Peaks Mountain has that person after all. If we really take action, we can't lose, right? The man showed understanding. Right, 8 Peaks Mountain won't be in chaos. Just as the two were conversing, a young voice suddenly came from nearby. Excuse me, sirs, may I ask if you came from Dayu country? The voice interrupted the men's conversation. When they turned around, they immediately saw Li Pingyan's face. They initially wanted to ignore Li Pingyan, but then noticed his 8 Peaks Mountain disciple uniform. They looked somewhat embarrassed but still didn't speak. Li Pingyan cupped his hands in salute. Gentlemen, I truly apologize for disturbing you. I accidentally overheard your conversation just now. I'm also from Dayu Kingdom. My family is all in Dayu, so when I heard you two mention the turmoil there, I got somewhat worried and came specifically to inquire. Ah, so young brother is also from Dayu. Hearing Li Pingyan's words, the elder man's expression softened slightly. Don't take offense. My sworn brother and I have been traveling nonstop and only arrived today, so we're still overly cautious at heart. But since young brother is also from Dayu, I'll speak frankly. Actually, these troubles only started about a month ago, yet somehow they've spread throughout the entire Dayu kingdom. Now the whole kingdom is in panic. There are rebels in the south supported by that immortal martial alliance. They claim to want to overthrow the imperial family, eliminate emperors altogether, and stop cultivators from lording over common folk. Isn't this all nonsense? In short, it's extremely chaotic. So if you have relatives in Dayu country, young friend, you should notify them to leave as soon as possible. During these turbulent times of war, anything could happen. It's better to be cautious. Li Pingyan's expression truly turned peculiar this time. He never would have imagined that the reformist faction he'd only heard about this morning would already be making major waves by afternoon. He had originally thought this reform movement would target ancient cultivation traditions, seeking to change outdated customs within the cultivation world. But it turned out he'd underestimated these reformers. They weren't trying to reorganize the cultivation world, they were aiming for outright revolution. They wanted to completely overturn the entire cultivation order. No wonder they were meeting such fierce opposition. This wasn't reform, it was flipping the game table, forcing the entire cultivation world into opposition. But then Li Pingyan began to feel concerned. Because he hadn't been lying, his parents and relatives in this life were all in Dayu country. He needed to warn them immediately. If possible, it would be best to have them all come here directly. Selling off their assets should provide enough to establish themselves here. With this in mind, Li Pingyan hesitated no longer and spoke directly to the two men. Many thanks for the information, elder brothers. By the way, may I know your honorable names? You both must have traveled a long way to get here and probably haven't found lodging yet. I happen to own a small restaurant nearby. It's not spacious, but it should provide accommodation. Would you like to stay there temporarily? The two men exchanged glances, surprise flashing in their eyes, but after brief consideration, they agreed. Young brother, no need for formalities with us. You're a distinguished disciple of Eight Peaks Mountain, while we're just wandering cultivators making a living. I'm Chen Zhong, and this is my sworn brother Zhang Qing. We don't want to impose, but truth be told, we haven't found lodging yet. We'll trouble you then. No trouble at all. Please follow me. Li Pingyan smiled without further ado and immediately turned to lead them toward Pingyan Restaurant. The place wasn't far. After crossing several streets at a brisk pace, they arrived at the modest storefront. He was leading two people when, before even entering the house, he coincidentally ran into Manager Chi, who he hadn't seen for half a month, apparently about to go out for some unknown purpose. Manager Chi. Li Pingyan called out first, then quickly stepped forward to stop him and asked, "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Manager Chi, originally preoccupied with heavy thoughts, was startled by the sudden voice. Turning around and seeing it was Li Pingyan, he looked momentarily surprised before quickly composing himself and saying, "Second young master, you wouldn't know this. There's major turmoil in the Dayu kingdom, and many people have already traveled over mountains and rivers to come here. It's likely more will follow. I'm worried about the master and the others, so I thought to send them a letter. Even if it doesn't help much, at least it can serve as a warning. If that fails, they could move the entire family here. Although our restaurant isn't large, it's established enough. The Li family might not enjoy the same prosperity as before, but at least there'll be food on the table. Most importantly, no need to live in constant fear. You've come just in time, second young master. Come with me. With your handwriting, the master will surely take this matter seriously." Chapter 50, Shueyu's Lucky Find. Hurriedly following Manager Chi back from the relay station, another half an hour had already passed. Li Pingyan's expression remained relatively composed. The main reason was that their family home wasn't actually too far from the Eight Peaks Mountain territory. With determined travel, it would only take about 10 days to reach. Moreover, given their considerable family assets, minor disturbances wouldn't be enough to make all their servants betray their masters. There were still many guards maintaining security. According to those two men earlier, many ordinary people had managed to trek through mountains and rivers to come here, let alone his parents. Of course, all this depended on them actually heeding the advice and relocating their household here. Otherwise, with the mountains high and the emperor far away, Li Pingyan would truly be powerless to help. His current cultivation level was too low. Eight Peaks Mountain would never permit him to return home. Though senior sister Shueyu could go, but Li Pingyan wasn't entirely without his own cards to play. With her 6th grade cultivation and being an immortal cultivator, she could probably reach my home in just half a day. If the situation really turns bad, I'll ask her to make a trip. Though he thought this way in his mind, he still sighed in his heart. After all, it was because his cultivation was too low. Although compared to ordinary cultivators, his progress was already ridiculously fast, reaching in 1 month what others achieved in a year after entering the 1st grade. But 1 year after entering the 1st grade was still considered the bottom tier in the cultivation world. Recently, I've been somewhat corrupted by Qingli. When I return to the mountain, I must focus on serious cultivation for a while. After exchanging a few words with Manager Chi, Li Pingyan left Pingyan Restaurant. His gaze swept across the bustling street where crowds of people moved about, some hurried, others unhurried. Coupled with the omnipresent hawking cries and vendors, this market at the foot of the Sex Mountain even showed signs of so-called peace and prosperity. Shaking his head slightly to dismiss idle thoughts, Li Pingyan carried the monster meat and some ingredients manager Qi insisted he take, preparing to find Qingli and Shuiyu. First retracing his steps along the street back to the market entrance, he scanned the surroundings but found no trace of the two women. After some consideration, Li Pingyan wasn't so discourteous as to finish his business and leave alone after coming down the mountain together. Yet searching for the two women wasn't practical either. The market was simply too large, and if they'd wandered off, it would take time to locate them. Besides, the load he carried wasn't light. It made more sense to wait for their return before retrieving the treasure Qingli mentioned. As Li Pingyan had predicted, before 10 minutes had passed at the market entrance, soft exclamations arose in the distance. Naturally hearing these sounds, Li Pingyan looked up to see Qingli now wearing a green robe he hadn't seen before, striding briskly toward him. Still 30 or 40 meters away, she already raised her hand high with a bright smile and called out, "Senior brother Pingyan." The passers-by immediately followed Qingli's gaze, searching in Li Pingyan's direction to see who was this lucky person to gain such a fairy maiden's favor. Then they saw the crowd part ways as Li Pingyan emerged, carrying a pile of items in his hands. Instantly, envy and jealousy flashed in people's eyes. However, Li Pingyan naturally paid no attention to these gazes, nor did Qingli. She quickened her pace to reach Li Pingyan, first thoughtfully extending her hands to take some of the items from him before speaking. "Senior brother Pingyan, didn't you say you were going to buy demon beast meat? Why couldn't I find you when I went looking there? I went to Pingyan restaurant after buying the items. By the way, where's senior sister Shuiyu?" Li Pingyan answered casually upon hearing the question, then suddenly remembered why hadn't Qingli's shadow, senior sister Shuiyu, followed her. "That's exactly what I wanted to tell you, senior brother Pingyan." Qingli suddenly became visibly excited, then disregarding the onlookers around them, abruptly reached out and wrapped her arms around Li Pingyan's neck, bringing her mouth close to his ear. "Senior brother Pingyan, senior sister Shuiyu says she discovered a major oversight. A very, very big oversight." The fragrance continuously wafted into Li Pingyan's nostrils as the young girl's soft body, following her posture, nearly melted completely into him. Although the girl's weight wasn't particularly heavy due to their awkward positioning, Li Pingyan found it difficult to maintain balance and couldn't help reaching out to steady himself, only to realize he placed his hand in what seemed like an inappropriate position. Senior brother Pingyan, how mean." To make matters worse, Qingli suddenly let out a strange sound, clamped her legs together, revealing glimpses of her cyan tights that matched her robe's color, and blushed shyly while saying, "If you want to touch, wait until we return to the mountain. Why do it here? Besides, I was telling you something important. If you really can't hold back, we could go somewhere private first. It's so embarrassing doing this in public." Li Pingyan was speechless, his face full of exasperation, but he couldn't say anything after all. It was his careless mistake. He could only exert slight force with both arms to separate them first, then spoke. "Enough nonsense. What did senior sister Shuiyu discover?" Qingli protested unwillingly when pushed away by Li Pingyan, but still whispered, "Senior sister Shuiyu found something that might be a storage treasure." "What? Are you sure?" Li Pingyan immediately lost his composure. This time, he didn't bother maintaining distance from Qingli, pressing his face close to hers. "Where? Take me there immediately." As mentioned before, although this world had storage treasures, they weren't as common as in those novels Li Pingyan read in his previous life where everyone owned one. In the cultivation world, every single storage treasure was priceless. Not only are they rare and hard to come by, but whenever an ownerless storage artifact appears, it inevitably attracts fierce competition among cultivators. Even if one doesn't use it personally, its selling price far exceeds that of artifacts of similar grade. Don't panic, senior sister Shuiyu is watching over there." Qingli grabbed Li Pingyan, who was about to leave, saying softly, "We're already drawing attention. If we make too much commotion, others might notice too, and that wouldn't be good. Be steady, senior brother Pingyan." "Oh, thank you so much." Li Pingyan stopped when pulled back, forcing a strained smile at Qingli. But he took her advice nonetheless, slowing his pace. Sure enough, Qingli leaned in and clung to him again. "Senior sister Shuiyu is over there. We can just walk slowly. That thing is still hidden enough that it probably won't be discovered anytime soon."